Imagine waking up inside your favorite story. But here's the twist, you're not the main character. You are the world's most despised villain. Your geeky fantasy just became your worst nightmare. You try to grasp the situation, but you're stuck with a frail body, a legion of enemies, and a useless ability. That dies faster than a smartphone battery. To top it all off, the supposed hero of this world is just a celebrity with superpowers and an ego that could eclipse the sun. Now the world is crumbling under monsters, dungeons, and deals with cosmic horrors. You soon learn this isn't about survival. It's about seizing control of your own destiny. A grand tale of redemption, strength, and the choices that forge our identity. So, I ask you, if you could rewrite your story's ending, would you dare to challenge the hero? At this moment, Seoul's fate rested on one man. Jang Shiwan, leader of the Junghwa Guild, was battling a lone figure, surrounded by defeated warriors. The crowd stared in shock. Their champion was actually losing. Shin Gangu, the world's greatest villain, declared himself the final victor. He sneered that this was the result of their pointless war. Activating his power, he smirked, crediting his villainy for this moment, but his opponent just laughed in his face. He mockingly asked if Gangu truly saw himself as some kind of hero. Shiwan shot back, questioning his right to even speak of justice. He screamed that he fought for the people, yet Gangu always stood in his path. What was that young man? He wondered, if not a complete monster. The crowd erupted, chanting the hero's name. Their cheers fueled his spirit. He declared, "As long as they call my name, I am invincible." He then lunged toward the young man. The attack shot forward like a meteor. Gangu desperately tried to form a shield. The energy blast detonated, creating a massive explosion that stunned the onlookers. Now, brought to his knees, he watched the hero approach. Through the smoke, only the two of them remained. Shin saw the distant silhouettes of citizens celebrating his imminent defeat. They cheered, shouting they always trusted their hero. A united cry rose from the crowd, demanding they eliminate the enemy. Shiwan declared that not a single person wanted him to live. Channeling his power, he vowed this would be his end. He unleashed a swift energy blast at the fallen youth. The impact sent him flying, slamming him into the cracked earth. With that, the hero stood victorious. With a grin, he announced to the masses that his plans had finally succeeded. Now, true freedom would descend upon the land. The crowd wept with tears of joy. The hero channeled his power, sending a bolt of lightning into the heavens. A colossal sigil formed in the sky above. From its center, a giant hand descended to claim him. Below, the crowd began to panic at the terrifying sight. But the hero's smile never wavered. The hand descended with such overwhelming force that people fled for their lives. He proclaimed that with the Demon King's arrival, true peace would begin, but was interrupted by Shin, who gasped that only tyranny would follow. Seeing he was still breathing, the hero called him a worthless insect and told him to witness the new world he would forge. And that is how this world was born. Fingers danced across a keyboard. The author knew his readers' hopes were just shattered. After all, the protagonist, Jang Shiwan, was a follower of the Demon King. He and the 13 Stars were ancient, high-ranking evils. But fiction is merely a reflection of reality. The novel's core theme was based on his own harsh school days. It was then that he witnessed the world's true nature, a power that dwarfed school violence and twisted morality. For that very reason, he poured that bitter truth into his novel. The reviews, however, were merciless. There was nothing left to do. He closed the comments section and collapsed on his bed in the cluttered room. Lying there, he scrolled through more, scathing feedback on his work. He decided to just sleep it off, but a sudden loud crash jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw several men with pickaxes trying to shatter the ground. He touched the floor and realized it was cold, hard stone. Before him, a young man was being beaten, accused of interfering with the eclipse. The boy's face reminded him of a character from his past. He wondered why that person was appearing. In his dream, a guard grabbed the young man's collar, ordering him back to work because things were getting out of hand. He was about to land a punch when a sudden presence drew everyone's gaze. The guard shifted his attention to the writer and swung his fist, making him wonder why a dream could hurt so much. Another guard intervened, and the two started arguing, listening to them. He questioned if this was a dream at all. Every sensation felt incredibly real. As he walked away, the guard vowed to make him his next target. Just then, the beaten boy asked if he was all right. Calling out his name, staring at his own hands, he was overcome with disbelief. He scrambled outside and fell to his knees, with his palms flat on the ground. He felt mana coursing through them. A tremendous surge of power erupted, spreading in every direction. He could absorb mana freely, a natural hypersensitivity. Pressing a hand to his forehead, a puddle reflected his new face. So, he was Shin Gangu. He chuckled, wondering why fate chose him. Of all possible characters, his colleague was alive, meaning it was 5 years before the grand finale. If only he'd become Jiang Xuan, the story's legendary hero. But as things stood, he was on a fast track to the Demon King's doom. Only the villain's inner circle survives that mess. He'd face a pathetic, and if he didn't rewrite the script. Luckily, he knew the escape route. Just as he predicted. Possessing this body meant Shin Gangu's memories and aura were his. But he was still stuck at level 10 with no constellations. A little work completely drained him. His stamina was pathetic, and he regretted making this villain mana-sensitive. It was a terrible design choice. With a crystal in hand, he sketched his escape plan in the dirt. "It's our only chance." His colleague ran over, calling his name. As he got closer, he asked if he was all right. Shin played it cool. The boy then offered him a break. Kang-hoo just grinned. "If the guards allowed breaks, we wouldn't be in this hellhole." Into the detention center run by the Eclipse Squad. Rookie hunters with mana were forced to mine mana stones. Like some terrible real-life video game? Turning to his friend, he told him not to worry and just keep digging. The boy was stunned when Shin mentioned escape, but he quickly told him to forget it and just work. Before the guards noticed, he warned him against doing anything reckless. The boy nodded. Back to work. He figured he'd given the kid enough of a warning. That boy was a character he personally designed as a theme for the kid he once met. But he couldn't alter the plot yet. Not if he wanted to escape. Everyone was working. Hauling mana crystals. Looking over, he saw a guard grab a boy. While they were distracted by the newcomers, he prepared to bolt. But another guard appeared. "Everyone, pay attention," leaving the kid, trembling in fear. The guard drew his sword. "Watch what happens to those who run." Then, right in front of them all, he plunged the blade into the kid's gut. The other boys froze, terrified by the spectacle, and furious. The guard kept striking him, spraying blood. Shin trembled with rage at the brutal scene. Seeing the body fall, he muttered, "Idiot, I warned you." A guard approached and told him to act like before, since no one saw. Or, "You're next." But Kang-hoo said he didn't care about the kids. Death. He needed the bathroom, saying it was far more urgent. This left the guard baffled. He sneered, asking if the kid wet his pants. Shin remained silent, so the guard relented. Then he told him to follow. At the door, the guard gave him 1 minute. "Any longer, and this becomes your tomb." Stepping inside, he saw bodies littered the floor. He walked deeper into the gruesome bathroom as the entombed. Guard counted down outside. Seconds later, Kang-hoo found it. At 49 seconds, he began to draw a sigil in blood on the floor. With just 18 seconds left, he finished. An ethereal light started to glow from the symbol. Shin began to chant, "I know you're watching. I know you crave the drama of tragedy, trials, and despair." Outside, the guard yelled, 10 seconds left. Pull up your pants and get out." Facing the sigil, he taunted. "Aren't you curious how a low-level nobody summoned you if he waited? The entity would appear, just like in his story. To persuade it, the being would claim that another second's delay could ruin the world it desired. Since he was now the entertainment it craved, it would surely answer his call. Shin knew he was the most efficient user of this power. As the light intensified, he grinned. "I knew you'd come." The main constellation that contracted with Shin Gangu in the novel was the Dimension Raider. She called him insolent, but would lend her power. For a moment, since he was amusing. "Now, prove your worth." Shin told her to just sit back and watch. Outside, the guard smashed the door. He burst in, shouting, "What are you two messing around for?" But as he scanned the room, he saw no one. Dust swirled violently, and a shadowy figure stood in the center, terrifying him. Shin had borrowed the constellation's power. Pretty cool, right? He rushed at the guard at full speed, then vanished just as the guard lunged for him. He spun around frantically, but only saw the door. He swore the kid disappeared then. Surprise! He materialized right behind him. With a metal rod, slams it into the guard's neck. Realizing his fate, the guard unleashes a torrent of curses. Then he stammers out a flustered question. Instantly, Shin rips the rod from his neck. The man drops to the ground, instantly defeated. Glancing down, the young man offers a grateful nod. It was all because of him. He chose to escape this hell. The constellation finds Shin intriguing, and a contract is formed. And just like that, Kang-hoo avenges the boy. He grabs the knife, hiding it in a small compartment. He pilfered from the guard. The system announces, Weapon registered. From this moment forward, there was no turning back. As night fell, Shin prepared his escape. He grabbed gas cans, splashing. Fuel all over. First, he needed a second-class guard's uniform for his disguise. Then, he'd set the criminal, ward ablaze, his escape route straight through the front gate. As flames erupt, the other guards begin to sprint. Spreads. They panic, wondering who the arsonist is, screaming for firefighters. One guard then shouts for everyone to follow procedure and go to the crematorium. They pile into a van and speed away. Spotting the second-class guard, the superior approaches. He asks if he's the replacement on duty. The disguised guard nods, saying an inmate escaped from Building 18. He reports the fugitive fled through the northwest fence. Then he asks why their van is still here. Panicked, they slam the accelerator. The northwest path from that fence led directly to Mount Chungyang. It seemed like a good escape route, dark and treacherous, but in truth, it was filled with traps from the eclipse, making it a guaranteed death sentence. Shin planned to use this information to his advantage. He tells the guards they'll intercept him, and since the fugitive's heading to the mountain, they just need to retrieve the body. The driver nods, agreeing. They enter the Yi, code to pass the gate. At last, he's breaking out of this hellhole. The van speeds down the road at night. The driver asks about Building 18. Playing his part, Shin says it would be simpler to just take out the inmates, since nobody would hear them. The driver agrees. They're all just worthless trash. Hearing how the driver speaks of the prisoners makes him tick. He asks how long he's worked in Building 18. Shin says it's been 2 days. The others say he should be in Unit 9. He agrees. But then the driver states that Unit 9 doesn't exist. The van rolls on. Grinning, Kang-hoo says he's right. He reveals his knife, striking the man in the front seat with cold eyes. He begins eliminating the 2 guards, declaring he'll finish this now. With 1 guard down, the van swerves wildly. After stopping, he tosses the body out onto the road, using his ability. The remaining guard curses and lunges forward. His power is so immense that when Shin dodges, it blows a hole in the van's roof. Witnessing this, the guard breaks into a cold sweat. He screams, demanding to know how he dared deceive them. Charging again. Another energy blast tears through the van, sending Shin flying. The guard smirks, calling him worthless. But a glance sideways reveals the young man's reflection in the rearview mirror. In that instant, Shin vanishes from view. At the same time, Kang-hoo appears, right beside him, his blade slicing the guard's neck. Their eyes meet as the young man withdraws the sword. The guard's corpse is thrown from the window. Shin feels nauseous from mana exhaustion. As he looks up, he sees bright headlights approaching fast. Another car. He didn't count on patrols, and grins. More obstacles have arrived. Seizing the opportunity, the young man slides down a steep slope. After a rough tumble, down, he lands hard, but a new figure appears. Amazed he defeated 2 guards and escaped. This man wields an axe and calls him a worm. The crimson mark on his head reveals a constellation contract. Shin wondered about his ability. His constellation was a powerful tracker that could sense mana using that skill. He'd found him effortlessly. Kang-hoo grinned, saying this was perfect. Confusing the axe wielder, he could see the red mark and contracted constellation for a specific reason. Killing another hunter meant he could steal their contracted constellation. The system confirmed he could loot this guy. Reading the prompt, he grinned. His first chance to use constellation loot. A contract with a constellation meant this guy was at least level 100. A direct fight was suicide, so he bolts, planning to bait him into a trap. His opponent grins, calling him a pathetic worm. A sound rustles from a nearby bush. The man tells him to try his best to hide, because his eyes could perceive anything concealed. Deep within the forest, the hunter starts his search. Using a skill, he scans the trees, wondering where his prey is lurking. The infrared reveals a figure behind a tree. He sprints over and hurls the axe, shouting that he found him. But as he gets closer, the tree is split open and no one's there. He's baffled. Where did he go? The answer comes from below, filling him with dread. From the shadows, Shin swings, his sword at his neck, a fatal mistake ditching a weapon in close quarters combat. As the cut lands, he mutters it was his foe's fault. Suddenly, a system notification pings. He'd killed the target and seized the solid connector contract. He was now under the control of the Mughais, dimensional looter. Escape was impossible, save for extinction or contract termination. All his abilities were now Shin's. He eagerly inspects the skills he just stole. After reading, he feels thrilled with what he got activating night vision. He scans for more enemies, but then he clutches his mouth, a wave of nausea hitting him. Kneeling, he looks at his hands and sees he's coughing up blood. He wonders if it was from pushing himself too hard to lure that kid. He'd suppressed his hypersensitivity to mana, and hid. He poured all his mana into a stone. If left alone, it would absorb mana from the surroundings and explode, so he had to suppress his ability and quickly toss the stone. Thanks to that trick, he lured his opponent in for the kill. But to get close, he used a short-distance jump, which wrecked his body. If he pushed any harder, he'd be finished. He had to find a safe place. Walking forward, he hears a noise from the street. It's a truck that transports sand for purifying mana stones. He runs to the cliff's edge and leaps toward the street, landing softly in the sand. Lying there, he recalls he took out 3 enemies, something that never happened in the novel. He must prevent the future from changing while he's leveling up, but considering his pathetic status in this world, there was no way the timeline would change because of him. As the truck drives on, Shin begins to laugh, feeling more relaxed. He starts to gaze at the sky and the annoyingly beautiful view. Meanwhile, a man at the company orders his men to extract more mana stones and get back to work. Behind him, his subordinate nods in agreement. After he leaves, the man smirks, calling the prison escapee clever for catching them off guard and just strolling right through the front gate. Shin arrives at his destination, feeling utterly exhausted, as if it were killing him. From his mana overuse, his stamina wasn't recovering. His contact notes that for a level 10 assassin, his stamina was completely gone, especially after taking out a level 45 and a 55 elsewhere. Kung-Hu is in a phone booth, making a call. He says he's at Dijon Station. Leaning on the phone, he asks for a small favor. At the company, the man declares this will be an interesting hunt. Shin is at Hanso's house getting bandaged. He thanks her for her help. She asks him what happened. He tells her Eclipse had captured him, which makes her nervous. She asks if he went to the Monominies, and he says yes. They needed low-level hunters like him. In spite of that, he trusted her and called her. He knew that. She still had feelings for the old Shin Gangu. And just then, Han apologizes with tears in her eyes. The girl says she should have stayed, because after their breakup, she was just a rookie. Not the level 150s, pro with a Constellation contract. She was now, if she'd been with him then, she would have ended up in the Changyang Detention Center, too. He insists they shouldn't get too close because of Eclipse, but with her current level, she was basically untraceable. Turning to Shin, she tells him not to worry about her. She'll use her powers for herself now. She packs him a bag with cash and a phone that can't be tracked. Without looking at her, he mentions her guild used to tiptoe around him like he was walking on eggshells when they were dating. And she was still with a guild. Nervously, Han asks if he had any plans to join one. She starts to suggest they team up, but he cuts her off. He tells her not to get stuck. In the past, at his words, tears stream down her face again. Regaining her composure, she says she almost expected that reply. Han explains she's arranged everything. She has a friend who's a leader and the details are in the phone. Her eyes still wet. She tells him to stay safe, and he smiles, saying, the same, hailing a cab. He tells the driver, Dijon Station. The driver asks if he can turn on the radio, and the boy simply says, do it. Instantly, the news blares that the Yonghua Guild has annihilated everyone from the Pink-White Corporation. They claim the Day of Judgment has finally arrived. In the car, the driver tells his wife that things feel strange. The streets are empty. He grows worried when she doesn't answer him. He looks over and sees a fleshless skeleton, and a scream escapes him. Before him, a massive scythe is aimed, right at his neck. Above, strange elements fly through the sky over the car's burning wreckage. A reporter speaks of the sky turning a dark purple, getting worse by the minute. Before she can finish, she's dragged away screaming, by monsters no one has ever seen. In the chaos of open gates and rampaging beasts, those with powers were given the name Hunters. This apocalypse felt like a divine reckoning had fallen upon them, the Hunters battling. The monsters began hunting humans in the name of their gods. But then, they turned without any reason. However, just when all hope seemed lost, the impossible happened. A woman is cornered by a group of thugs. One of them boasts he'll finish her in a single strike. Just then, the world's savior appears. Zhang Xuan catches the blade barehanded, before it strikes the woman, asking if she is unharmed. The Yonghua Guild, protectors of the people, was born, and because of their deeds, everyone sought refuge in their so-called safe zone. Hearing the broadcast, Shin realized the Pink-White Corporation wasn't a terrorist cell. The attacks were never their fault. In fact, it was all orchestrated by Jiang Xuan. In the taxi, the driver mentions his own son dreamed of joining the Yonghua Guild. If he dared to expose the man, he would be branded a public enemy. With that, the outcome was painfully obvious. That is why he must be introduced to a mercenary company, since the guilds were now within his grasp. Moments later, he arrives at his destination. Being a freelance agent for the mercenary company was the perfect cover for him. Lee, Yaren appears, greeting him before introducing herself. He decides to keep his real name hidden for now and introduces himself as Young Sunk. They shake hands as she says it's a pleasure to meet him. Taking the documents, she mentions having a simple collection job prepared for him. But Shin wants the high-risk missions first, the ones with a substantial reward. Yaren chuckles, saying she heard he was level 10, and he confirms it. Hearing this, she bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Wiping a tear, she calls him hilarious. Then, with a threatening vibe, she asks if he wants her to clean up his corpse. He questions if skill doesn't matter more than level for a mercenary. Lee Yaren was a mage and support buffer, contracted to a powerful mid-tier constellation, a persona she built to one day challenge the 13 stars. Shin knew he had to gain her trust. He asks her plainly if she wasn't also a mercenary. The woman says reality and one's spirit are entirely different vibes. As she walks by, she adds that truth and prejudice are on different planes, too. Grinning, Lee decides to make an exception, asking him to show her what he's made of. So they face off, ready to begin. Activating her power, Yaren says she will judge one thing only if he can evade her ability. All he wants is to know if he can protect himself and dodge to create an opening. She summons mist puppets that can track him from miles away. Her tracking fog. Since it is not an attack skill, he won't die if he gets hit, but dodging is the only way to pass the test. Ready, he yells for her to bring it on. The woman sends her fog, flying straight at him. A shockwave erupts on impact, but she cannot see what happened. To her disbelief, she spots the boy scrambling up a wall to her right. It's wild, since at his level, jumping a meter is a feat. She thinks he has mad skills with that short-range jump. Smirking, she dismisses Shin as nothing but a loudmouth. Launching her skill once more, she asks if he can dodge this. She rushes him with incredible speed and power. Tracking fog extends to grab him as she closes the distance. He glances back and sees her smug grin. Once again, tracking fog converges, sending out a massive energy wave when it finds its target. Looking up, she sees he evaded it. Yet again? She wonders if she just saw a cross-teleport as he appears right behind her. To her complete shock, a sword is suddenly pressed against her neck. Shin says they should probably end the test here. Seeing the blade so near, she just smiles. She thinks the kid is even faster than she anticipated. No wonder he is a mercenary. Turning, she asks if he's had any training. Before, with a straight face, the boy says he has had none. Touching the blade, she says those moves are not what a level 10 Chinese could pull off. Gangu asks if he's passed, and she says yes, but she can only hire him if he's level 50, putting the sword away. Shin notes that was a solid wall. Now, she is watching the boy through a mirror. She asks if he is interested in the bulletproof glass, as there is a shooter right behind him. When he replies that he gets a lot of love from the eclipse, he realizes this is a turf war. She opens a file, revealing a commission to hunt a wanted man. Criminal. She slides it over, calling it very useful. The target Kim Mo-kyun, a level 50 mage, with orders to retrieve the third-class Vasaro shoes. Shin wonders, does he need to be brought back, alive? Jaren says he can be eliminated on sight. He's caused many civilian deaths, and the agency would be just fine with that. Thrilled, he's ready to start. But she warns him it won't be that easy. The target could be hiding anywhere. This place is massive. But for him, it's a perfect hunting ground. Gangu used this as a hideout in the novel. Some useful contacts are here. He senses movement. They're here. Shin starts the show, slicing his own palm. The scent of fresh blood instantly triggers the monsters. Instincts. The watching beasts go wild. They all charge him. He uses teleport, short jump, and all his skills to attack and wipe them out. He executes a flawless cross-teleport and jump. Behind him, nothing is left standing. The beasts are down. Yaren says to take the quest item. The rest of the loot is all his. And then, a man appears behind him. Dual-wielding swords, asked for his reward. Shin demands a dungeon license, a license to attack any boss. He eyes the newcomer. Now, here's a useful intermediate boss. Shin smirks at Ventis. A pleasure to meet you. Ventis' only reply.
I'm going to kill you. Shin just tells him not to cry later. Ventus charges in. Multiple clones descend with him, making it hard for Shin to find the real one. Above him, a clone leaps down, sword poised to strike, with full force.
It crashes down on him, but Kang-hoo dodges with cross-teleport. It seems like just a simple brute force attack, but he already sees the real one approaching. Using a short-distance jump, he appears directly before him, landing a clean hit to his gut. Ventus is stunned, then enraged. He wildly swings his sword again, but it's a total miss, dodging easily. Shin mocks him. Just an intermediate boss in name only, huh? He saw his frontal attacks were sloppy. Now behind him, Kang-hoo steps on his back. Targeting the fresh wound, he equips a new weapon, swinging for the head. The plan is perfect. Boom! The sword plunges into his back. Shin leaps away, leaving his foe crippled. He vanishes, and a system message appears. He's just snagged the illusion skill from his target. He feels a rush of power and scans the area. Behind him, something glows. His eye catches it. Crouching near the green light, he realizes it's silicium. Meanwhile, a young man tells Nim that stuff is incredibly rare. Youngji is shocked. He actually landed a critical hit on Ventus, the girl. Mentioned seeing Shin at the market earlier. She saw him buying a few things at the counter. Looked like he was preparing to hunt dungeon monsters and farm items. The young dude remarks, he moves like a pro assassin, and I've never seen him before. Another agrees. He shouldn't be in this dungeon. But the girl scoffs at the young man, saying he wouldn't last a second. Should we bring him over? She asks. But Youngji shakes his head. No need for that. It's easier to let him work and then we just loot his corpse. Grinning, she says. That's classic Youngji. They just need to wait. Kang-hoo allocates his resistance points, but since controlling mana hypersensitivity would also boost it, he's finally feeling alive again. The silicium has a cool, pain-relieving effect, a perfect suppressor for mana hypersensitivity. Finding a normal one was hard enough. Since it grows naturally, it's impossible to mass produce. Only one person in the country knows how to cultivate it. And she's at ground zero. This place, once a demilitarized zone, was far from here. If his hypersensitivity acted up mid-fight, he would have been toast, leaving the dungeon. He knows what he needs most right now, Cash. Yaren recalls that a year ago. The calls weren't so bad, but now they're getting worse. The caller feels the eclipse's energy. It's going to get much worse, making her anxious. They comment. You seem stressed ever since you tangled with the eclipse. Crew, she checks her mirror. I'm fine. She lies. She's just learned to always be on guard now. Flooring it, a voice asks. Don't you have a hunter to recommend? We are seriously short-staffed. As Yaren speeds through an alley, they add, I just had to reach out to you. She starts to say she isn't sure. Cheyenne overhears her lack of confidence in recommending any hunter. That's a good fit. What he's planning that needs more time. He can't jump to any conclusions just yet. He notes her recommendations have always been on point. It's a shame they lost so many candidates to incidents. Jaren says the past is the past. No use dwelling on it. She'll vet the new guy and give him the green light. Then she asks if the candidate has any good intel. He reveals he's got a lead on a crime syndicate. Soon, a secure file on the case will be in her inbox. And the woman thanks him, grinning. Shiwan says, it's no big deal, promising a steady flow of info whenever she needs it. The Younghwa Guild desperately needed some top-tier talent. Glancing at her last recommendation, he says to send another solid one, and he'll treat them well. She wonders how she could recommend someone who just finished their first commission. Meanwhile, Shin is facing Ibria, an intermediate-level boss. He flings his sword, lodging it deep in the monster's leg. His foe swipes with its claws, using abduction to grab him. But it passes right through his afterimage, snagging. The rocks behind him, seeing he's vanished, Ibria is stunned. It then scoops up the rubble to hurl at him. The young man uses illusion magic to reposition. Since the abduction skill left a huge opening, he's ready to strike. The creature flings the massive stone. It rockets towards the spot where the young man was just running. He dives forward, dodging the impact. At the same time, the boulder hits the ground and shatters violently. Since he used illusion magic, the figure it struck was only a clone. Seeing this, Ibria is utterly surprised. Kang-hoo uses cross-teleportation to appear behind it. Instantly, he yanks his sword free and plunges it into the creature's back. It's shocked by the sudden, fatal attack. The young man pulls his sword out, leaving the body to collapse. After the fight, he studies the scaffolding ahead. A man watching from above mutters about finding another potential thief. Tapping the wall, he summons his minions. Growling wolf spirits emerge from the shadows as the man announces it's feeding time. The wolves charge in the direction their master commanded. They leap directly for
Shin. Unfazed, the young man conjures a piece of meat in his hand, offering it to the pack, noticing this tactic.
Their owner is completely bewildered. Seeing all 3 wolves quietly eating, he's baffled. He can't understand why they'd be tempted by ordinary meat. Gangu seizes the moment of distraction and grabs his sword. He takes down the spirit animals one by one. Their master starts to panic at the sudden turn. Looking at him, the young man explains there was a reason the beast devoured the meat. He had prepared it with their tastes in mind. A few moments later, the 3 spirits disintegrate. With a serious look, Shin calls it a warning. He tells the man to return the stolen items if he values his life, prompting the thief to curse Yaren's name from the top of the scaffold. He yells for Shin to come and get him. As he flees inside, Shin calmly accepts the challenge. Smiling, Mukun muses that his foe was prepared, but lacked a brain. He wonders what kind of moron walks right into enemy turf. Throwing a bomb, he tells him to explode and die. Kungu uses mana trekking, spotting several other bombs on the floor. He uses short-distance jumps to weave between them. Seeing his traps fail, the man gets annoyed. He avoids every single mana trap, leaping between the iron bars. Mukun can't believe what he's witnessing. Irritated, he asks if Shin really thinks he can be scared by that. Kim claims to be protected by the Chaos Fighter constellation. He vows to show him Hell's black magic and unleashes a dark wave of power. Shin uses cross-teleportation, in short bursts, dodging the assault and closing the distance. The man was around level 50, a dark mage with a disorienting constellation. As he ran, he said his plan was obvious. He tells the Haze, young man, he won't be able to dodge this. He then activates the vision capture ability, and the world goes dark. As the darkness closes in, Shin stands still, thinking it's not time yet. The shadows crept closer as Kungu told himself to wait. Shielding his eyes with his sword, he declares now and rushes forward. Mokyun demands to know how he knew the ability's effect and how to counter it. The young man says it was obvious, since he created the ability. In a battle stance, the man tells him to stop spouting nonsense. Shin activates abduction, catching him off guard. The mage yells that the skill belongs to a monster. He calls the ability a cheap trick with a fatal flaw, but the young man says he only used it to cancel his movement. Swiftly, he strikes with his sword. Immobilized, his opponent could only scream in agony. Kim uses mana dissipation. A burst of energy erupts, blasting the young man. Backward, now free, he screams that he'll burn him to a crisp. While retreating, Gangu thinks his casting speed is erratic. He wonders if his opponent is using an item to affect his awakening state. Musing on this, he leaps away. From the spot, Shin dangles in the air as the villain calls him a cornered rat. He hurls a magic sphere, screaming for him to die. The blast hits him instantly. Shin's body plummets as the man laughs, asking how he even dared to challenge him. But looking down, he sees an army of Shins staring back. Annoyed, he begins to
radiate power, using heat rain to blast them all. 2 of the clones deftly dodge and rush toward him.
The villain is totally confused. Then, a chilling presence appears right behind him. The real Shin grabs his neck and places Amisa, his blade right at the old wound. The guy shrieks, realizing it's the exact same spot. And as Shin twists the blade, he howls and collapses. Clutching his gut, he curses Shin for tricking him with clones.
Shin just grins, saying it was all part of the plan. A truly epic strategy. If he does say so himself, beside.
Him. The system window goes wild. The Gorilla Master constellation is absolutely loving his battle tactics. While tons of constellations watch hunters, sponsorships are rare because they
cost a lot of power. The Dimensional Raider calls it a weak sponsorship, but Shin argues it helped him make the
right call. He declares he'll use any power he can get. The raider calls him a nutcase and tells him to focus on the enemy before him. Shin then leaps and stabs the downed guy's leg, who screams in pain, and asks what difference this makes. Shin replies that if capturing one guy changed the world, he wouldn't be here preparing his next attack. And with that, he delivers a final, clean slice.
A perfect kill. With the target down and contract secured, it's time to check out his new skills. Shin
examines his rewards while sheathing his blade. He got vision capture and superficial chaos, and he wonders if he should loot the body, too. Without a second thought, he starts patting down his fallen enemy. He starts pulling out all the gear. He figures the guy had some pretty solid items for being level 50. The gloves let him link mana to his dagger. The armor boosts his energy, and the ring increases his resistance. Best of all is a talisman from the god of evil that cuts skill cooldowns. For just 1 mana per second. After equipping everything, Shin admires his new stats. He decides that item was the best possible buff. Having stripped the body clean, he plans to sell the rank. 9 items. Hitting level 20 is next, leaving the area in his new outfit. He feels he can now
Unlock the ultimate assassin skill. Now back on the streets. It's weirdly quiet for a place. Called the Clawed Rabbit Zone. In the distance, a flash of light catches his eye. On top of a Dajisa
building, a huntress asks her boss if they should just finish him and take his loot. The boss simply nods. He
sends a light signal to his waiting crew. Seeing the signal, one of them says he'll wear Shin down by unleashing a horde of monsters. The released rabbits catch the scent of blood on Shin's clothes and charge right at him. He's actually glad to see them. The rabbits go down in an instant. After clearing them out, the system pings.
Shin has hit level 20. Thanks to his sponsor, his accelerated stabbing skill evolved into Bloody Stab. The huntress is stunned they went down so fast, so the boss decides to attack himself. He leaps from the building, lunging right at the boy. The boss's sword smashes into the ground as
Shin coolly sidesteps the attack. He wonders who this new guy is, barely avoiding a strike to his head.
Fuming, his opponent asks if he's too slow, using an advanced skill, but
Shin dodges and lands a bloody stab. After 10 hits, the enemy's healing ability will be disabled, so he
just has to keep it up. But the boss laughs it off, as the huntress smugly says her boss is a berserker who gets stronger as he's damaged. The opponent charges again, and Shin dodges, thinking, this guy is definitely a berserker. But his wild attacks leave huge openings, allowing Shin to strike again. The boss keeps taunting him, but Shin knows he just needs 4 more hits. As he closes in, the
opponent's vision starts to fade. Shin, now in his face, uses the vision capture skill, blinding him completely. He follows it with superficial chaos, scrambling his senses. With
these openings, Shin unleashes a flurry of stabs. The berserker doesn't feel the hits and starts
swinging his sword wildly, boasting that he felt nothing. When the effects wear off, his vision returns, and he
furiously asks if the cheap tricks are over. But then an overwhelming wave of pain hits him, making him wonder what's happening. Losing steam? As they stalled, the huntress fretted for the boss while her partner got antsy. Jumpy! The enraged berserker roared that pain only made him stronger. But a capture skill triggered. Kung Hu intervened, driving a fatal blade into the boss's chest, calling him human despite his class. Berserker? He noted that with too much blood loss. It was over. Then boom! The giant collapsed, utterly stunning the pair. The huntress and her friend panicked, scrambling away from Shin. He figured if looters were here, national security had completely failed. A system window appeared, informing him he'd obtained the Blood Glutton contract. Gangu grinned, telling his constellation he'd scored 2 today. He mused it was sponsor time, but the looters just labeled him a freak. Our main character, known for his absorption and assassination, processed the chaotic scene. He spoke with a kneeling subordinate about scoring some prime loot, like a magic resist bracelet. Paired with the shoes that boosted his speed, he now had a glove that raised his physical defense. He thought combining this glove with a key
throwing type would perfectly balance offense and defense. This build would let him fight tough foes more efficiently.
And tactically, he wondered if it was time to close the commission. Feeling energized, he began to walk. In Dijon,
a skyline of buildings loomed as a wide street stretched out. Suddenly, his magic shoes began to glow
brightly, drawing the eyes of everyone nearby. The woman was stunned he'd found the Vardo shoes so quickly. He gave a simple, polite thank you, ending their chat. Sunki noted that the first commission is a simple test, which he aced better than most. The guy added that 50% of it, recruits who take this first test end up dead. And thanks to her cold, calculating mind, she boasts a
stellar success rate on high-rank jobs. As promised, the woman gave him an attack pass for a
dungeon full of mid-tier bosses. She provided all the documents he needed to clear the mission. On the moor of Howling Winds near Gapyong Station lived 4 mid-bosses and 1 final boss. Shin Gangu read the document as she asked if he was enjoying it. With a smirk, our hero realized it was a dungeon with 5
potential abilities for him to steal. So, he requested to reserve it for tomorrow, ensuring it'd be ready.
When he arrived, continuing the chat, the seller wondered if she'd actually buy, showing some doubt. About her selections, Kim Mukun had gathered many items, sensing a prime opportunity for a deal. They began to discuss a new mission, poring over the details. The main character pointed to one man's picture on the file she provided. His name Ho Jung-Ti. His record included theft of national assets and assault. Sung-Kui said finding his hideout would be tough, as he rarely appears. But that wasn't a problem, since they had a way to track him. After selling his unneeded loot, he banked 250 million chaosis, $1 making a call. He focused on upgrading his security with his new cash. A voice answered on the line, asking for his name. Our hero got straight to it, saying he wanted 10 silatiums, and the drop point was Yangon Station. A man with a mustache confirmed the order and hung up in a flash. After the call, he figured there was time before the dungeon raid. He decided to get a drink and gather some intel at Club Hades. A vicious fight erupted between two men, instantly capturing the room's attention. The guy with long brown hair was badly injured, screaming in agony. The crowd went wild, cheering for the Mshui. Spectacle like a championship match. Shin Gangu informed the red-haired bartender he was betting it all. With a feral grin, he ordered a glass of Silasium Burst. A girl named Benny widened her eyes at the strange request. Laughing, she said the drink had a bizarre taste that no one ever ordered. He began to think that in clubs like this, bartenders were reliable info brokers. But this intel wasn't yet confirmed, making him skeptical of its validity. His eyes widened again, completely stunned by the sight, staring at a new face before him. He was floored by her sudden arrival. A woman with short hair and a tight dress was lounging at the bar. She was the right hand of an Eclipse executive, Kang Dong-yoon's hunting dog, Cheo-hee. As he took his drink, our hero wondered if Eclipse was already hunting him. With a smile, the red-haired bartender noted it'd be rare to see a handsome face like his here again. Intrigued, he asked her why. She admitted it was only a rumor. Leaning in conspiratorially, she whispered that Eclipse, planning a club takeover. Her theory is they'll separate the hunters and then haul them away to the mine. A classic human trafficking play. Suddenly, he gets why Chashi was lurking around. He decides it's time to bail from this shady place fast. As he moves, the bartender and the main boss whirl around, sensing the disturbance. He knows things just got complicated and starts to feel the pressure. Then, men in black suits storm the club, packing serious firepower. All eyes are locked on them until someone yells, "Eclipse!" A bartender makes a run for it, sparking panic in the gang. With a twisted smile, one thug tells everyone to watch out. Chaos erupts as people start scrambling, and a massive brawl kicks off with the patrons. One suited man tries to fight back, trembling with fear, pure panic in his eyes. In a desperate move, he lunges at a man in black with all his remaining might. The sound of clashing weapons fills the air, a symphony of destruction. The man with glasses notices, sensing something strange. Shin Gangu appears before him, his gaze locked on. Wielding an axe, he asks if the boss is ready to die, but our guy is faster, executing a teleportation attack, totally baffled. The enemy is left wondering what just hit him. He doesn't even see the next blow coming when he gets struck from out of nowhere. On the ground, he knows it's already over. Chasey observes the mayhem from a safe distance, calmly analyzing the situation. She studies the battlefield, planning her next move like a grand master. Then, she emerges from the shadows. She silently closes in on the main character. He can feel her presence getting closer. She's in full stealth mode. A sharp dagger is hidden behind her back, poised to strike with a swift motion. She hurls the knife at Shin Gangu. The hero has to react instantly in this chaotic moment, but the blade sails past him, hitting an enemy sneaking up from behind. Struck by the blade, the guy can only glare at her, completely stunned. Immediately, she follows up with another deadly strike, giving him no time to recover. He's dazed, confused by her cryptic words. Without speaking, the short-haired girl continues her fierce assault. She fights without a hint of hesitation, taking on anyone who gets near. Driven by sheer will, even the warriors are stunned, trying to process it all. The girl admits she's never met him, but he caught her attention, asking what guild he belongs to. With a serious look, he replies that he doesn't like being tied down. She smiles, asking if he's open for business, and he agrees. More armed men arrive, preparing to engage the duo. None of them understand why the investigators are attacking, ruining their entire operation. Her stare is sharp, but she's not intimidated, ready to face them all. The men are stunned by her abilities, unsure of how to counter. With a powerful voice, she orders the men in black to charge in without mercy. In the utter chaos, they have no idea how to deal with this insane development. With no choice, they charge the pair, who stand ready with weapons drawn. Shinong-hu begins to suspect this is all part of her grand scheme. He wonders if this is her way of testing his abilities. He decides to play along, attacking the fighters with blinding speed. The main character unleashes one of his special skills with incredible speed and precision. Attacks fly from every direction, turning the area into a battlefield. An enemy manages to disarm the hero, seeing a perfect chance to end it. But he always has another plan, refusing to give up. With quick and accurate movements, he outmaneuvers everyone in the chaotic fight. His skill level is off the charts, leaving everyone in awe. With a single,
clean slice, he severs an enemy's hand, taking him out of the fight. No hesitation. The woman was shocked, wondering if he's using some kind of telekinesis. He gave her a weary glance, his eyes heavy.
From the intense fight, revealing his exhaustion. Without pause, he told everyone to head for the emergency exit. Time to go. He was about to leave, but they realized he was trying to escape. Furious, the commander ordered his men to chase him down. The two of them fled while a few goons gave chase, as the rest stayed behind. Always curious, the woman began asking questions, wondering if he was an assassin or possessed some strange magic. He simply grinned and showed her his gear, proving he was prepared, using his magic glove. He attempted to attune himself to the dagger. He just told her she could believe what she wanted, maintaining his air of mystery. While running, he met a horde of enemies coming down the chai. The streets were set for a showdown. An alert screamed that the Black Lion crew was tearing up the club. Thugs swarmed the hall, attacking screaming patrons in total madness. The announcement continued. Eclipse tried to lock it down, picking off stragglers, but Shin Gangu was still untouchable. He moved like a phantom. Every punch whiffed as he dodged with almost supernatural grace. He managed to slip through their ranks and deliver brutal counters. A new system warning flashed before his eyes, but its meaning was a complete mystery. Then, unexpected support came from his constellation, praising his righteous actions in the chaotic brawl. An assassin lunged with dual blades, but he just laughed. What a joke. He flicked a blade straight into the man's forehead, who never saw it coming. The woman began to ponder his earlier words on justice. She questioned if justice could truly exist in this corrupt world full of chaos. But our protagonist didn't have time for that. He was locked onto his goal. The soldiers prepared their assault, vowing to repay their sponsor. Just then, an axe soared through the air and slammed into the wall with a deafening boom. Shin Gangu seized that moment, using the wall to launch himself upwards. He charged the man on the stairs with everything he had. The jump was brief, but utterly devastating, felling 3 enemies at once. After landing, he collapsed to his knees, feeling the strain. The exertion was immense. Footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Chasey retrieved a blade from a fallen man, ready for anything. She had anticipated this exact moment. Meanwhile, Shin Gangu kept pushing forward, smashing through every door in his way. He saw her in the distance, gesturing towards a safe route, happy and relieved. The girl cheered, believing she'd found the way out. Outside, countless stars pierced the dark
sky, illuminating the cold night. They had finally escaped the club, leaving the pandemonium behind. Eclipse.
Soldiers, however, were in relentless pursuit. From the shadows, they watched, waiting for the perfect moment. The woman proposed he work somewhere freer than the guild, with no strings attached. Her gaze was sharp as she said the pay
would be substantial. Handing him a card, the hero promised to call after handling some urgent business.
With that, he turned and vanished alone into the darkness. His subordinate stood by, awaiting new orders. Or a signal? A call arrived from her master. Something important had come up, watching the prisoners. She coolly reported the situation was handled. No more problems. She then asked if her master needed her to investigate someone. All she needed was a name. The location Chun Kumyang's detention center. The target was none other than Shin Gangu. At a bustling train station, people flooded the platform, boarding and disembarking. A figure in black shoes stepped off the train. It was Shin Gang, who figured he wasn't a wanted man yet, thanks to Kyoshi. But leaving Dijon was the smart play, just in case Eclipse was expanding its influence, monitoring trains to Gapyeong. The safest route for him was clearly Yongsun Station. The man began ripping open a cardboard box, tearing through the tape effortlessly. He confirmed the contents. It was all there, clutching it like a trophy. He slipped into a blind spot near the station as a wave of relief hit him. While scanning the area, he overheard a nearby conversation. A man in a fleece jacket was on the phone, telling someone to just step up. Then, out of nowhere, the man spotted him and freaked out, yelling about who he was. All he wanted was for the person on the other line to get to Yonggan Station. A silver-haired man in a long coat controlled the chaos. In his Seoul high-rise, all eyes were glued to a massive screen. This was the hub for the Jungwa Guild's dungeons. Security there was airtight, and it was the only place the National Security Agency seemed to function properly, running a huge market and keeping prices astronomical. The main character knew he needed a new approach. He had to switch it up. He deeply considered his unique skills and the epic loot he'd collected over time. A fire ignited within him as he grabbed one of the items, feeling the weight of his choice. Without a
Second thought, he crushed it with one hand, a pure display of strength and resolve. For him, that strength
was all he needed for whatever came next. His recovery rate would double if he avoided combat for over 30 minutes. Unlike other hunters, his special abilities meant he never worried about mana. With a dagger held firmly, he strolled through the city's empty streets. Then, suddenly, he was caught completely off guard. To stop cold in his tracks, a family was just enjoying a walk, the child demanding chicken for dinner. The mother smiled, certain the guilds had them covered. Shin Gangu watched the scene, thinking how naive they were. As he turned away, a sudden noise
snapped his head back around. Thugs were attacking the family, trying to grab.
The child as the father pleaded. The boy was terrified, but the attacker showed no mercy. Bystanders screamed for the National Security Agency. Panic grew, and Shin Gangu was ready to crush these clowns, even in public. He stepped forward, promising to get sincere with the thugs. The crowd was stunned. Their jaws dropped as an unexpected player entered the field, completely flipping the script. The criminals saw Chuan Hyong and instantly paled. They knew they were in deep trouble. Everyone stared, shocked to see Shin Gangu of the Yonghua Guild show up. His constellation offered insane fencing and spatial manipulation skills. Our main character wondered why he was even here. Since he never got involved like this, Chuan Hyong attacked, flicking a card at the criminals. One of the thugs snatched it from the air, eyeing it suspiciously. The man in the suit said he could have anything he wanted, just give the boy back. His partner immediately dropped the kid, no questions asked, but the boy hit the pavement hard. The father scrambled to see if he was okay. As the thieves fled, the job was a success, and Chie Guan Hyung could fall back. The family was safe as he pursued the criminals. Shin Gangu realized just how powerful and bold he was, a master swordsman with spatial abilities, making him an absolute monster in a fight. He was not about to let those two hooded goons escape. The swordsman unleashed his full power, delivering brutal strikes. Both thugs were completely disoriented, lost in the sudden chaos. With precise, overwhelming attacks, he dismantled them, giving them no room to even retaliate. Chuan Hyong moved like lightning. When the mask finally fell, one of the criminals was revealed. It was the same guy from the station. The one on the phone, he
couldn't believe his partner was finished. Crying, he begged for his life, pleading it was all just
an act. The crowd couldn't hear their exchange. Desperate, the man kept groveling for his life. He tried to face the terrifying man, but no one could stand against such power. And so, Chuan Hyong dispatched the second criminal and walked away. The area was secure. Now, this was a setup.
Our hero saw from a mile away. Use outside hunters, boost the guild's reputation, and then monopolize.
All the rights. People cheered him on as our main character departed, thinking all the luck coming Chuan Hyung's way would soon be his. Holding a notepad, a man offered a sincere apology. He handed over a sheet with details on the fugitive prisoner. Without hesitation, she began reading the file as if it were juicy gossip. Page after page, she absorbed every last detail. Shin Gangu appeared before two men in a forest. One of them knew him on sight. The main character's file was now in the hands of Chashi. She smirked, saying, "This person in the photo looks awfully familiar." The hero announced it was time to enter the portal. The guard confirmed the dungeon was prepped. But then he remembered what Shin Gangu said. Level 20. That was far below the recommendation, making this mission incredibly reckless. They asked the hero if he was truly ready for this. He started thinking it was crucial to level up for his grand plan. His minimum goal was level 50, requiring a serious grind. He had to level up fast, even if it meant taking a beating at first. Suddenly, the entire landscape shifted, replaced by massive, distant mountains. Shin Gangu pushed through the desert, fighting against a ferocious wind that threw him off balance. His vision was almost completely obscured. The only thing guiding him through the wasteland were his own footprints. He leaped back just as he reached a cliff edge. It was a massive, camouflaged gorge. The man nearly fell into the enormous chasm blocking his path. A strange noise echoed from behind him. Countless creepy eyes began appearing all around him. They were lizard-like. Monsters stared him down. If luck was on his side, his goal was closer than ever. The lizards lunged, a full-force attack. Meanwhile, Chasuhi was still deep in the intel.
On the fugitive, she needed the full analysis of the chase. The target was Shin Gangu, had outsmarted a level 100 hunter with massive mana. Still, she couldn't grasp how he accomplished his missions with just level 10 skills. An image was put under heavy analysis. Chasuhi thanked the director for his help. Then she dropped a bombshell she'd met the fugitive. What's more, she added that she believed he was level 100. The director was stunned. He couldn't process this new information, finding it utterly useless if the researchers couldn't even confirm his level. Back in the mountains, our hero continued unleashing his skills. The lizards charged, but his power was on another plane. The dagger found its ionized mark, sinking into one of them. The targets were their stomachs, just as he'd planned. With the magic glove, he knew this fight would take a while. He ripped his bloody blade from the beast's gut, ready to continue. Without an ounce of hesitation, with one perfect, devastating blow, he took down a dozen of them, showing his true strength. The main character made swift calculations, tracking the remaining enemies and planning his next assault. Only 2 remained, so he wasted no time and finished them in a flash. The monsters lay, defeated at his feet as he flashed a cocky smile, enjoying his victory. With a flick, he taunted the rest of the horde, daring them to attack him. Crawling slowly, with eyes like glowing rubies, the monsters crept forward, preparing another assault. The odds were ridiculous. But this guy stood his ground, ready to wipe them all out. Now, a key principle of monster hunting is damage. If a monster dies without your input, the system gives 0 credit. But if you manage to land even a single hit, you can earn some incredible rewards. And with that, he took off, sprinting from the lizards hot on his trail. They leaped and scrambled after him, but he was completely unfazed. He executed a perfect jump, soaring over a massive gorge with incredible finesse. Behind him began to fall, one by one, unable to keep up. He landed on the other side, leaving those poor lizards in the dust. The creatures that chased him plummeted into the deep abyss. There was no way they were surviving. That fall, not a single chance. Mission complete. He had successfully eliminated a common monster, clearing the challenge like a pro. With every kill, a new achievement notification popped up. His plan was a total success, and he was now rocking level 27. In another room, Chasuhi found a strange drawing on the floor, likely sketched by Shin Gangu. It seemed to be a blood ritual, but she had no idea of its purpose. She began to wonder if he'd summoned a constellation. Her phone buzzed. It was her master, checking in on her investigation. The subordinate reported the fugitive was no ordinary person, and she agreed. She requested backup, still fuming over the director's useless intel. She had already dealt with him. Back in the mountains, the warrior surveyed the wreckage. Defeated beasts were scattered everywhere, proof of how intense the fight had been. He held a stone, studying it as his mind drifted to the past. He recalled the hard grind of mining, the daily struggles just to survive. By this point, he knew Chasuhi must have figured out that he was the fugitive. But he wasn't going to be caught so easily. A colossal figure made of fire materialized behind our hero, illuminating the area. The creature strode forward, closing the distance with long, menacing steps. He saw the monster, a confident grin on his face. He was more than ready. For it, dagger in hand, he prepared his first skill. The two faced off in the desolate mountains. A hooded figure notched an arrow. The creature was seen defeated in the water. Shin Gangu had scored yet another victory. A notification appeared, confirming his skill completion. Now he could infuse the fire element into all of his weapons. From a distance, the man couldn't believe he downed an intermediate boss so fast. His hunting method was perfect. He used his combat arts to lure the fire humanoid to the oasis illusion. Magic was the key to his trick. This hero didn't fight like a low-level player, the observer thought. No wonder the captain had taken such an interest in him. The order to follow him came directly from her. The guard was meant to stick with him no matter where he went. That's why he'd memorized the warrior's face. The captain mentioned his test results were solid, but his low level was the real problem. The man should back Shin Gangu if things go south, and maybe drop some wisdom about teamwork when the time is right. This warrior could be a huge asset to Blue Eyes. If they could just power level him a bit. The spy decided he'd stick around to watch some more. A dagger flew from the shadows, striking a shield dead on. That barrier instantly started to fracture. From the impact, our hero noted their defense was impressive. One was an intermediate rear boss, defender, another, a side defender, and the third, a front defender, a complete set. The three huddled inside their shield, a perfect three-man unit with flawless coordination. This reminded him of Lee Yaren's words. She said she'd call him after she'd dealt with Ho Jung.
The girl wanted him to wait, offering him a full-time position. Thoughtful, he glanced at her, remaining silent. With a sly smile, he said she felt like part of a guild, and frankly, he doesn't like to share. Back in the fight, the hero made a short-distance leap. He scanned the glowing blue shield, analyzing it for any weakness. Then he started circling the giant orb, plotting his angle of attack. With a flash, he plunged his dagger straight into the barrier, aiming to shatter it completely. He kept moving with clever speed, staying one step ahead to dodge any potential counterattack. He activated another skill, cross-teleportation. The warriors were baffled, now to try out the capture skill. At that moment, the men's vision went black, another short-distance leap, and he was in position. Our protagonist was loving how smoothly this was all going. He was at the perfect range for abduction to work its magic. The warriors finally began to realize something was wrong. With the power of abduction, he picked them off one by one. Easy. The soldiers had no idea where the hits
were coming from in the darkness. Shin Nog was a blur of motion. The protective barrier was almost gone.
He scoffed at their squad philosophy, preaching about relying on others when they couldn't even handle their own business. Using cross-teleportation, he struck from nowhere with blinding speed. The defenders stood zero chance against his overwhelming pace. He prepared another short-distance leap, ensuring he maintained complete control of the fight. A confident grin spread across his face as he pushed harder, showing off his superior skill. The shield bearers couldn't even defend themselves now. This battle was already over. The victory windows popped up, but one boss was still standing. He was ready to go all out, but his target was already prepared. It was a face-to-face showdown. The protagonist swung his dagger upwards, landing a direct hit. He followed up with a series of quick, precise strikes. The enemy raised his fist for one last, desperate attack, but the hero's illusion magic confused him completely, leaving him wide open. There was no chance of survival for the soldier, left at his mercy. The final blow was coming, ending the battle decisively. There was no defense left to save him. The enemy was finished. He collapsed with a dagger in his chest, and Shin Nog leveled up to 29. Another flawless victory for our unbeatable hero. The lateral, rear, and frontal defense skills had merged into the protective barrier skill. A very interesting combination that would prove useful. The hooded man watched from afar, amazed by his talent. He thought maybe this kid didn't need a team, but it was still too early to tell. The observer would only know, for sure, after seeing him fight the area's main boss. Shinog was already facing his next foe, and his stalker was still there, watching his every single move. The two locked eyes in a tense stare-down as the protagonist buzzed with anticipation. The white-haired monster was about to use its bloodburn skill, the very ability our hero had been hunting for. The monster began to levitate, plotting its first move. It let out a deafening roar that echoed with pure rage. Purple fireballs of dark energy shot from its hands, streaking toward him at incredible speed. The hero dodged with 3 quick, successive leaps. The creature registered his opponent's swift movements. A beam of light sliced the air as defensive magic activated. The white-haired beast defended with a wind arrow. Our protagonist realized finding an opening would be tricky. He held a small green object in his mouth. The clash intensified. A stray blast from the beast shattered a nearby rock. With a barrage of skills up front and magic in the back, he could overwhelm the mage in close quarters, but Shin-Na had second thoughts. He knew getting hit meant serious blood loss. And that bloodburn skill was absolutely lethal. One wrong move could be an instant game over. As the mage zipped around, our hunter scouted for the perfect opening. The mage had played his entire hand, but Shin-Na he'd only shown off his hops, so his foe was unaware of his other defenses. Under the blood-red sky, the battle raged on. The observer noted how neither side could land a decisive blow. He saw our hero was still probing for his opponent's fatal weakness. The mage's spells grew fiercer by the second. That thing was starting to look pretty ticked off, its glare turning crimson. Sensing that frustration, our blue-haired boy decided it was time to play. This was the perfect chance for his big move. Time to finally show his true power. He used a series of rapid jumps, closing the distance with the airborne mage. With a determined gaze, he was now in range. Another mission nearly complete. He was right in the kill zone. There was hardly time for the mage to register the threat beside him. His white hair stood on end, realizing this kid could end him, so he desperately cast a spell. But Shin-Na's plan was already in motion. The battle intensified, with explosions of power, rocking the observer, hiding behind cover. It was time to execute universal teleportation and launch a surprise attack from the rear. The mage turned and saw him right there. With a sinister grin, he unleashed his ultimate magic on the hero. A massive purple explosion of dark energy erupted, but the mage celebrated way too soon. The protagonist simply positioned a hand, activating a barrier he'd acquired earlier to block the devastating attack. He also channeled his fire element, landing a huge blow on the mage's back. He plummeted to the earth, screaming in agony. Shinna's gaze was cold, watching his victory unfold. Engulfed in flames, the mage burned endlessly, defeating his foe. He admitted the new ability wasn't half bad. The hooded observer couldn't believe his eyes. The hero had soloed Alicia, no help whatsoever. Now he had the Bloodburn, ability he craved, completing his main objective. He also saw that his temporary partner had already vanished. His level was now 32, and he gained the basic assassin class skill, Acceleration. Reviewing his well-earned loot, he consumed the green quest item. He even scored in Haze, unexpected sponsorship, gaining some constellation power. At his feet lay a glowing blue item, pulsing with a mysterious and thrilling energy. The power of a constellation was finally his, something he never imagined possessing. This would be invaluable on his journey, helping him face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, in a shadowy building, a clandestine meeting was taking place. Hidden in the night, Kyoshi was updating her master on Shinna's progress. She stood with several soldiers, posted outside a locked door. Their mission: breach the room and secure any potential evidence. A man in a black jacket reported everything via his cell phone, typing a message to his client, confirming Eclipse was searching Shinna's home. But when they entered, they found nothing. The place was completely empty. On the other line, a man took a drag from a cigarette. The short-haired girl listened as her master admitted his growing fascination with our protagonist. He explained that the reason was the boy's decisive movements. Being both cautious and incredibly bold at once, he added that this caution was a trait he himself lacked. Her eyes widened. Hearing her, Master praised this boy's skills, which would make him a direct rival. He then asked if she had found any useful leads for their investigation. Glancing at a document, she confirmed that she had found something relevant. The woman explained the owner of this very house was actually a highly skilled and dangerous hunter. A figure watched the scene unfold from across the street, keeping their distance as the place was left a mess. The group departed with the clues they had gathered. As he left the mountains, our hero considered the Bloodburn ability he snagged, and selling the green magic stone, it would fetch 50 million won. He also got a ring that enhanced bleed effects and a skill book he'd hold onto. Suddenly, they heard a noise. A buzz erupted from his phone. Now clear of the dungeon's interference, he finally had a signal. He scanned the texts he'd missed. Confirming that Eclipse was hot on his trail, he flashed a massive, cocky grin at the news. Perfect. Thinking of Kyoshi, he recalled how that woman was a monster when it came to investigations. After scrolling through, Shinnog remembered Hanoyan. He knew this was the work of the Flower Guild's intel network. Just as he'd planned, Eclipse had pinpointed his movements and was now after Li Yarn. He knew she had zero obligation to help him, since she'd already shot down his proposal. Just another corporate suit. Yet, the blue-eyed man had his own war with Eclipse, over the city of Daejeon. He decided it was time to find Harjung-Ti. Looking cool, he hopped on a train with not a single bag. He'd need backup for this, and he had to find them ASAP, elsewhere. A red-haired man was sizing up a brick building. He scratched his head, wondering if he could even find Young here. He approached a guy smoking a cigarette, telling him to forget his plans. The man in the suit said Yangpong was way outside his jurisdiction. The man's eyebrow twitched, fury boiling as he glared at the structure. Ahead, that place was the last thing he'd called home, full of memories from a past nightmare. Step by step, he ascended, each footfall echoing in the dead quiet. At the top, he knocked hard. Ready for anything? A blonde kid appeared, asking who was there. The red-haired man asked for Heo Jung, but the boy played dumb, said he was the only one living there. Peeking past him, the man spotted a gun sitting on the kitchen counter. He immediately asked if the kid was a hunter. The boy's head snapped toward his gun. He claimed it's a jungle out there, and that he just assumed everyone had one at home. Feeling awkward, the man apologized, and the kid slammed. The door, it wasn't the place he was looking for. Inside, the kid instantly snatched up the bamche's weapon, a confident smirk on his face. He yanked the door open again, without a single hesitation. He aimed it at the redhead's back, but the man felt the movement and drew his massive sword. In defense, with lightning speed, the swordsman was faster. He slapped the gun from the boy's hand. Shocked by this, he realized the kid was serious. Storming the apartment, he went after the blonde kid. He landed a solid kick to his back, sending him to the floor with a yelp. To scare him, he rested his blade beside the boy's head. He ordered him to spill everything on Haojung. The kid swore he'd only seen him once, on a job, where he was warned to eliminate anyone looking for him. He also knew the target was hiding alone, but had terrifying backup. Blade to his neck. The redhead pushed for more, later. Outside the GMC building, he wondered if this was the Yangpyeong investigation's dead end. His focus then shifted to a noise.
Down the street, he saw several people approaching. 3 agents from the National Security Agency were
on patrol, eyes peeled, not wanting to get involved. He ducked behind a wall, avoiding their line of sight. The 3 agents walked slowly, scanning the area for something specific. Peeking out, the red-haired man plotted how to remain unseen. Suddenly, a guy with blue hair showed up, walking up to the agents. He insisted he had something vital to tell them, but they said they were busy. The guy claimed a hunter had just robbed him, spinning a wild tale for the officers. While the agents were
caught up in his story, the red-haired man took his chance to vanish. He darted to a new hiding spot,
making sure he was clear from being captured. Once safe, he was thankful he'd managed to dodge such a ridiculous situation. Feeling good about his escape, Shinog knew he'd just helped that guy get away. A hand with a watch reached for a book on a high shelf. The swordsman moved like a shadow, watching the area. Around him, an old album fell open, showing a picture that brought back a flood of old memories. 2 friends were in the photo, celebrating a happy occasion. As that day's memory returned, he remembered their laughter. As one congratulated the other on moving to Seoul, they kept laughing, enjoying the moment, completely oblivious to what fate had in store. The man in the black suit told his friend to relax, saying he'd handle things while the other was away. They were a team for justice, ready to face whatever chaos was. Coming, no fear, even if it meant taking on the world. Just then, a new man walked in. His shiny, sharp black shoes instantly drew all eyes. It was Shin Na, the hunter who had tracked down the Kai. Red-haired man, his vibe pure mystery and grim resolve. He cut straight to the point with a question: how did he find this place? But this man already knew everything. He revealed Udahun's current level, a shocking 362, and his link to the Seoul ASN. Startled, Udahun's hand flew to his sword. Did you run a check on me? Are you with them? But Shin Na only cared about finding Ho-jung. Shin Na was ready to form an alliance. Meanwhile, at Lee Yaren's desk, she lamented the lack of interest in the mercenary job, but her client was a top earner, even skilled enough for a recommendation to Jang Si-won. Suddenly, a strange sound made them whip around, instantly on guard. The screams were piercing, echoing through the office, leaving them both shaken by the chaos. It was Chashi, storming into the office with her infamous gang, Eclipse. With a document in hand, she announced she'd found her target, Lee. Yaren shot up. Stunned someone would just barge in unannounced. With a smirk, the long-haired girl said she wasn't there for a fight, just to talk. She slid Shin-na's file forward, asking if Yaren knew him, her gaze sharp and intense, blindsided by the file. Yaren stared at the paper, trying to process what was happening. Back with the 2 hunters, the redhead grew curious about the proposed job. Hesitantly, he asked what kind of mission they could handle together. Shin Na clarified that catching Haojung was just the start, and Udahun couldn't handle what came next, not alone, especially against the Seoul National Security Agency. He recalled how hard it was to find info on his friend, thanks to heavy access restrictions. The redhead called it a jurisdiction issue, but Shin Na wondered why security almost apprehended him before. Confused, Udahun didn't understand the hunter's point. He explained that Haojung had a powerful backer, someone who could even make the National Security Agency nervous. The redhead remembered the blonde kid's words and his talk with the man in the suit. He was connecting the dots, altogether, analyzing each detail and reaching a startling conclusion. He desperately needed to know this mysterious supporter's identity. To his utter shock, the backer was a high-ranking executive from the powerful Yonghua Guild. He was completely floored by the news, struggling to believe what he'd just heard. He thought the hunter was just bluffing. Shin Na proposed they team up, as their goals were the same. He set the terms. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., the redhead would see if he appeared at the square. He also swore it wasn't an ambush, telling him to investigate all he wanted. In return, if Shin Na kept his promise, the redhead would cooperate. In Lee Yaren's office, Chashi continued to grill her without pause. The other thought of the man's real name, Sunku. She knew Eclipse was desperate to find him for sending the hunter, and shot back a denial. Despite her claim, Chashi grew annoyed, saying she'd already confirmed she was recommended to him. Head in her hands, Yarn admitted it, but insisted the deal was canceled. Then, furious, she ordered the entire crew out. She pressed her lips and warned it was unwise to lie or play games with her. The woman stormed out, her footsteps heavy with rage.
After she left, Yaren ordered someone to tail the hunter, to track her movements.
She debated whether to tell Shin-na everything. It was a chance to strengthen her bond with the blue-eyed man. The scene shifts to a calm sky above the building, a contrast to the wild events below. A message buzzed on Ho-jung's phone. Someone was still on his tail, relentless, with a sarcastic grin. He cursed those clueless fools and plotted his counter. Coolly, he pocketed his phone, thinking no one had a clue he was hiding in plain sight. He strolled down the street, humming, totally unaware of the brewing chaos. Suddenly, he spotted someone approaching him, someone who'd been stealthily tracking him. It was Shin-na, the man he'd been waiting for, appearing at last. The dark priest's aura flared, shining like a wicked constellation. The two men began to speak, exchanging tense looks as the world around them fell silent. The vision capture spell activated, revealing hidden details that changed everything. Hyo-jung felt the spell's impact, a surge of energy like a lightning bolt. Something was awakening within him, a transformation no one saw coming. They instantly sprang into action, launching their attacks. With lethal precision, they closed the distance, ready to strike.
Shin Gangu saw his spell fail, realizing this guy had insane magic resistance.
The long-haired fighter wondered if this was the man hunting him down. He stood his ground. Hai-Yong-tai then exploded into action, forced to defend himself. He was done playing games, unleashing a storm of swords right at him. A direct hit, and the man screamed, crying that he was innocent. He pathetically denied any involvement, swearing he didn't know Shin Gangu. But Chashi's assault was relentless. She showed zero hesitation. She was sick of the usual lies, remembering how Shin Gangu ghosted her. She even recalled her master admitting he was a worthy opponent. Her heel dug into the earth, channeling her fury. He was just an enemy now. Mercy was off the table. This guy was stealing her spotlight, and she couldn't allow it. She had to act fast for herself before this situation got any worse. After taking him out, she was sure her master would understand the extreme measure. And if she accidentally eliminated Shin Gangu, it was just part of the mission. He was now fighting for his life, dodging a flurry of lethal attacks.
A protective shield deflected a backstab, keeping him alive in the fight. Ho-jung saw another new skill, wondering if he was becoming a killer. 4 more daggers appeared in his hand, aimed with deadly precision.
They were all locked on our hero, who moved fast to dodge a terrible fate. He weaved through the blades with inhuman agility, as if seeing the future, creating distance. The two warriors prepared for the final showdown.
Hai-Yong-tai's face was a mask of pure rage, his composure completely shattered.
He needed to get in close, to land one perfect fight-ending strike. He was stunned by the intense moves, watching with shock and respect. He never expected such reflexes, a skill far beyond his opponent's level. He was baffled by these insane abilities, questioning his underestimation. The knife struck its target. Then, Shin Gang revealed he'd set a mana trap.
Artifacts lay scattered as he strolled among them, an untouchable presence.
He explained that every struggle made his long-haired foe easier to predict. Our hero could now anticipate his adversary's route, seeing every single move. His piercing gaze radiated absolute dominance. All Young felt was searing pain. He knew he had to retreat. Not that it mattered, our hero was already gloating. Then he unleashed his newest skill, the epic bloodburn, boosting his power. His opponent writhed in agony, completely lost with nowhere left to run.
Pinned to the ground by pain, he was somehow still spitting threats.
He bragged about his backup, but Shin Gang wasn't the least bit concerned. He already knew this was Chi Kwang-hyung from the notorious Zhonghua Guild. The man on the ground was stunned, unable to grasp how he knew his name. Preparing for the end, he channeled all his strength to finish the job. Elsewhere, a red-haired man recalled everything Shin Gang-hoo had told him. He had noticed the man was glued to his watch, like a countdown to doom. His dead friend's account was still on it, needing to be processed. But Ho-jung's supporter would never want that, considering the situation. He concluded they wanted to keep it secret, covering up the account. Insiders with access saw the report and stormed the village. The redhead was laser-focused, absorbing every last detail. Shin Gang-hoo insisted they partner up. The next day, red hair finally arrives, fashionably late. Our hero smirks, telling him he's been waiting an eternity. But his ally only cared about Hyo-jung, demanding to know where he could be, hiding. And just like that, their target appears, battered and broken, completely subdued in our hero's grasp. Uda-hoon finally understood. Tracking this guy was nearly impossible due to his insane skills. And there were countless eyes watching their every move, all by design. An arrest here, in public, meant even his powerful backers couldn't interfere. He then offers a choice personal revenge against the man, an act no one would dare stop. He tells him the clock is ticking. He must decide now, caught between justice and vengeance. He was frozen, utterly speechless. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the park in shadow, a guard suddenly appeared on the scene, telling everyone to back away while watching the situation intently. He asks Shin Gangu if he's the one who contacted them about Hyo-jung. Our hero nods, presenting the captured man, a ghost known for his vanishing acts. The guard requested his hunter registration number to process the bounty. Without missing a size, Beat, our main character, rattled it off, proving his competence and ensuring a smooth transaction. The guard
thanked him for his help and completed the exchange, handing over the massive reward. He'd just earned 300
million won and a dungeon rental key. Night had fallen. Red Hair stared into the distance. He had forgone his personal revenge, but felt no regret. It was the right choice, for his friend's sake. They both just needed a place they could trust in this harsh world. They hoped the National Security Agency
and the Young Hua Guild could be that sanctuary. Back to the plan. He needed the ASN to pay for its failures.
He wouldn't let the guild or the ASN rest easy after this. His mind was already calculating the perfect
path forward, planning every move with cold precision, the very same path that led to his epic revolt
against the ASN, a legendary act of defiance. In the original story, he was the ultimate villain, the sworn enemy of the mighty Young Hua Guild. And while the original hero chased his own destiny, tackling every challenge, our guy was caught in this mess. But this time, he would leave absolutely no trace behind. The man was still weighing the favor he'd been asked to do for that sweet reward. Shin Gangu made it crystal clear he never worked for free. A smirk played on his lips. He was ready to eliminate Chuan Hyung,
which promised a legendary payday. A guard reported that Hong Ti had been arrested, his arms mangled.
Demanded to know who was responsible. Immediately, the cop pulled up the hunter registration, checking the details with a hawk's eye. But he recoiled. Something was wrong with the screen. The data was incomplete.
Critical info had simply vanished, leaving the officer completely baffled and unsure of
what to do next. The data had been wiped using another guard's account, erasing all possible evidence. The craziest part, the account belonged to a dead man. In a massive explosion of sheer rage, Cha Kwan-hyung couldn't process the news. He refused to accept the officer's report, turning his fury on the Chamsis, guards now kneeling and begging for their lives. They claimed they went to Yangpyeong, but found no one. Suspicious, fuming, he refused to believe their pathetic excuses. They pleaded with him to calm down, but his glare was pure ice. Suddenly, a beam of red light filled the room. A man with light hair and eyes entered, asking
what all the commotion was about. Shin Gangu revealed he'd taken Ho Jung-tai's items for himself, like
the recovery of resistance. He mused that the enemy of my enemy makes the best ally, a brilliant move. But Red Hair was completely lost, struggling to understand these cryptic words being tossed around. Our hero needed a blade to face the Young Hua Guild, so he assisted in a revenge plot, all to gain a Cha ally. And now, the swordsman realized he was being cast as the main character, a role he utterly hated. He declared he was no so-called protagonist. Shin Gangu was merely a shadow, meant to let Jiang Xuan shine. With that, he would return to Seoul. The warrior gave him one last look, then melted back into the shadows. Meanwhile, Shin Gangu continued toward his goal. Under the bright moon, he had a thought about leveling up. The argument with the guards grew wilder, but they just ignored his insults. He wasn't calming down at all, his ranting only growing louder as his anger boiled over. That's when a large man in white appeared. His aura was intense, radiating pure mystery. He warned that Guangyang was in a foul mood. The guards recognized the newcomer instantly. Jiang Xuan had arrived. Acknowledging his powerful presence, he commanded the police to scram, making it clear he wanted no interruptions. Fearing his overwhelming aura, the officers fled the scene without a second thought. He resolved the conflict with absolute ease, and the men backed down, not daring to question him. Later, the key players were gathered in a tense room, each observing the others carefully. The conversation started. Slowly, every word weighed to avoid any misunderstanding. Jiang Xuan asked what the issue was. What was fueling all this rage? Guanghyang said his tool was destroyed, suspecting it was sabotage. The guy continued his rant, but was sharply cut off. He had been warned. Sitting there, the man in the white suit demanded more details to understand the problem. Coolly, he stated he no longer cared about the plague. Any enemy in his way would be turned to ash. At Yanggu Station, a lone hand touched a statue resembling a dog. It was Shin Gang, carefully observing everything. He knew from the novel this was a hidden dungeon, a place holding valuable and dangerous secrets. For our main character, Jiang Xuan, to conquer it, he'd have to face trials. That would test his limits. The blue-haired warrior was ready to dominate this time, seizing every chance in his path. He strode forward, radiating unshakable confidence and pure resolve. In his hand, a glowing dagger sliced through the gloom, ready for a fight. He stood at the entrance, braced for any sudden ambush. Then Jiang, the many-eyed mid-boss, appeared, its presence heavy and suffocating. He felt the danger, creeping closer and sizing up. The perfect moment to attack. Their eyes met, the monster towering over him with immense pressure. With magic flaring in his eyes, he launched his assault, unleashing an energy that warped the very air. Using shadow steps, it created a perfect clone, instantly doubling the threat. The shadow copy lunged with insane speed, while the original watched calmly, and, just like that, it vanished into thin air, leaving only silence. Then, zooming in, on Shin Gangu in a single leap, shadows suddenly filled the space, but he stayed cool, awaiting the perfect chance to counter. The shadows charged, attacking with fierce and sneaky speed. With his dagger drawn, he found the opening he needed, preparing for a game-changing blow. Using his magic glove, he unleashed a powerful spell, hoping to end the threat. But he never saw what was coming. The creature's insane reflexes allowed it to dodge the hit, showing off its crazy speed that left him stunned. More clones were closing in fast, surrounding him, and raising the tension of this epic fight. Suddenly, his dagger was stuck in the ground. He dashed to retrieve it, his will to win burning like a fire. Set to crush any obstacle, his feet barely touched the ground as he sprinted toward the shadows, moving with incredible agility, and started taking them down one by one. He wiped out the clones while keeping his eye on the original. He finished them off, giving them zero room to react, proving his mastery in this fight. But he sensed another attack from behind. He realized too late that a much greater danger was here. It was a lightning-fast shadow, moving with terrifying precision, ready to land a fatal blow. It used illusion magic to disorient him and landed a heavy punch with unbelievable force. Our hero felt the hit, staggering back as he tried to regain his balance. He dropped his knife, unable to maintain his grip after the impact. The shadow then realized the fighter had vanished completely. The monster stood alone, its target nowhere to be found. That's when he tapped into his true power. He drove the dagger straight into its head. The shadow was finished. He'd found its weakness. Dazed, it met its end. With no strength left to resist, it crumbled before the protagonist. Poised for the final blow, the beast collapsed without a sound, utterly defeated. It was no longer a threat. Our hero snatched another legendary win, proving his power against all odds. Impossible odds. His foe never expected illusions or a hidden ambush, let alone tracking its every move to strike at the perfect instant. Just like that, an intermediate boss falls, and he snags the shadow step ability. He swore he'd master this power in ways the original owner never could. His level skyrocketed to 33, clearing stage 1 with ease. Meanwhile, two figures are still debating in that room, and they're locked in their opinions, each utterly convinced he's right. One is clearly losing his patience. The blonde-haired man declared the world spun around him, a paragon of goodness, justice, and the true way. At the same time, Shin Gangu was hopelessly lost in a dense forest. As if summoned by plot, the main boss appears before him. But something was wrong. This wasn't unfolding according to the novel's script. The man in the black suit began to realize who the actual protagonist of this strange tale really was. Confidently, the man in white with light hair announced that he was the story's true main character, but Shin Gangu was already steeled for battle, both in mind and body, for the ordeal ahead, his most formidable challenge yet. This time, his opponent was another version of himself, the final boss, and the most powerful entity of all. With his weapon drawn, he readied himself for the ultimate enemy. He initiated with a short-distance jump, closing the space instantly. He swung his blade, but it sliced through empty air as his foe dodged flawlessly. His feet hit the ground with a thud that echoed as he charged. Eager to press the attack, he aimed another sword strike, seeking an opening to end this quickly. Their blades met with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying as steel sang across the battlefield. He knew this would be a close-quarters duel, demanding skill and strategy to overcome this master. Using illusion magic now would leave him wide open. It would completely ruin his footing, costing him his precious initial advantage. And since they could both read each other's flow, they were aware of every weakness. Perhaps by mixing the short-distance jump with his abduction skill, evading would become a nightmare for his opponent. The only real option was to rely on skills requiring physical contact. He knew this would be a grueling fight. Transversal teleportation was used casually, but he was prepared. Dagger in hand, poised to land a decisive, precise blow against his enemy. He surged forward with his signature move, the bloody stab, attempting to overwhelm his opponent's guard with pure force. But the other dodged like a phantom, deploying a protective barrier that deflected his strikes and shattered his hopes for a quick victory. His adversaries, defense and offense, were perfectly balanced, showcasing immense skill in this high-stakes clash. He wanted to test just how long his enemy could withstand such a relentless onslaught. Then, suddenly, his foe
Split into multiple clones, turning the battlefield into a chaotic and unpredictable storm. He was completely disoriented, facing the Shadow Steps ability, which warped his senses in the heat of combat. He couldn't trust his own eyes, as his opponent seemed to be everywhere at once, masterfully playing with his perception. He lunged with his dagger, set to deliver the finishing blow and end this duel. With all his strength, he struck, believing he'd finally gained the upper hand. He cleaved his enemy in two, but the man activated his swap ability at the last second, evading a fatal strike. He felt a piercing pain deep inside. The enemy's sword was already moving again. It was the bloody stab technique, but a protective shield materialized to block it. Still, cracks began to spiderweb from the chamit. Incredible force of the blow. In an instant, the barrier shattered, leaving the man exposed. Burning with fury, his copy began his counterattack. He warped from the spot, desperately trying to escape. The bloody stab ability was unleashed again. Multiple hits found their final mark. He sensed something approaching from behind. It was a short-distance jump, but the man threw up another protective barrier to defend himself. The shadows continued their assault, tearing at his defense. With eyes wide,
with panic, the attacks kept coming. Fleeing from it all, he tried to find cover. He was shaken by the raw intensity of this fight. He unleashed another spell, Shadow Strike, but his foe evaded it all. He had no idea how to defend himself or what strategy could win this fight. Another shield flickered into existence as he desperately tried to protect himself from the shadows. As someone yelled to push onward, he charged in for a close-range clash. The swap ability was used again, and he hesitated, unsure what spell to cast next. He defaulted to his protective barrier, but it soon broke apart under the barrage of attacks. He had reached his absolute limit and was growing desperate. His mana was completely depleted. He couldn't copy mana hypersensitivity this time. The bloody stab came, sealing his defeat, but victory came at a price. He was battered from all the attacks, unable to even react. Pain flared across his body. With a sharp leap, he made some distance, but his foe demanded a final showdown. Not done yet. He wanted more, so he unleashed a final, fiery blast. But it was his own game over, sprawled on the ground. He had no retreats left. Shin Gangu knew his mana hypersensitivity was a cheat code, and quickly leveled up his skills. His eyes were already set on a hidden dungeon, plotting his next move like a grandmaster. He browsed the skills in the book, and after studying them all, he claimed the most legendary one. Now at his peak, he was sure nothing could stop him. He had entered God mode. He acquired his first ultimate ability, a true mark of honor that put him in a different league. He was thrilled with his journey, recalling the grueling battles and sweet victories. He was a true champion, a legend who overcame every single challenge. With this, he blocked one of Zhang Xuan's ultimate moves, but never dreamed he'd get a red crystal and a skill book. Crystals were rare gems for upgrading powerful gear. He smirked, thinking how jealous Zhang Xuan would be. Deciding to keep the loot, he first dove into the assassin skill book, which was filled with deadly new techniques for silent takedowns. He devoured its pages, absorbing every secret, ready to use them in his next fight. This book held all the answers, and he was eager to test its lessons in the coming battles. And so, he moved forward, ready to face the threat of Hojung Ti the next day. Near Pyong Station, Li Yaren said she'd never seen such a scene outside a dungeon. He just nodded, knowing exactly what she meant. But she had some serious questions for him, some very pointed questions. Gesturing to the area, she asked why he sent 100 million won to her account. He knew Chisoi was on his trail. If his info leaked, she'd be in Yangpyeong in a flash. Apparently, she was hunting him by eliminating any hunters who couldn't find him. The woman said protecting client info was her duty, and he added another small detail. He mentioned capturing Hojung, making her stare wide-eyed. That was why he never revealed his true name to her. Not believing her ears, Li Yuran couldn't understand how he caught the fugitive so cleanly. She truly believed in that kid's potential. He just kept surprising.
Everyone, curious, she asked what name he preferred to use from now on, respecting his choice. After all, she'd only learned his real name by a complete accident. For safety, he said, she should use
his alias. Joking, she said Sunku had a nice ring to it. And they returned to discussing commissions. At a bus stop, the commissioner was leading the escort, excited to see their skills. Her name was Yoon, Sangman, and she was eager to meet Sunku. Our hero flashed a polite smile, saying it was a pleasure. They stood before an armored bus, guarded by hunters armed with deadly magic bullets. Though running, such a service was costly. Public safety was assured. Our hero boarded the bus and decided to get some rest until they reached Ulan. Inside, the bus buzzed with talk of hunts and plans. Shin Gang, who awoke with a start, annoyed by the loud chatter of the other passengers. He was already irritated, just wanting some peace on the long ride ahead. Suddenly, his sword began to pulse with a brilliant light, grabbing everyone's attention. He saw a guard's reflection nearby, but remained perfectly calm and still. The guard eyed him with suspicion, but sensed no threat from Shin Gangu. The officer then walked
down the aisle, his sharp eyes scanning every passenger. He searched for anything out of the ordinary, but
nothing stood out. He aimed a gun at our hero's head, who sat there as cool as ever. A shot rang out from an officer inside the crowded bus, but he wasn't the one who fired. He just sensed the danger. The man was no longer where the shot had been aimed. He was gone. Using transverse teleportation, Shin Gangu was instantly behind the guard. With his blade in hand, he struck him down, dealing 33% more damage than ever before. He was excited about this new power, a perfect trump card for desperate combat situations. The other passengers stared in shock at the man lying motionless on the vehicle floor. The second officer, already on alert, drew his weapon and prepared to face him immediately. Shin Gangu knew he was facing a mob, but showed no fear. Then, out of nowhere, a crimson flash lit up the scene, stealing everyone's focus. Turns out, classical tunes can actually speed up your healing factor. Fivefold seriously. Yunang Min was ready to throw down for her friend, but our hero wasn't interested. In a tag team, worried they'd just get in each other's way. With those emerald eyes, she just shrugged it off. Content to watch the show. And so, the main character squared up for battle. The odds were stacked high against him, but he was far more cunning. He had a whole arsenal of tricks, like vision capture and creating a little chaos. He summoned shadows, baffling his foes with swift strikes. The officer, getting ticked off, was over these games, but nothing worked. He couldn't land a single hit on Shin Gangu, even swarmed by enemies. Shin Gangu nailed the guard, who howled in pain. He then used his swap ability at the perfect moment, evading the incoming bullets. Though injured, the guard attacked relentlessly, seeking revenge for his fallen comrade. Shin Gangu was a monster, facing every foe with pure confidence. Nothing could stop him. He seized his enemies, using his skills to dominate the fight. With his wine cellar ready, Shin Gangu went all out on defense, proving he wasn't going anywhere. He felt no fear, facing them all with pure nerve, even in this chaos. Another gunman opened fire, spraying bullets wildly, but our hero danced through the storm. That swap skill was the real MVP here. He avoided every single shot, staying untouched in the firefight. Then, he dashed toward the gunman, poised to attack. With a sudden leap, he closed the gap, preparing for a pinpoint strike. He activated another broken skill, acceleration, pushing his speed to insane levels. No one could touch him. They were all stunned, but it wasn't over. Shinangu laughed at his foe's persistence. They were already beaten, but he wanted to end this quickly. So, he activated his ultimate skill. It was time to finish this. Since these guys had no idea who they were messing with, they were playing with fire, and they were about to get burned. His enemies took devastating hits, completely unable to block his onslaught. The blood-burn skill was savage, sapping their strength and leaving them defenseless. In an instant, they lost the will to fight, crushed by his overwhelming power. Only lifeless forms remained on the vehicle floor, a testament to the battle. One by one, his enemies fell to the ground with zero chance of survival. Only one guy remained, barely standing, but he was completely exhausted. The two girls hiding behind the seats witnessed the entire massacre. The dude with the headphones coughed up blood, showing the damage he'd taken, with a smirk. Shin Gangu asked if he was enjoying his little playlist. But the man was determined, raising his weapon with a sinister grin. He didn't hesitate, unloading his clip, trying to hit Shin Gangu. Just then, Yunang Min emerged from cover and stomped hard on the gunman's foot. A simple move, but it sent him stumbling, right into our hero, who waited with his blade ready, with a clean and fatal strike. The man fell, with no way to defend himself. His life ending instantly. Those were his final moments, sealed by his fate. The main character had just won another impossible fight, flexing his insane power and skills. The two girls were still frozen in their seats, anxiously waiting for this insane battle to conclude. Yoon Sung-min watched intently, absorbing every single move he made. With a shimmer in her eyes, she declared that he had passed the test. After finishing his target, he secured his contract with the music, father, boosting his recovery speed. He mused that it was time to get into some classical music. During his downtime, chuckling, he started looting the pockets of the fallen goon. He found a resistance item at his level, a brand new glove. He also found a special shoe that would seriously boost his agility, which was perfect. The rest of the junk would be sold off to fund his future upgrades, curious about the situation. The girl asked if she deserved a little praise for her assist. After all, she played a vital role in the fight and expected some credit. But he seemed completely distracted. Grinning, she announced she wanted to officially appoint him captain of the Taeyang River. Ulan's organizations were side content, and the Taeyang River was a perfect example. While unwrapping a lollipop, she revealed the commission's insane payout, 2.5 billion. She named him the king of Olin and tasked him with taking Gong Taeso's left arm. But even with that crazy offer on the table, our hero had a condition of his own, one that was completely unexpected. He demanded that the Taeyang River seize full control of Olin, leaving everyone stunned. Instead, he wanted a duel with the infamous leader of the mysterious abyss. The girl nearly swallowed her lollipop, stunned by his outrageous demand, her mind completely blank. The abyss is one of the strongest and most dreaded forces inside the Yunghwa Guild, a military unit with terrifying power and teamwork, despite crumbling. From their own internal drama to crush the Junghwa Guild, Shin Gangu had to ally with them for some serious muscle. The girl considered his bold request. The Taiwa River is just one of the abyss's many satellite groups, his perfect chance to get inside. She laughed, finding his terms amusing, and suggested they discuss the details after he proved his worth. Strolling together down the street, Shin Gangu and Yoon Min kept moving everywhere they went. Strange women appeared, and the rumors began to fly. She introduced him to the dungeon where Gong Taeso lurked, a bizarre labyrinth overflowing with immense power. From the vibe of the place, he knew this wasn't a raid. They were here to hunt Gong Taeso. The girl asked if the warrior knew the term fireworks. He gave her a solemn look, thinking carefully before he spoke. The term was used when a pack of mercenaries banded together to hunt a high-level target. Most who joined were signing their own death warrants, but for the few who survived, the rewards were absolutely legendary. Shin Gangu knew all about Gong Taeso's constellation and fighting style, which gave him a huge advantage. The girl revealed he had countless enemies, with about 100 kill orders active. Gong Taeso was the leader of the Scarlet Blood, and in Olin, his very name was enough to inspire terror. He was a complete psychopath who cared for no one. He slaughtered everyone in his path, earning him the name Olsen Slayer. That guy was difficult to defeat with his level 200 gear. A shout rang out. Gong Taeso was spotted sending everyone into a frenzy. He appeared with an imposing aura, surrounded by bodyguards, his lavish outfit screaming of his authority and wealth. On his hand was an elegant glove, adorned with a red diamond that shone brilliantly in the light. He demanded the area be cleared, not wanting anyone in his path. Whispers spread about. The man's left hand, the one with the gemstone. The girl explained that when casting magic, he defends 99% of his left arm, making it more valuable than his life. Every mercenary there was drooling over that bounty, just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. She finished by saying once he left the dungeon, the main event would begin. Shin Gangu simply turned away after she dropped all that intel. His actions were odd. She wondered if he would abandon her while his crew watched from nearby, but the man just shook his head, telling her to leave because he had a place to visit. In an art shop, patrons were scattered, studying every piece like they were on a treasure hunt. At the counter, Shin Gangu asked for an item, priced at an insane 500 million won. He decided to liquidate all his assets, without a second thought. He would obtain that crucial item. He was prepared to keep only the bare minimum, even if he had to live on. Scraps. That ring could reduce pain and increase resistance, a total game changer. He knew finding a 4th rank piece, like that was an insane challenge. He pocketed the item, slipping out of the shop without being noticed. He was hunting for something that would truly advance his journey and his future ambitions. But the key item he needed felt missing, like it had completely vanished. His mind shifted to Gong Taeso, realizing the man had no constellation, while all his minions did. He theorized the man always checked his equipment before a mission, making sure there were no flaws. He continued to formulate a strategy he could execute. Then he saw her, a short-haired girl who had been shadowing him this whole time. The sacred archer's skills activated, boosting magic and bow, attacks by 5 times. Shin Gangu felt an immediate resonance with this item. He met the girl's eyes and understood. It was Gong Taiso in disguise. The hunter's shop was packed with people. With its mysterious eyes and silent movements, the figure slipped out of the shop, vanishing into the crowd. Curious and highly suspicious, he began to follow the figure, determined to learn their identity and motives. The disguise was so perfect, it would take a master, detective to see through it. If not for a sudden gleam from a constellation, the warrior would have never known it was him. He saw that everyone around them was a constellation user, and there were guards posted everywhere. Gong Taiso. He slipped into a ride already in motion. The guy preferred a low-key approach, but he finished his thought and leaped a short distance. Now he was ghosting across rooftops, leaving no trail for anyone to track. He moved on foot, determined to see the enemy's true play. The sun was setting, bathing the sky in color. Gong Taiso smirked, reveling in how perfectly his disguise was working. He couldn't wait to see the mercs' faces when they found out they'd been tricked. A mysterious new player joined their ranks, instantly accepted as the new boss, but the disguised hero didn't like this one bit. With narrowed eyes, he focused his power on one of the goons. The man was bewildered, finding himself suddenly alone. He had no idea how to react to the chaos erupting around him. Doubt began to cloud his instincts. Shin Gangu realized why he'd survived the cloud explosion. Panicked, the men demanded answers. By now, our hero saw his path clearly and was ready to act. As night fell, tension hung in the air, waiting for Gong Taiso. Sunku had missed the rendezvous point and was running dangerously late. The muscular boss, stressed about the stranger, suspected a spy. He recalled how the White Corporation was annihilated recently, its members systematically hunted and eliminated. He suggested sending a question into the void. The girl calmly told him to relax. The blue-eyed leader, Lee Yaren, was growing confident, managing scenarios for clients while staying neutral. And those blue eyes proved he possessed formidable skill. So she decided waiting for this man was worth it. She received a notification on her phone. To her surprise, the message was encrypted. As she read, she was floored by the intel. She ordered him to assemble everyone for an urgent briefing. She informed them they were evacuating the area immediately. Everyone watched this scene play out in the dungeon. Footsteps rang out. On the street as they advanced, it was Gong Taiso and his crew. A boy's shout cut through the tension, announcing their target had finally revealed himself. People scrambled for the inevitable fight, mustering all the courage they had for this insane situation, with crude weapons and anything they could grab. They began advancing on the man, ready to brawl. His guards, fiercely loyal, moved to protect their leader from any new threat. Burning with rage, the fighters wanted him dead, driven by a truly immense hatred. A bat studded with rusty nails rose high, ready to swing for a shake home run. The guards formed a human wall around their leader, ensuring no one breached their perimeter. And just like that, the battle ignited. People charged ahead without a second thought. The relentless guards crushed anyone who dared get in their way. They fought ferociously to defend their master. The crowd roared, shouting for them to light up the night. Suddenly, someone was seized from behind by a single hand. A desperate kid used another man as a shield. He didn't care. He just had to get out alive. A crimson beam of light erupted, signaling immense power. And then, in a explosion rocked the entire area. The man was engulfed in flames, and Gong Taiso appeared in his disguise, declaring he just wanted to light things up. No one knew what was going on, thinking he'd appeared from thin air. Desperate screams of panic echoed everywhere. A flurry of quick punches, precise kicks, and wild blows were thrown against the unending assault. The guards were dismantling the hunters, left and right, flexing their power and leaving a trail of destruction. They asked with a smirk if the hunters wanted a special fireworks show. Shockingly, this had been the plan all along, a twist no one saw coming. The explosion became a thunderous roar, its insane force shaking everything. On the ground, the boy ignited as the flames spread like wildfire. No one could pinpoint the source of the sudden explosion, leaving everyone stunned and terrified. It was Gong Taiso, firing from a distance with his eyes shut. But Shin Gangu was onto him, recognizing the power of the sacred archer's constellation. It was obvious. He created blasts, taking out dozens at once. With the sacred archer's blessing, magic and bow attacks were boosted 5 times. He was meant to obliterate everything in sight. He loved the view. All.
while keeping a safe distance. As he conjured another spell, the time to strike arrived. Shin Gangu moved to end Gong. Taiso used his power to bind his target, ensuring 0 chance of escape. Despite the fierce struggle, the
man's lackeys were baffled, clueless about their leader's predicament. In that instant, their boss,
completely disoriented, couldn't even see his attacker coming. He was a sitting duck with a
steely gaze and swift steps. Shin Gangu closed in, prepared for anything. Shin Gangu lunged forward, sword drawn, aiming right for Gong Taiso. Panicked, Gong Taiso barely dodged the frenzied lunge, scrambling to evade Kangu's lethal blade. The dagger flew straight for Taiso's heart, but he vanished with a short-range teleport to evade it. Our hero knew his enemy couldn't. Warp very far, limited to small spatial hops. Thinking fast, Kangu pinpointed the perfect attack vector, directly from his opponent's blind spot. With a flawless leap, he materialized behind Taiso, ready to spring a
deadly trap using his special skill. His bloody stab activated, granting Kangu a devastating blow that caught Taiso completely by surprise. A scream tore through the air as the strike landed. Taiso was defenseless, gone.
Taiso never saw the furious assault coming. He froze, unsure how to respond. A huge explosion then erupted above the building, unleashing flames and absolute chaos. The inferno spread instantly. The devastation from the Shai's clash was immense and incredibly dangerous, spreading anarchy everywhere. Pieces of the ground began to collapse as fire consumed the walls. These raging flames were far stronger and deadlier than the hero ever imagined. Enraged, Gong Taiso saw his foe from afar. His own arm was injured from the last exchange. Seeing his enemy wounded, he figured it was time to end this. He savored the moment, a cruel smile
spreading as he spoke. The perfect moment to activate Bloodburn. Gong Taiso had no escape route. His final hour
had arrived as he screamed in agony. The pain was unbearable. He roared through the flames, vowing to take down Shin Gangu. Consumed by rage, he bellowed that he would kill him. Then he noticed he wasn't in the room any longer. He tried to summon his foe, but he was gone. That's when he saw it. Something bizarre. His left arm
was just lying on the ground. His worst nightmare had become reality. Shin Gangu then snatched up the mage's
severed arm, holding it firm. He thought, this can't possibly be happening right before my eyes. Cursing wildly and brimming with fury, he pursued his enemy. Though utterly exhausted, our hero was far stronger and completely fearless. He remained calm, his skill showing in every confident smirk. He continued to taunt his foe, screaming he would tear him to pieces, a desperate attempt to intimidate him. He searched every single nook and cranny, roaring for him to show himself. He fled, clutching his grievous wound. Soon, he sensed others approaching. Their presence was undeniable. They'd found his hiding spot. He squinted, seeing a figure before him who had wiped out all his men in a single strike, without mercy. More people arrived. Now that the mage was weak, a girl appeared, delighted to see Gong Taiso's pathetic state. She had deduced that the one in the dungeon was merely a clone. Her plan was to ambush the mercenaries. The intel said the real Taiso was lying in wait, ready to support his crew from the portal's exit. Therefore, everyone was to hide and advance toward it. The building in formation. Following this plan, the girl would corner Gong Taiso, minus one left arm, and seriously annoyed, Shin Gangu had known all along and left clues. The girl wielded her longsword expertly, eliminating all foes nearby, carving a path of destruction. The men were thrown, smashing into the ground, their bodies broken from the savage blows. A blue light flared, highlighting her incredible skill with each strike. Gong Taiso, utterly defeated, had no hope of survival or escaping his grim destiny. Outside, the fierce battle raged on, with cries and the clash of steel echoing in the chaos. The doppelganger, bewildered and lost, couldn't understand why. Their boss had abandoned them. He wondered why the real one vanished mid-fight. The onslaught continued. The attackers didn't know he was a fake. They were going for the kill. Just as he hit the ground, his allies realized the wizard had duped them. They looked for the real one, but he was nowhere. In sight, reinforcements arrived, leaping into battle against the thugs with fierce determination and skill. The girl observed, completely captivated, absorbed by this world of action, mystery, and constant peril around her. Sword at the ready, she moved with confidence, inspecting every corner and prepared for any threat Defeated, the men finally accepted their loss, unable to defeat their superior foes, but their fighting spirit was not extinguished. Even in the chaos, the unprepared guards were getting absolutely
smashed by a furious crowd fighting for their freedom. They raged on, determined to end this oppression,
fueled by a burning thirst for justice. The scene was a total disaster zone, with countless casualties littering the battlefield. Just then, the girl was distracted for a second by a new message. She glanced at the screen. People were demanding to know how she'd pinpointed Gong Taiso's location. The text was a reminder. Don't forget your promise to Shin Gangu. He wanted to see the Abyss's leader. She typed back, saying she was busy cleaning up the small fry. Once things settled down, she'd make time. She would keep her promise. A flicker of sadness hit her. Her friend had vanished without a word. In another scene, Sunku was welcomed into an office. Lee Yarner, holding his arm, was impressed by his work. He had performed well. He asked where Chasa was. The answer Jeonju, but fake intel was circulating.
Some bad info had been leaked. With a gentle smile, she kept the conversation light and friendly.
Then she asked if he'd heard the latest buzz. It seems Shin Gangu had become a total celebrity. He was grabbing everyone's attention and admiration. A video of him had gone viral. Sunku realized things were slowly diverging from the original novel. A minor character like Gong Tesso was no big deal, but he had to be careful with the main character. Zhang Xuan. The woman asked if he'd still work with Blue.
Eyes. He nodded. As long as a better offer didn't appear, she could tell he truly knew
how to play his cards. They were both hyped for the next job. Lee Yaren named the target Joe Gubin. She added he was a serial killer targeting minors, last seen at Ground Zero. The warrior knew this info would be critical, but he had to prepare first. Meanwhile, Shin Gangu's viral video was
blasting on TV. Zhang Xuan was glued to the screen, finding it all incredibly amusing. He made a call.
He claimed to be from the Yonghua Guild's strategy team. He wanted details on the Gong Taiso incident, and was hunting the man who took Taiso's arm. In the towering World Guild building, a man was being questioned. He claimed not to know the person before him. That person was Han Sung-yuk, head of the dungeon management team. Zhang Xuan offered a cool $1 billion for the Baltman dungeon license. The manager was speechless, as if he'd seen a ghost. Stepping from the shadows, he explained that the Baltman dungeon was cheap, but also rather pathetic. Our hero only thought of the loot inside. He was already battling shadows, using all his advanced
skills and combat arts. The walls were a disaster zone, utterly wrecked from the fight.
His level shot up again, hitting 37. He poured all his new stat points into stamina. The dungeon's heat began to rise intensely. Baltman's final boss was a massive, ferocious wolf. It had already warned that if you valued your life, you should flee. But to Shin Gangu, this beast was just an appetizer. With a swift leap, he landed atop a tower. The boss was baffled by this human's complete lack of fear. It decided to roast him alive, unleashing a powerful spell. As lava surged toward him, he activated speed up. To dodge, his glare was intense. He used shadow steps to stay mobile while the wolf scented its coming meal. The real showdown was about to begin. It unleashed a torrent of flames at the sprinting human. The area was incinerated with devastating force. The boss amplified its spell, stronger and stronger. It spewed fire in every direction. It had seemingly turned him to ash, ready to feast just as Shin Gangu had planned. Everything unfolded exactly according to his script. Every detail was perfect. Now for a special and unique meal as a reward for his flawless victory. After getting that skill book from Alicia's quest, our warrior had saved a trump card for this moment. He had learned the scorching ability,
which he mixed with speed up. The warrior was ready, expertly using shadow steps. The wolf, however,
watched his every move, on high alert, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Still starving, it saw its meal slowly creeping closer. It could almost taste its prey. The beast began to prepare, a devastating attack, a massive blast that would burn everything to the ground. As it unleashed its wild and destructive fire, the wolf showed off its power, spreading intense flames. The warrior knew it was go time. He hurled the skill book at the boss. The throw was faster than a darting shadow. He figured he'd get a meal like that again. So he started incinerating everything, dead set on, taking down the chief, vaporizing any obstacle. With a swift leap, he dodged the flames, avoiding the inferno surrounding him. The fire blazed through the area, consuming all and turning it to utter chaos. The warrior watched the destruction, smirking with satisfaction at his grand feat and the sheer power he wielded. With everything now charcoal, there was no undoing what he'd done. The wolf noticed the food's unique taste. But he was dying to sample the guy glaring at him. He felt strange as everything blurred. Then the great beheading from the book kicked in. The chief saw his bizarre body. Clueless about what was happening, a bright red alert flashed. Right before his eyes, his powers were sealed, leaving him totally defenseless. Warnings started screaming, nonstop, revealing Shin Gangu's scheme against the chief. Slowly, the truth began to dawn on him, connecting the pieces and finding the problem's source. All fingers pointed to the warrior who orchestrated this whole mess to hit his mark. With a smug grin, the warrior boasted, this was a simple showcase of his legendary skills. The chief was already spiraling, having no idea how to even react. A torrent of fire rained down from above. Shin Gangu watched the sky burn like a blockbuster movie scene. A colossal explosion sent sparks flying wide. The wolf noted the guy was finally in his perfect kill zone. That explosion landed right on him. But when the smoke cleared, the man had vanished. He'd escaped using his swap ability. Abduction was another trick in his arsenal. The wolf began to seriously panic. Shin Gangu warned he'd dismantle him slowly. The wolf couldn't stand hearing that arrogant tone anymore. He would turn him to ash and end this charade for good. He was done with this
endless game of chase. The warrior erected a shield so the others couldn't interfere. He knew this
was already overkill, and with a bloody stab, he could finish him with devastating blows. The wolf howled
endlessly as he absorbed the hits, sword at the ready. The man unleashed a storm of attacks. The two clashed. Fire
versus shield. The warrior saw his barrier wouldn't hold as long as he'd hoped. Now he was jumping, away from the beast in short-distance leaps. The creature wasn't about to let him escape. Hearing his taunts, he
stopped in his tracks. He calmly shot back that he wasn't running, and would destroy him using the
bloodburn ability. At last, the chief was utterly defeated. He collapsed without a sound. Shin Gangu hit level 39 and grinned at the notification. The great beheading was a complete success. The book said that, even with different shoulder classes, there's no skill learning penalty. With this, he could make a monster, learn a skill, then snatch it for himself. In other words, he'd use a pawn to acquire a skill, and then steal it right back. He decided it was time for 0 Point. From the Seoul Station's view, the guy had no choice but to go to Seoul to make his next move. He saw a giant screen showing a grinning Jiang Xuan, Guildmaster Zheng. Ha and Guildmaster Fortune were shaking hands, sealing their pact. The Fortune Guild was a big name in America, and was going global, all part of a plan by the 3 stars. The 13 stars are hunters hailed as heroes. In the original novel, with Jiang Xuan on the team. But in truth, they were the ones who would plunge this world into chaos. Worse, they had informants everywhere, manipulating public opinion like it was a game. Once they moved in unison, people would practically worship them. The hero found himself in that packed place due to the karma of writing such a story. A woman approached, complaining Seoul was incredibly boring. He turned as she called out to him. She continued, saying prices were absurd and only the well-connected could ever win. Her eyes were crimson and her hair was jet black. The man had no clue why. This beautiful woman was talking to him until he sensed something was off. Suddenly, they were at a table. He was on his phone, she on a computer. She paused, glancing over at the warrior. Then he understood. This woman possessed a mental ability. In a flashback, thugs were eyeing a fallen woman. A girl was lounging in her chair before 2 huge screens. A guy watched over his injured ally as the scene cut. Back to Shin Gangu. She realized to nullify his mental cleanse, her level had to be higher. The man warned her to stop her useless attempts. He really disliked nosy people. Looking at the girls, the Enchanted Fox constellation, he knew it instantly. She was one of Yu Chung-ha's 13 stars. And now, he was beginning to find this situation quite intriguing. Helpless, yes, but there was a defense against
psychic attacks. Her ability forced targets to recall happy memories, lowering their guard.
But if one summoned painful thoughts, it could form a temporary shield. The girl was now very curious about the boy who actually resisted her power. She offered a card, one reserved for those who could block her skill even. Once, for serious backup, he could contact her. It was from the Shinto Guild, a top-tier group in China. Our hero accepted it, hoping they'd meet again. With that, she vanished. Still, to face the 3 stars, he'd need allies. He now stood in a barren wasteland where the heat was unbearable. His steps were silent and swift, leaving faint prints that vanished in the dust. Instantly, after what felt like ages, he reached 0 Point, the staging ground for something Huge. Studying the map, he weighed his options, treasure first, or the commission. Then he heard
A sound from nearby. A dark figure emerged from the haze, like a phantom. A swirl.
of blue magic flared around him. Congenital mana hypersensitivity, a powerful trait that could destroy his body. A huge status drop meant certain death mid-battle. He knew he had to control this power. Future fights would be tougher. He needed to find Mad Silasium, a rare variant of the plant. Shin Gangu knew it had a much stronger effect. Once consumed, it grants freedom from mana hypersensitivity for 30 minutes. The side effects were harsh, but it was a battle game changer. The problem? It didn't grow at 0 point and was guarded by a high-level beast. He knew of 6 locations where it thrived and scanned his map for hints. The plan was to reach at least level 42.
Unlock a new skill. His first opponent, a vicious-looking carnivorous plant. He felled the low-level monster.
In a single strike, he felt more confident after another victory. But new threats emerged. Proving 0. Mark was a true wilderness. In this dangerous place, mutated monsters lurked everywhere, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. The zone was full of surprises. Every move required strategy and focus. To survive the perils, he used his long-range leap skill. On top of everything, one careless moment could
spell disaster. That's when he saw a figure by a rock, but its body wasn't decaying. This corpse
looked far too pristine, which was suspicious. He activated mana tracking to investigate, and just as he thought, mana shouldn't be flowing from a dead body. The man clutched a weapon. He realized this must be a trap by the Dark Guild, baiting hunters with an item that exposes their true position. He saw their plan was to use a lure to catch their prey. Suddenly, he saw a vision of the corpse before him. He was a quiet, withdrawn boy who was bullied by classmates who chased and tormented him. The memory was hazy, but the message was clear. Shin Gangu turned and walked away, leaving the body behind. Then, high up on the summit, he finally spotted the plant he was hunting. It grew on a treacherous, steep cliff, making this far more and dangerous for him. He was determined to finish this quickly, needing a sure way to get the item. With a powerful stance, he planted his feet firmly, preparing for a dangerous leap. He jumped with all his strength toward the cliff, desperate to secure that rare and vital plant. The arid trees were still in the windless air when suddenly a monster stirred from its slumber. He seized the plant with all his might, refusing to let go. He managed to rip it from its roots. But he had to be careful not to fall from the cliff and share the corpse's fate. The hero dangled from the mountainside, his entire weight held by one hand. Now he saw the monster he'd sensed earlier. It was the mad former, its green eyes glowing menacingly. The beast was eager to seize Shin Gang.
It shot its thorny branches directly at him. Our hero pushed off the trunk to leap away from the attack.
He jumped clear, remarking it was a pleasure to meet the infamous beast. Enraged, the mad former tried to lash out, its branches at the boy, but he was too quick, dodging every attack the monster made, using some high-level teleportation. He kept the beast off balance, moving erratically to avoid its strikes. He decided to unleash one of his skills, imbuing his sword with fire to boost its damage. With deadly precision, he plunged his flaming blade into the creature's back. A devastating final blow. The fire began to spread, and the damage, 33% with this blazing assault. He watched intently as the creature was utterly consumed by the inferno. He coolly savored his flawless victory. As it crashed to the ground, the defeated beast lay motionless while he
stood on the cliff, analyzing the outcome. Another tough mission completed. Now he could finally sheath his dagger and take a well-earned breath. Just another monster taken down, proving his skill in battle once more, against any foe. After all that grinding, he'd finally hit the long-awaited level 40, unlocking a new tier of power. He also snagged a quick dodge ability, a nice little bonus from the system. After acquiring his new skill, it was time to greet an unwanted visitor. With a quick leap, he moved through the trees to reach the one who was tailing him. He landed silently on a branch as the strange, dark smoke swirled below. He needed to know why this mysterious person was following him, and why they seemed so determined. The unwanted guest, completely stunned and speechless, had no idea how to respond. It was a girl, trying to understand how he'd possibly detected her. For his part, he was just as surprised. Intrigued by her sudden appearance, he could tell this girl was hiding something major, making him all the more suspicious. He recognized her from school photos. Her name was Young Yuri, daughter of a super.
rich businessman, and a model freshman student. She was also famous for being close with Cha Kwan-hyung, the school's vice president. But he ditched her when her father's business collapsed, and they hit rock bottom. He recalled from the novel she was an antagonist who held a serious grudge against Guanyang. The girl quickly apologized for the trouble of following him. With a grin, she said he was
impressive for handling the dark guides, mentioning she'd also defeated the mad farmer. At that, our hero held his
dagger, making a threatening move. Startled, she could only shield herself, preparing to dodge any potential attack. Panic flared as she realized her life was in danger, with nowhere to run. But he wasn't targeting her. His real goal was the monster lurking right behind her. It was just a giant, dangerous insect, and he was simply trying to keep her safe. The hero then thanked her for her earlier compliment, but he told her to stop following him, then silently dropped from the tree, moving with agile grace as he continued on his path. He moved on without a second thought, leaving the strange encounter behind. A hint of sadness washed over her, realizing he had truly left without another word. Meanwhile, the warrior paused to check his dagger, still stuck in the creature on the ground. He yanked his weapon from the monster's corpse. He was already feeling exhausted from the fight. He had now cleared all 6 dangerous zones in this area. After surviving so many challenges, he figured it was finally time to collect his commission. He'd done a good portion of the mission, after all. But then, something mysterious and imposing began rising from the mountain's base, catching his eye and instantly sparking his curiosity. It was some kind of angel monster, with a majestic but threatening aura. It seemed ready to begin a deadly showdown. Staying sharp, he moved forward cautiously. He had no idea this was a designated territory. That corpse he'd spotted earlier, it was a grisly sight. He couldn't help but wonder what had killed it. It turns out that doll, attached to the body, wasn't the true threat. The real danger was the one pulling the strings from behind, the dark guides. Nothing but insidious spirits that hide in the shadows. Even if you block their attacks, they can't be defeated with normal attacks. That's why their victims always lose their minds, driven completely insane. In the end, these poor souls can't handle the mental pressure, becoming victims of a torment that's simply too much to bear. But our hero, he's not going down that easily. His mental fortitude is unshakable. With stealthy steps, he approached the body. But then, something began hovering over the area. He readied himself for another fight, his weapon held ready. The beast, fierce and wild, charged right at him, intent on taking him down. He immediately used his dodge skill, weaving through the relentless assault. But Shin Gang, catching on, shouted that he needed a backup weapon. Now, the creature was struck hard, letting out a shy, piercing shriek that echoed for miles, but it kept on coming. The bird didn't let up, constantly targeting him as he defended himself. He kept consuming items to boost his strength, running from the beasts that relentlessly pursued him. Then, the dark guides appeared. He hadn't expected them to show up so soon. He kept sprinting, staying one step. He takes a massive leap across the chasm. His pursuers are hot on his trail, unleashing a barrage of attacks. But he weaves through the onslaught, accelerating, fearless. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit, determined to flee the chaos. As he runs, a colossal beast appears. Its dreadful aura instantly puts him on edge. Its sheer size could make heroes tremble. Without warning, a massive hand descends upon him, catching him by surprise. He uses his evasion skill, zipping to the mountain's far side in a flash. The move grabs the beast's attention, its gaze locking onto him. Annoyed by this audacity, the guide resumes its hunt. Meanwhile, the angels observe from above, intrigued by this new spectacle. The guides soon sense they're being watched, a truly ingenious trap. A guide can only fall to immense power, or the light. Their one absolute weakness. Both sides prepare for a battle to the death, elsewhere. Shin Gangu was admiring his new toy. He'd just looted it from a dead man's grasp. He skimmed the nearby documents, but found nothing of value. He figured, even in death, this man deserved to return to his family. With a gentle hand, he closed the man's eyes. A brief moment of respect. But he knew his real mission was to settle his client's vengeance. That was the top priority. Kangu swore he would handle it first. He leaves the body, vanishing in a puff of dark smoke. From the shadows, Yuri smirks. His next target, Joe, Goblin, a notorious murderer who preys on minors. His informant insists this intel is priceless, looking at the envelope. He notes its unique nature. She quietly explains it's from the commissioner himself, the father of a victim, who compiled the entire file. Now deep in North Korean territory, he checks his phone. Her words echoed This isn't a simple kill. Follow the commissioner's instructions. With that in mind, he pockets his phone. His mana sense alerts him to a corpse. In a flash, he secures the sword. The man smirks, pulling on a glove atop the body. He declares, "This ground zero is a land of pure opportunity." A system alert pops up. More kills mean a level up. He's thrilled. But then he senses something. A flicker in his periphery, an ambush. He instantly equips his armor, hurling away the piercing blade. Then he summons his ice armor skill for defense. The assassin demands to know who this upstart is. As Gangu mystically recalls the sword, Gangu stares back, refusing to speak. This silence only fuels the man's rage. Enraged, he uses a magic skill, vanishing from sight and forming a spear. The assassin channels his full power, issuing a threat. "If you won't talk, I'll make you..." He hurls the spear, but Gangu evades it, letting it shatter against rock. A volley of spears follows, but our hero dodges every single one with ease, steadily closing the distance. Shin identifies him as a mage. Thanks to his constellation, his own resistance was on another level. A gaze attack wouldn't work. First, he needed to get through that pesky armor. With the barrage dodged, our hero rushes his target. Seeing him approach, the mage begins chanting, a brand new spell. Suddenly, blood from the corpse begins to levitate. The mage could now form blood spears, an attack impossible to evade. Gangu instantly activates his resistance shield, nullifying the deadly assault. Both fighters are stunned. Gangu expected to take some damage using that skill. It was quick dodge, a move that mimicked a shield. System messages began to flood his view, announcing his dodge skill had evolved. It was his first time using the upgrade, and he found its effect incredibly useful. The assassin remarks, "That was a close one," and materializes a new ice spear. He sneers that he could have ended it instantly, but since toying with him was no fun, he'll just kill him and take his items. Shin interrupts, asking why he kidnaps children. But the man seems confused by the question. Hand on his head, he asks about Shin's client. Our hero demands an answer, but Joe Goblin just cackles. He claims total ignorance. He admits he loves deceiving them, finding the whole thing to be a total blast. Their innocence makes it fun. They're like his personal playthings. This reminds Shin of Che's treatment of Yuri. Fuming, Goblin summons a cage of ice around them. In response, our hero immediately grips his sword, taking his stance. He vows to show him what being a toy truly feels like. Shin then weaves a magical illusion, creating multiple clones. The copies all charge at Joe, who struggles to find the original. He focuses on one, thinking he's found him, but it dissolves into thin air, making him realize the real Shin is waiting for an opening. Lost in thought, he fails to see the other clones converging on him. He's ambushed by multiple attackers at once. Joe summons twin ice spears, bracing for the final showdown, to slash through the illusions, making his foe panic. Clones flash by, surrounding the man. He's completely cornered by the copies. Unable to spot the real threat, Shin dashes in, striking with his blade from behind. The assassin realizes this situation has gone off the rails. Activating his ice foam, he decides to just erase them all, one by one. The clones are destroyed, but the original is gone. The man sweats, realizing his critical error, and then spots the real Shin charging with killing intent. He quickly forms another spear of ice as Shin uses his acceleration skill, closing the distance instantly. "Too slow," he taunts, igniting the spear. "This is what I wanted." He thrusts the fiery weapon at the boy. The sword's tip shatters the ice armor, piercing his flesh. Shin smirks. How does it feel to be outsmarted? Joe curses. The pain is clouding his judgment. He rips the blade from his chest and lunges, screaming, "Just die already." But Shin simply teleports away. The assassin turns, only to see him with the sword poised for the final blow. Leaping forward, Shin declares, "This ends now." Using great decapitation, he strikes from behind, inflicting 33% more damage. A moment later, the assassin is choking. Gangu puts on some classical tunes to set the mood. The system alerts that great decapitation drained 25% of his energy. He thinks that even though the cost is high, the result is devastating. Gazing at his fallen foe, he summons an object from thin air. Joe stares in disbelief. He's on the phone. Shin calls someone and introduces himself, politely thanking them for their patience. He sets the phone on a tripod, announcing the start of a daughter's revenge. Elsewhere, in a building, Gangu's feed appears, showing a train station in Seoul. An agent tells Sohee that he's moving south, certain. He's heading for the 0 point, judging by his trajectory. She orders the boy to return to the station and to report everything. After ending the call, she scoffs. With a smirk, she mutters that he's going to regret ignoring her orders. Back at 0 point, the assassin stammers apologies, avoiding the phone's camera. After a moment, a voice on the line says it's all right, that this is enough, and his daughter would be satisfied. Weeping. The father thanks Kang-hoo, grateful for achieving what the law and the Hansa could not. Shin says he only followed the request. He concludes by hoping the man's daughter can find peace. The assassin screams, insisting he followed his orders. But in that instant, the boy activates his bloodburn ability, making the man groan in agony. Once he goes still, Shin says he can now kick the bucket. A system alert confirms the target's elimination. Suddenly, a constellation appears, calling this a pointless act. The looter of dimensions suggests solo training. Kang-hoo agrees to handle it, picking up the loot from the body. He jokes about the profits he'll make. As he turns, the phone rings. It's Yarn. She pops up, saying he crushed it. The commissioner is wiring a 2.5 billion bonus to his account. Shin says he has a request of his own. He wants the body he found on arrival recovered, and its ID checked. Smiling, the woman calls it a piece of cake. Hanging up, she says she'll see him soon. Looking back, she addresses someone she'd already warned to back off. Why are you still following me? Yuri emerges from behind a rock. She says she has a dungeon she couldn't clear because of a mid-boss. Embarrassed, she asks if he could tag along. The pair arrive at the spot, looking around. The boy says it's crazy this place even exists, looking like it could collapse at any moment. He set the 0 mark to find hidden dungeons. So many are still waiting to be found. The girl admits she's surprised he actually came. Smiling, she thanks him, and he says it's fine by him. Dungeons are mutually beneficial. He can gauge her skills, and if she's good, she could be a useful asset against the Yonghua Guild. He wonders if it's her first time in a party. Yuri asks him to check out a sign. She can't read the jumbled words, as her translator is useless. He calmly says it's Latin. It reads, "Those who enter the depths with bloodied feet shall be buried forever." He asks if they're ready to see what epic treasures this place is hiding. The two descend the stairs. Turning around, the boy asks, what kind of mid-boss is waiting for them? She explains it's a monster with powerful, long-range attacks. She barely got into its range even once. She landed a final blow, but it was blocked by a defensive skill that negates the first strike. Kang-hoo notes that it must have been tough. Not realizing their monsters swarmed the stairs below. Spotting them, he let out a low growl. They were charging the children. Drawing his blade, he vows to lead the charge. A beast lunges, but he instantly teleports behind it, ready to a blind spot attack. He strikes its back before it can react. While one monster falls, the other hurls a spear at the girl, but her skill activates. Using a dimensional door, she sends the spear straight into the monster. Shin is blown away. Her reflexes are insane, and he bets she's near level 200. The mobs are cleared, and the next portal appears. They've finally made it. But up ahead, the monster senses their movement and awakens. Intruder alert. Yuri marvels at his unique skill combination. Monster's crab skill mixed with an assassin's ability. Excited, she cheers that they cleared that. Fast, he thinks it's strange she's not questioning it. Still, he got a huge EXP boost and is hyped too. Hit level 50 fast. Suddenly, a surprise attack. They barely dodge in time, seeing the blast crack. The wall beside them. They've found the intermediate boss. Before them, a colossal figure emerges. It grabs its massive sword, declaring it's ready for work. This is Sportula. It unleashes a flurry of attacks and has a tough self-defense skill. Turning to the girl, he plans to drop in from above. She asks if he'll be okay, Tom's. And he just tells her to show off her skills. Trusting him completely, she gets ready, saying she's got this. Shin uses short-distance jump, closing in on Sportula. The giant swings, but Young opens the dimensional door and teleports him instantly. The boy appears behind the giant, completely baffling it. He does it again and reappears on the opposite side. This way, the boss can't even touch him. But with those ranged attacks, getting close was impossible. Using the teleport, he lands right on the boss's head. Sportula swings its sword again, but he's already gone. Seeing it can't hit, it starts getting furious. The girl thinks it's go time, as the sword comes crashing down on its own head. The boy appears just in time to watch the massive blade fall. But the monster activates self-defense. For a split second, Kang-hoo breaks through the barrier. Soon after, the boss unleashes its full power, but Yuri's skill is perfectly timed, and she says it's the perfect moment.
Shin materializes high above its head. Sword raised. He uses great decapitation to strike it down.
He leaps clear and looks down to see the girl grinning. Kungu managed to escape the attack just in time
And lands behind Yuri. He flinches, thinking she'd teleport him behind the boss. But she's already casting another skill, hitting it with a thundershock. She yells that she wants in on the fun, too, after the jolt. Sportula
lets out a groan. A moment later, it collapses without a fight. Shin is curious what she was planning. He realizes
she wasn't just sitting back and gives her credit. Deeper inside, they see a figure kneeling in a beam of light.
he assumes the girl is leveling up. At this rate, she'll be a total beast when they fight Yunhua. She points out the kneeling man. They both prepare to attack. The man's hands are clasped in prayer. Kang Hu asks if that's the boss since he looks human and steps closer. Looking again, he sees the man is crying blood. His entire body is then drenched in crimson. And just then, the light changes color, growing incredibly intense. The girl asks what that is, totally bewildered. Acting fast, he throws his sword and it hits the man. He begins to break apart. And as he shatters, the system announces the main boss is defeated. No lootable skills, and a weird energy starts to rise. The dungeon is collapsing, and everything's coming down desperate. He yells at the girl to use every skill she has. She nods and immediately gets to it. Using short distance jump, the boy yells he's bailing, too, and starts to run for it. As the walls crumble, his speed picks up. He can't believe the boss used the hunters like travel partners. Pulling out a rose. He knows it's a rare item, but it's no time to be cheap. He starts to eat it, knowing he'll be toast if he doesn't escape. A wave of power surges through him as everything shatters. He wrote about this item, but feeling it is so much better than he imagined. All his senses are firing up, grinning. He declares he is going to make it out. In another area, the girl is still running. She used way too much mana on
Sportula. Because of that, her strength is fading, and she finally collapses from exhaustion. When she looks up, she spots the boy sprinting ahead. She tries to call for him to wait. Her mind flashes back to asking the same of Che.
Realizing he can't hear her, she shuts her eyes in defeat. But then the boy asks what she's doing and if she's hurt. The girl is stunned to see him reaching for her. Above her head, a huge rock begins to fall. Yuri warns her, but nothing happens. The boy activated a protection field. She tries to talk, but then realizes she's being carried by the warrior, holding her close. He says this is the final stretch, running with all his might. He tells her to hang on, behind.
The dungeon completely collapses. Once safe, they pause to recover, and the boy confirms their escape.
The skill he stole from the boss is going to be a game changer. By maxing its proficiency, the cooldown shortens.
Which will be a huge advantage. As she checks her own gains, a new window appears.
It reads, Skill Enhancement. Not a bad trade for nearly dying, she thinks. Yuri offers her thanks. She admits she couldn't have escaped alone, dejected. She confesses she froze because the situation felt too familiar. She used to be part of the Younghwa Guild, a mercenary guide for the top-tier hunters, the real pros. One day, Che himself came to recruit her. He promised they'd always protect their Younghwa family. That guild was the best in the nation, so she believed him and joined without hesitation. But then, a dungeon raid went wrong. The injuries were severe enough to bench her from raiding for a while. Che told the guild to cut her loose. They couldn't afford to carry any dead weight. Yuri questions if his promise to protect her was all a lie. She realizes it only applied if you were useful. Was she a complete fool for ever trusting him? In the end, it was a shame. For a disposable tool, she wasn't half bad. Shin declares it was an assassination. The girl says her survival was a miracle. If she hadn't hired a space-type constellation, she'd be dead. Smiling, she calls it luck. But the boy knows it's more than that. Constellations never choose hunters, without a reason. He says hers must have sensed her latent potential. Excited, she asks if he's complimenting her. He just thinks it's an objective fact, feeling unburdened. Yuri says she feels better after confessing everything. That's why she likes Ground Zero. No complicated human drama. But at the same time, it gets lonely. She admits that deep down, she wanted to trust someone again. Suddenly, Kangu wobbles and stumbles toward her. She panics as his hand lands on her shoulder. Then, his body falls back. She sees him struggling to breathe and asks if he's okay. Shin tells her not to worry. It's just a side effect of using the silatium. He just needs a moment to rest. Placing a hand on his forehead, Yuri smiles and thanks him one more time. The boy just gives her a slight smile in return. Later, at the immune station, he figures Yuri will flourish if she stays at Ground Zero. They are bound to meet. Again, with time before his train, he decides to check Huntergram. It's an exclusive social network. For hunters, mostly for bragging or trading info. Che from Younghwa, the country's top guild and center of operations, preaches about safety and teamwork. Scrolling through the feed, he scoffs at the hypocrisy. He notes the Taiwa River raid is being led by Olin. He grins, knowing they handled the rest perfectly. He'll meet the Abyss leader soon, assuming Sang-mi keeps her promise. A message from the Raiders' dimension appears, calling his work impressive. It regrets that they couldn't loot the constellation. He's then prompted to ask a question. He wonders what the point of constellations even is. Kangu explains, it's a symbiotic relationship. Both sides must benefit for the contract to work. The dimension finds that interesting. This boy is no ordinary hunter. It suspected something when he was recalled at level 10. It announces it will test him soon. If he succeeds, their fates will merge, unlocking even greater power. The young man grins and accepts. He asks if the constellation has any issues with the contract, which confuses it. Shin explains that the system links world-ruling constellations to the fate of mere humans. In the novel he wrote, he designed that system just to mess with Jang Suan's group. The dimension says that's only natural, as a contractor's struggle is also a constellation's struggle. They aren't rulers of this world, merely a part of it. The young man asks who is above them, but the dimension can't say. That knowledge is beyond the novel's framework. Even as the author, he can't know everything. He wonders if they are just reflections of his own ideas. To his shock, the dimension admits it doesn't want to vanish like a normal constellation. It confesses that he's making it greedy, that it's considering sharing its destiny with him. Shin tells it not to worry. He plans to show it things that will shatter all expectations. The dimension says it will be waiting. Earn texts him that Chashi is at the Seoul station. He thinks, that's faster than expected. His plans will have to change. He will confront Sohee after clearing one more dungeon. This means heading to the express bus terminal, not the station. After leaving, he considered the dungeon near the Gwangju terminal. As he stood near the terminal, checking his phone, he knew there was a reason he came here. This was the perfect place to use the PSS skill he got from Henessa, paid for untraceable hunter intel. Leveling up here meant his future clash with Sohei would be much more manageable. Suddenly, a piercing scream caught his ear. A woman was desperately crying for help. She was surrounded by thugs. One brandished a knife, blaming her for the encounter and telling his buddies to rob her blind. But she fired back, calling them out as members of the Han Guild. That guild was just the muscle for Jang Xuan. They'd crushed one of Zhonghwa's crews on his orders. They had local influence, but in truth, they were garbage. Glancing back, he saw they'd captured the girl. Then it hit him. She possessed a powerful constellation. The Great Trickster. The thugs scoffed that despite the name, it was a high tier. Power and was wasted on scum. Drawing his blade, Shin figured he had no reason to just stand by and watch. Time to see that constellation up close. He yelled, catching their attention, then unleashed illusion magic to confuse them all. Approaching slowly, he taunted. Guess which one is real? The thugs called him insane and charged forward. One lunged with a cursed dagger. His own knife ignited with fire and shot toward an illusion. Elsewhere, at the Seoul station, a woman waited impatiently, grumbling that she had been waiting forever. Perhaps he chose another path. Her master called, asking if she had managed to capture the target. Not yet, she hissed, her irritation growing. The master noted her eagerness, saying she really wanted to meet him. Unseen behind her, a figure was listening in. Her master ordered her to keep the target alive and ensure his capture. I will handle it, she promised. After ending the call, she sensed a presence right behind her. Her hand went to the blade at her hip. Are you looking to die? She warned. Noticing the person didn't move, she drew her weapon, spinning. She flung the dagger with lethal precision, back at the fight. A thug located the real Shin, but his attack hit a force field. Since you found me, Shin smirked, I'll give you a reward, and unleashed great decapitation. 2 more fell, and the system announced their contracts. With the constellation were now his. The remaining thugs watched in terror, as did the girl. She stepped toward him with a faint smile, with their leader gone. The others began making threats, knocking the girl down, and charging him, weapons drawn, but with a flash of skill, he blitzed past them all in an instant. He noted they lacked constellations, so this wouldn't take long. The Great Trickster chimed in that for every 100 levels, he'd gain a rare item. He was excited to get stronger. The girl thanked him, saying she was alive only because of him. Blushing, she introduced herself as Jin Ho Young. Taking out her phone, she asked for his number to repay him, even in a small way. He typed his number into her phone. Afterwards, Ho-young thanked him once more. "Goodbye," she said. "We'll see each other again." As he watched her leave, a system notification appeared, saying the dungeon was opening and prompted him to enter. He wondered if that thug was a hired merc or a random citizen. Finding no intel, she wondered if she had the wrong person. From a distance, a hidden figure was watching her. This person emerged from the shadows. He typed frantically on his device, knowing the woman had already sensed him. She materialized behind him. "I knew there was a rat," she whispered. With a single touch, her ability burned his entire body to ash. A voice in her earpiece reported Shin's location. He was spotted in Gangju. Taking a photo of the corpse, another man cursed himself for trusting Yaren. Burning the body, he was disgusted by the very sight of her. She had to stop running. Meanwhile, checking his loot, Shin saw he could earn 800,000 by selling it all. He then checked his bank balance, almost 5 billion, when combined with his other assets. He could finally buy a rank 3 weapon. Yaren warned him the hunter took out his spy and was headed to Gwangju. Chasey was level 200, an absolute monster. Her call sign, Hound, was well earned, compared to her at level 49. He needed to level up drastically before facing her. For now, he was diving into the dungeon. He accepted the entry, hands in his pockets. He strolled towards the dungeon by the Gwangju terminal. A young man approached the Hound, confirming their promise was kept. They had wiped out Haeyoung's guild and taken over the toll and the bus terminal. He added they also controlled Sejong Station. She simply told him to chill, where he was, grinning. She hoped her master, Kung Hu, would approve. Just then, something caught her eye. Beside her, a young man sat. Drawing his blade, he smirked. "It's been a while." Deep in the woods, Shin was facing a swordsman, the main boss, Sejina, and the young dude was already bored. How irritating. His 3 phantoms were swatted away instantly. From this distance, using his perception skills was a struggle. Ranged attacks were utterly useless. A direct charge would just waste his energy. So he used shadow steps to strike from all sides. 2 clones hid in the bamboo while the real one attacked head-on. Sagan aside, locking eyes with him. He grabbed his blade and attacked the fakes while the real one lurked. Seeing him from behind, Shin grinned. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He used a skill to draw his foe's focus, appearing with a taunt. Interesting trick, but it's useless if you're in my range. Unleashing bloody stab, he struck from behind. Sensing the attack, the man's eyes widened in shock. As the young dude landed, the man buckled from the weight of the wound. He snarled at his opponent. Gathering his might, he began to rise, but before he could act, Shin vanished from his sight. He then reappeared right behind him. Sejina drew 2 swords, charging toward Ens, the fighter's safety circle. He mocked, "Feel safe in there," and kept his eyes on him. The man slammed one of Manhwa, the swords down, using the thunderous wind circle, a direct challenge. The young dude declared he'd take him out right in that circle, using blood burning. He struck his opponent. In the distance, he began to shield himself from the chaos. He defeated the main boss, looting a skill from the target. Thunderous wind circle. The system then announced he'd hit level 51 and gained the stealth skill. Even with this skill maxed out, he couldn't use it while attacking. A bit of a letdown, but if it worked, it would be totally broken. The dimensional looter was ready for the next fight, leaving the area. He planned to visit the store before meeting her. At the station, he stood up, feeling confident. With his sword drawn, he smiled. "It's been a minute," he then taunted. "Did you think I'd keep running like a scared rat? I couldn't. Not with a hunting dog on my trail," pointing his weapon at her. He said he got a new one, just for catching brats. The girl retorted, "So you plan to become a lapdog for Eclipse?" The young dude commented that it's useless to state the obvious. She thanked him for rejecting her offer, aiming for his heart. She said, "I've always wanted to eliminate you. Hiding was useless." And he called her a rat while taking off his gloves. A van sped past. The woman inside worried that Shin disliked getting help, unless he asked for it. Beside her, Yaren said she was starting to sound like him, but there was no other way. She wanted to keep her talented gig a bit longer, which made the woman smile. She turned a corner and ran right into an army. Yaren deadpanned. "Looks like we hit the jackpot." With grim determination, the driver floored the van, running them all down. At the station, Kang-woo dodged Sohee's attacks. Seeing the raw power, he knew he was toast if it hit. Amidst a massive explosion, the woman yelled for him to just die already. He activated a protection field and began sprinting from the attacks. Shin grabbed the flower to unleash its power. Eating it, he noted its toughness, but thankfully he had buffed his protection barrier and powered up his weapon. Seeing her sprint, He sneered. How long will you run? And intensified his attacks, grabbing her weapon. She believed it was reinforced enough. She had to close the gap and send her clones to swarm the woman. She was surrounded by a horde of them, while the real one watched from above. Even though they looked identical, the woman just smiled. Meanwhile, the girl was taking down grunts with minimal effort. Once she knocked them all out, she stood surrounded by bodies. Turning, she saw a door open, and someone step out, running over. She said she handled the rest and asked about Kangwoo, but Yarn replied she couldn't find him. He was busy as all his clones were getting incinerated. Looking up, he declared, everything she tried was completely pointless. Seeing him, she sneered. It's game over. Shin knew that hand-to-hand wouldn't work. He threw his sword, which landed right before the woman. She stepped on it and asked if it slipped from his hand because he was scared. Summoning 3 fire dragons, she mocked. This is how you aim. He was stunned and couldn't dodge the attack. Amid the flames, Shin dropped down from above. Seeing it fail, the woman wondered what he was trying to pull. Kangwoo activated the thundering wind vortex. The gale was so strong it began to wreck. Flaming dragons vanish in an instant. His wind vortex descends as he scoffs. He says it should be him teaching her how to aim. From afar, Sangi watches the battle. She comments that this is getting interesting. Glad she stayed out of it. She didn't want to complicate things for Sohei, but honestly, this is just wild. After clearing the Sajina dungeon, she's using the final boss's moves, her master contacts, her, and she reports she is just observing. Kang-hoo's wind vortex is shredding the girl. He uses abduction, forming a giant hand. Seeing this, the woman is stunned for a moment. Using acceleration, she aims her blade. A vicious stab hits his stomach, making him scream in pain. But he yanks a knife from his thigh, managing to block the next attack. She asks him if he thought he'd won. Suddenly, her blood burns, forcing another scream. Sangi hears her master, asking for a status update. She tells him not to panic, then admits that Cha is losing. He says the woman isn't as strong as she once was. Realizing what's happening, she wonders if she will actually lose like this. A memory surfaces of her burning a man. He asked why. She said it's a lesson on not playing with fire, but he clearly didn't get it. She remembers torching a house and asks if the woman was that kid from that day. She screams that killing him won't bring her parents back. Then, a wave of fire engulfs her. Cha watches the body burn. Then she senses a presence behind her. Dodging just as a pace, knife flies past, hitting a wall. 2 goons appear, calling her insane. They say they will make her an example, so everyone learns not to mess with them. She dares them to catch her, and the entire mob charges. Right at her, annoyed. The woman summons fire to her hands. She quickly unleashes a fiery blast. She manages to hit a few, but a man appears beside her. He startles her, stabbing her hip while cursing. One of them shouts, while another says to search her for anything useful, looking at them with pure fury. She can't believe she's losing to these thugs. As a man watches from afar, clenching his fist, he asks who is making a mess in his territory. They turn, confused, just in time to see his fist. With overwhelming strength and speed, he destroys them all. He declares, this is the territory of the Mu Eclipse. Only the injured girl is left amid the chaos. Staring at the bodies, she asks if she did that, and he simply replies, yes, you did. With a hand in his pocket, he says taking her in was worth it. Then he asks her to follow him. The master gave her a place to belong. In return, she handled his dirty work. But one day, he mentioned that caution wasn't her strong suit. He thinks it would be wise to challenge the newcomer and get him on their side. Would he really risk it all for someone who just appeared with flames swirling around her? She yells not to underestimate her. Shin's eyes widen at her power. Grinning, the woman asks why he looks so stunned. With her hands ablaze, she invites him closer, trying to touch him. The only thing keeping him safe is his personal defense barrier. She's annoyed by his defensive skill. In a battle stance, she asks how many skills he is hiding, snapping his fingers. He says it's a top-secret recipe, but nothing happens. She is unharmed. Leaving the boy scratching his head, he's utterly confused. Smirking, the woman says her guess was correct. His skill makes wounds explode. She adds, too bad I already sealed up all my wounds, creating a fiery vortex. That trick won't work on me. A rain of fire begins to pour down, and he starts to freak out. Above him, a massive fireball descends. With a swift dodge, he weaves around the blasts. Like an expert, fire is her domain. She's likely turning the ground into a minefield. With this much heat, his defenses won't hold, so he activates the barrier again. Staring at the crater, he thinks he
must take this fight outside. With a quick leap, he escapes the area. But right before him, the woman appears, catching him by surprise. She screams, "I've got you," while waving a knife at him. Outside, she continues to fight the A's.
Other men. She calls out to Yaren, pointing at something insane happening. Above the men, a wave of fire is brewing. Yaren tells them to hurry, spotting the girl sprinting at them. The thugs scatter, but some shout for her to stop. She throws one punch and drops them. They swing their weapons, but she simply apologizes, saying they're in a hurry, blocking attacks with one hand. She warns them to run if they want to live, then she counters, and defeats them all in one move. Yaren begins her spell, but sees the fire is growing stronger. She starts to worry for Shin. He's unleashing everything. As she swings her knife, he struggles to hold it back, but her immense strength makes him tremble. Suddenly, the blade begins to cut into him. Realizing this, he uses Cross. He teleports, predicting a strike from his blind side. But she's waiting, saying that trick is old.
Her strike cracks his barrier, driving the knife home. She revels, finally landing a clean blow. She pushes the blade deeper, grinning with victory. But his own knife is already aimed at her stomach. With a surge of power, Gangu escapes and strikes her arm. He casts the embedded knife aside,
clutching his wound and roaring in agony. Sang-mi despairs, thinking the fight is lost. Just then, she sees a figure rushing toward them. The boy returns, seeing the desperate scene. A bold move, sacrificing an arm just to raising a shield. He feels his power draining. The effects of the mad Silasium are wearing off.
She hurls fireballs, promising to shatter that barrier again and again.
He moves to defend, but another shield appears first. It's wind magic, he realizes. King Hu protects the girl, as Sohee scoffs at the interruption. She sneers that Yaren wasn't invited.
Yaren lands gracefully between the two warring sides. She tells Sohee she misunderstands the situation.
Laughing, the enemy gathers a torrent of fire magic. She unleashes the spell, stepping forward. "I can do this all day," she taunts them. Yaren's barrier barely holds against the intense blast. When the smoke clears, her opponent is gone. The girl raises her arms, asking where she vanished. Gasping for air, Gangu tells them to lower their guard. Yaren asks what he means by that. He realizes their foe's ability is incredibly powerful. Activating his mana tracking, he scans the area. She copied his own stealth and made her escape. He tells the group that she's long gone. His friend insists they must pursue her immediately. But just then, the boy begins to fade and collapse. Before he hits the ground, the girl catches him, asking if he's all right. Yaren lightens the mood. She jokes that he's still breathing, but needs a hospital. From a distance, the enemy curses Yaren's interference. She wonders what kind of secret Gangu was hiding. His skills were unusual, some clearly boss level. If he could truly copy monster abilities, then she had to report this to the master immediately. But someone was already lurking in the shadows. Hai Yang emerges, striking at the woman with force. Sohai barely dodges the surprise attack. She demands to know what Jin is doing here. She replies that she's only showing Sohai her pathetic state. In a flashback, Hoyo Yang calls the master. He orders her to discard Cha, like a failed hunting dog. With that, Jin reveals the devastating truth. The master has abandoned her. Sohee freezes in shock as her opponent rushes in for the final blow. Kang Hu awakens, finding himself in a hospital bed. Beside him, the girl had fallen asleep in a chair, off, calling his name in her sleep. He rises, gets dressed, and dashes from the room, grabbing his phone for some tunes, some classical music. While enjoying the vibe, a notification appears. The text is from young Yuri, which leaves him. He's stunned to see a message from young Yuri. She sent a photo posing with a flower, typing Tada. Did she just find that flower by chance, he wonders. Another message arrives saying she now has a grandma. He puts his phone away, dismissing her strange message. But as he turns to leave, he stops short. Yaren is there, staring at him intently. She knew he'd try to sneak away like this. She asks why he won't rest before leaving. Kang Hu changes the subject, asking if the blue-eyed girl is safe now, which surprises Lee. He explains that she may have become an Eclipse target because of the recent incident, but she says not to worry. The crew may be large, but that girl is strong. He wouldn't yield to them so easily. Shin nods, glad to hear it. He thanks her for the help. He's truly grateful. Yaren suggests he tell her in person, but he insists it's better this way. Staying distant is for the best. She was a major character in the original story, after all. Getting too close would repeat the novel's tragedy. So he says his farewells. She doesn't press him, but she asks for a moment of his time. Yaren asks if she can investigate his identity. He tells her to do as she pleases. He notes the eclipse has done nothing, even with Sohee's condition. It's strangely quiet after they lost so many members. Shin adds that they could be to clean up their mess. The woman was on board, after unleashing their grunts to catch him. Even with an executive, they still failed miserably. She noted the lack of witnesses meant he failed, and needed to be silenced regarding
Kang Dong-hyun. In the chaos, the kid told Yeren the woman had bailed. Soon after, his strength gave out and he was
caught by his allies. The raider called the battle epic, saying he proved he had potential, and to call him if he wanted to get stronger. It felt like a sketchy offer, but Sohee gave him this chance, so he said his goodbyes. Yaren warns him to watch his back, as people might be on his tail. The young man told him not to worry, he was heading somewhere. No one could find him. The Gwangju Guild had been hit by the Daejeon crew. Shiwan cursed. They had attacked Haiyang, who was innocent, and it ate at him because he failed to protect her. Too many unexpected things were happening lately. Just as Rioter Cheon eliminated Gong Taisu, they had also taken Olsen. He still had no idea who had taken Taisu's arm. The intel was far too thin. Slamming his fist on the table, he made a call. He had to know why Eclipse went. After Haiyang, he demanded the security footage from a building near Gwangju Station. Shin declared it was time to begin. The plunderer said he needed to confirm something first. Dying in the Constellations test felt just as real as dying in the real world. He asked if he understood, leaving him in thought. Grinning, the plunderer said, "Yep,
Constellations test is entirely up to the constellation's whim. The trial changes based on how that constellation is feeling.
But one thing is certain, no matter the level, it's always a brutal ordeal. Some constellations even start a test just to get rid of their contractors. If they die, the contract is void. Most people attempt this after leveling up a set. Lot more. But after his clash with Jiaoshi, he knew he needed to get stronger fast. There was no time to hesitate. He thanked the plunderer, saying he needed this right away. The plunderer saw his worry was for nothing. The teleporter announced he was ready to accept his will. Shin materialized in a new arena. Looking around, he saw countless figures in a grandstand. Far more spectators than he imagined. He smirked. This show's going to be lit. Above, the plunderer was thrilled.
That he was so into it, he welcomed everyone to his contractor's trial. If the contractor succeeds, he'll share his fate and
his powers. But if he fails, his life is forfeit at the end of this battle. He urged them to contribute some of their constellations, power, and declare their intent if they were interested. If Shin failed, their power would be returned to them. The opponent for this trial is a hunter from another dimension, and the contractor must choose his foe, Shin. Knew it looked like he had a choice, but the real test was impressing the constellations, and they would never approve if he picked some weakling. His eyes locked onto a fighter as he smirked. I'd choose him. The constellations erupted at his choice. The cunning strategist called it madness, saying he chose an unbeatable opponent. All at once, the constellations began pouring in their support. His opponent said, "That is enough. It should be amusing to battle a being from another world." Shin sized up his foe with satisfaction. Plucking a flower, he remarked, "This place is incredible." The mana was exceptionally pure and more abundant than reality. Jang asked if he was a patient, or some kind of addict, eating the flower. The young man said he was neither. When asked his level, he replied, 47. The man was stunned that a level 47 would dare challenge a level 800. He called him reckless and said he picked him for attention, but it would only showcase his own death. He then addressed the constellations, asking if it wouldn't be a shame to leave so soon after coming all this way. Xuan declared he would only use 2 constellations. Shin thought, just as I planned. The young man is capturing the audience's attention. Normally, high-ranking constellations crave the spotlight, so they would never contract someone at his level. The wise morning star was impressed, and the mad mathematician saw this as a prime chance to gauge his skills. But in a place filled with constellations, at least one was bound to recognize his talent, and things wouldn't go as expected. An associate entered Xuan's office with the files. He requested. Xuan asked if it was about the Eclipse case, but his subordinate said it was the Abyss case. Reviewing the news, he noted they were a difficult organization to pin down. He wondered why their obsession with the truth was so strong. He stated the public believes whatever they want anyway. He then asked if his source was reliable, and the other man confirmed it. And with that, Xuan was set to hire the Black Skeleton Guild, Lee Hyuk, the captain of Abyss, and
Park Dongji, his own blood relative. Just then, Lee's phone buzzed. It was Sangmi, who chirped that it had been
a while. He brought up Olsen, and she said they'd already dealt with the pests. She also told him someone else handled Tai. then asked if he had a second. She said she had something to report, but the man replied that he was swamped. Still no word from Dong Jae, who was stuck in a dungeon again. The woman asks if he's being ghosted. The man says Yusak is on it, so it'll all get sorted. He then asks the girl to head over. They'll finally see each other after so long and to plan their next move. Smiling, she says, "That sounds perfect." The fight between Gangu and Shiwan is getting intense. His personal defense was already cracking. The man tells him not to sweat. That was just a warning shot. His speed was unreal, straight from a novel. His body alone was a danger zone. Shiwan asks how long that barrier can possibly hold up, tossing purple fireballs. He tells him to scram if he wants to live. Grinning, the boy starts to weave and dodge, but soon, the man unleashes a volley of wind arrows. He'd seen his skills before, but this was a completely new level. If those arrows hit, he'd be done for. Using quick reflexes, he does his best to evade. He was slinging dark magic from the very start. He'd chosen the constellation of pure dark truth as his first sponsor. Glancing at the audience, he says it's a relief the bug is quick. He adds they won't have to stress about this fight dragging on, it'll wrap up in a flash. The constellations begin to buzz, asking if he's stalling. The constellation raider claims it's not over yet, spotting Shin rocketing toward his opponent. He thanks the man for the long monologue. It helped him close the gap. Uncaring, Shiwan uses his dissipate skill to block the attack. Seeing that, the boy grows nervous as the man comments on his technique. He says he'll have to rethink his evaluation, and at that moment, Shin uses illusion magic for an all-out assault. Clones surround their opponent, but he uses space manipulation to blast them away. Driving his sword into the wall, he manages to stop himself from crashing. The second constellation he was using was the special guide. Gaining his footing, to the man's shock, Shin leaps right for him. He and his clones dive toward the boy. Shiwan scoffs, thinking it's just a cloning trick, and that he'll just take out the original. So he hurls the purple dark orbs, but he ends up hitting a clone as the real one appears behind him. The man realizes too late, seeing a knife zoom in as it's thrown with speed, and the other tries to block it with spatial manipulation. Seeing his chance, Shin lunges for a head-on attack, but something grabs him. On another front, Dong Jae is snagged by his shirt. Yusuk is trying to stop him, panting heavily. He asks what's going on, but the man just shushes him. Whispering, he begs for his attention. They discovered the Younghwa. Guild is hunting him. Nervous, the boy asks if that's true. As they leave, the man says they don't have time for a chat. He thinks it's good he made contact. Their pursuer notices the escape. He gets furious, and the other asks what's wrong as he shouts that the target is on the move. Back to Shin. His protective barrier was failing. He's on the ground as his clones fade back to him. Then, he spots a green energy swirling around him. Shiwan says he didn't know his place. How dare he aim for his back? He uses the oxidized skill, but the boy manages to slip away at the last second, using spatial manipulation. He says it's useless. The man was juggling spatial magic and dark magic at the same time. All his clones got hit while he dodged like a professional. However, one of them still followed him, even while attacking the others. He couldn't track him, so it didn't take long for him to get ambushed from behind. The attack makes him scream as a massive explosion erupts. One of the men tells Yusuk to stay still if he doesn't want to see the hostage die. Enraged, the man curses at them. Hearing this, one of them grins and hits him from behind. Dong Jae calls his name in despair when he sees him on the ground. Grabbing the boy, they start to make a run for it. Even with no strength, he yells the boy's name, which gets the attention of others nearby. They rush toward the cry, reaching Yusuk. They kneel down as he apologizes. He says the boy was taken, sending everyone into a state of panic. He regrets it, saying he should have been more alert. One of them says to search more and asks which way they went. Pointing to the left, the man says they went that way. They claim they can handle it as the two sprint off to rescue Dong Jae. However, he starts to smile strangely, thanking them. In the battle, Shiwan waits for the smoke to settle. He starts talking to the constellations again. He asks them if they enjoyed the performance. He says that even if it was brief, it was an honor to meet them. Looking up, he realizes the donations were still coming in. Seeing the smoke clear, he looks confused. Shin emerges without a conceit, single scratch, giving Jang a mental thank you. Thanks to all the system alerts, he managed to endure it when the music starts playing. He's completely in the zone, stashing his phone. The young man thinks nothing would change if he stared at it forever. His attacks were now basically useless, using his powers. The guy smirks,
saying he couldn't say.
After that beatdown, watching the immense magic, our hero thinks one direct hit would be the end. But if he couldn't handle this, stopping Xuan was a pipe dream. He decides it's just a bluff, then unleashes black lightning at his unfazed opponent. As the lightning closes in, our hero pulls off a slick dodge, noticing this, his opponent is instantly on guard. He wonders how it's possible. While Shin just grins back, Hunuk starts yelling, demanding to know if Dongjai was taken. Yusk bows, apologizing and taking full blame. The man says there's no reason to blame himself, since it wasn't his fault. Sitting down, he tells the other to sit as well and explain exactly who they were. He says they were elite hunters. Most likely, they're after a ransom, and they could contact him using Dongja's phone. Hunuk wonders if it's a simple kidnapping or a plot by the Yonghua Guild. Says the guild has been making moves on him lately. If his secret was revealed, it's not surprising they'd target the kid. Unsure, he asks for a list of everyone who knew about his nephew, and to stay vigilant. Leaping up, Yusk says he'll handle it immediately, and the other thanks him. He adds that Sang-mi is coming and to let her assist. The guy thinks about the girl and what a prize she would be to capture. 2. Shiwan scoffs, not caring how he dodges, because he's doomed either way, then resumes his attack. But Gangu isn't dodging by sight. He's sensing the mana flow. Since the mana here is so rich and pure, this is entirely possible for him. Then he begins dodging the magic projectiles like a master. He's finally grasping the advantage of mana hypersensitivity. The constellations begin to buzz, noting they should watch him closely and see how this fight concludes. Seeing the constellations, watching him, Shiwan grows annoyed, unleashing black lightning again. He demands to know how he dared ruin his stage, but when he glances down, his target has vanished. As he searches, Shin reappears right behind him again, using great decapitation. He aims his blade at the man's neck. Meanwhile, Dongj is thrown and tied to a wall. A man warns him to stay put and be obedient. If he causes trouble, fingers will be chopped off. Then the man storms out, slamming the door shut. Dongja is reeling, wondering how this happened. Yusk had warned him about the Jungwa Guild, but these captors are clearly not from that crew. The man calls someone, confirming he has the kid. On the other line, a man smirks, saying it was easier than he thought. He'll be there to pick him up soon. Back in the fight, Shiwan uses magical chains to bind Shin before the blade can connect. He boasts that Shin lost his advantage against his third constellation, the suppressor of nature's course, bringing the blade to the other's throat. He claims this is his victory, but is suddenly thrown back, asking if his foe will yield. The ruined prophet remarks that's impressive. Who would have guessed he could use an ability that was supposed to be sealed? The Drug King asks if that wasn't a monster's ability, and another notes his incredible skill with it. The martial god of the iron. Apple is excited to witness his evolution. Irritated, Shiwan demands to know what trick he pulled. Shin says he simply used stealth. The other retorts that's a skill for assassins above level 50. Gangu says he's correct and asks if he really thought he was going all out. A constellation asks if he hit his level from the start. They comment there's no need to reveal all your cards to an enemy. Infuriated, Shiwan begins summoning Ishoi, colossal fireball. He admits he underestimated his opponent. Now, he'll show his true power. Meanwhile, Sang-mi is thrilled, as she'll finally see the captain in Donghai after so long. She can finally fulfill her promise. She texts Sungu, telling him she'll see him in 2 days if he's free. In the arena, Shin thinks he's insane for using so much power here. The constellations praise Shiwan's control over the massive flames. He thinks he should have done this sooner, to turn his opponent to dust. Then he hurls it all into the arena, aiming for the young. Dude! A torrent of crimson flames engulfs the whole stadium. A massive explosion erupts. Looking down, Jen says, "This is just absurd." He questions if that attack wasn't against the rules. Shin is perched on a rock, surrounded by the wreckage, and flames, wondering why a constellation is interfering. The Constellation Raider states that he couldn't allow a human to run rampant in his domain, as his contractor had already passed. He tells Shiwan that his role is over. Opening a portal, he tells the man to return. Shiwan explodes with rage, telling him not to make him laugh, but he's quickly sucked into the portal, leaving them alone. The Raider erased his memories before sending him back to the original dimension to prevent future issues. Shin admits that was close, but he had expected this might happen. It was obvious if you just paid close attention. During the entire constellation test, despite his disadvantage, he was constantly racking. Donations poured in, which sealed his victory. Bowing his head, he asked to claim his reward. The constellation agreed. He told the others he felt their energy. The trial's outcome was clear. Given the power the
constellations allowed him to wield, one called it a fierce battle, while another said the kid suited him,
making the raider a little jealous. The darkness of the apocalypse declared his interest and vowed to watch. He promised the young hunter would remember him. Our boy was stoked to be noticed. The raider complained they were too fond of his contractor, but he'd allow it for now. He began converting the celestial power into raw experience points. He was congratulated for passing the test and told he'd get a new power before being pulled back. For the sweet taste of evolution was calling his name. He arrived at his apartment, having leveled up at an insane speed, level 101. Seeing the pop-up, he was ecstatic he'd crushed his goal. But that joy soured as a flood of other messages poured. Shin had acquired the assassin's basic skill soul imprint. After reading that he could now imprint items, he felt a surge of excitement. Juggling weapons against Chasohi had been a total pain. He would imprint all his most vital gear. Checking the panel, he saw his new feature. It was useful, but he wouldn't use it just yet. Amid the notifications, he saw the constellation Master Trickster had offered him 3 cards to choose from. He remembered mixing items that didn't suit his class before, which ended in chaos. He decided to pick the middle card. The constellation praised his choice, calling it one of the best possible items. When he saw it, he was completely enchanted. He could copy Jiang Shuan's ability, but it'd be cooler to grab one from the assassin class. He already knew the perfect person for the job, but this guy was a huge celebrity in China. His phone suddenly started ringing. Yaren sounded relieved he picked up, asking how he was. He told her not to worry because he was perfectly fine. She said things had finally cooled down, so he shouldn't stress. Then she asked if he could handle a special request. The mining commission had found a natural crystal mine near Hangxian. Mining them required mana, and since such mines were few, it was incredibly rare. The pay had to be good, he told her he would be there the next day. The following day, near the liberation zone of the Hongchan dungeon, miners stared in awe to see Shin mining. Afterwards, he had to meet Sangmi. He needed to find the abyss, and with its tight security, locating them without a contact was impossible. The young hunter used his mana to sense the crystals. Grabbing an axe, he slammed the ground and crystals erupted. That should be enough, he declared, as the others gawked at his speed. Behind him, Shin heard someone complaining. A thug stepped on a worker, asking if they thought the Cutting Wind Gang was a joke. He turned to Shin, wondering who he was. He demanded to know what gave him the nerve to take all the stones. For himself, drawing a sword, he moved closer to where the guy was. There are better ways than mining alone. Remembering his past life, he smirked. This was a welcome distraction. Suddenly, an attack struck the thug who was charging him. Confused by what just happened, he saw several bodies on the ground and others shielding their eyes from a sudden flash of light. He wondered where that came from. When an archer let an arrow fly at the gang, the leader raged. Seeing his fallen men, he roared, demanding who dared to interfere. Masked man replied they should be the ones asking. Shin recognized the demon mask, and the other thugs began to panic. The girl aimed her gun again. She fired at another goon, who fell as the leader yelled for them to spread out. He ordered them to surround and annihilate their attackers. They rushed the girl, but one was hit before he could even touch her. Gangu bolted towards her. Gun in hand, he used a short-distance jump, taking out several more. Seeing this, the masked man began sizing him up. The leader appeared, cursing him out. He swore to take him down and charged, right at the young man. The girl screamed for him to be careful, using her item recovery skill. She recalled her knife and prepared for a fight. As the man rushed past, our hero nailed him in the stomach. Noticing the others hesitating, he smirked. How convenient. And just like that, they all collapsed. The girl was amazed he dispatched them so quickly. Soon, the masked man approached, telling Shin he was as impressive as the rumors. He never thought he'd meet him in a place like this. Suk appeared, removing his mask, saying he didn't expect to see him either. Then he called the young man by his name. A team member ran up, thanking him for the save. The leader told everyone to relax. His goal with John was to free exploited hunters, and he would destroy anyone for that cause. That's why he was called the Judge of Silence. But for him to gain fame, fate had decreed he'd die by the hands of Kang Dong-hyun. Kang Hu demanded, "How do you know my name?" Realizes he has yet to explain. He reveals he sent an Eclipse spy for intel, which leaves the young man totally stunned. Suk adds he was shocked, so he was punished by him. But Kungu insists they don't use his real name, guessing rumors already reached the guild. He then asks the two teammates for their contact info.
They seem shocked but thank him, calling it an honor. The woman beside Seahuk says she's Bonshong, and Kung?
Hugh compliments her impressive support abilities. The leader then reveals Eclipse Intelligence says they haven't abandoned the young man. Because of this, he must remain vigilant. The next day in Hongchan and Kangwon Province, Hugh sees the commission and mission pay look very generous. He recalls Yarn promising to add 5 billion as a bonus. Looking at his phone, he remembers one last detail is missing when a woman nears him and grabs his attention. Yoon Sangmi from the Abyss asks the young man how he is. She takes him to the Abyss hideout in northern Gyeonggi Province. She approaches a guard, asking to inform the captain of her arrival with a guest. As our main character inspects the base's security, just then, Hoonuk appears and notices Sangmi is present. He greets her, then gives the young man a curious glance. He questions who he is, and she responds that he's a guest. She brought along. Kang-hoo introduces himself. The captain replies cordially, saying it is a pleasure. After they enter, the guards tell our hero to wait for a moment. Meanwhile, he feels the security is a bit excessive, even for someone escorted by Yoon. This means there's one reason for such caution, and he thinks he's arrived at the ideal moment. This way, he can gain Hoonuk's trust and save the Abyss. In the meeting room, a shocked Sanmi leaps to her feet, asking if Dongjai was abducted. The captain apologizes for his treatment of Kang-hoo, explaining it is an emergency, which she understands. She proposes giving the mission to our hero, confident in his abilities, talent, but Hyansa doubts if that's a wise decision. She counters that an intermediary is managing everything and asks if the captain wishes to speak with him. Shortly after, Kang-hoo is welcomed in, where the captain states that our hero wanted a meeting with him, getting straight to the point. The young man tells the captain he would like to get
support from the Abyss. This puts the captain on high alert, thinking he didn't want to join, but only wanted
their assistance. He explains to the young man that the Abyss is not exactly a fan favorite, already caught up in some trouble, so it's not a safe spot for him. Kung-hoo reveals that Yoonghwa has the Abyss cornered, but if the captain is still holding his ground, he must be a monster. That's why Shin came, looking for a tough place that others avoid so he could hone his skills. Kangoo feels this is logical, and it explains why the captain would not be too surprised. The Abyss has many dungeons and incredible loot. Leader Lee Hunnick was an absolute powerhouse, so suspicion is natural, but maintaining a safe distance is wiser. This creates the perfect setup to build a professional relationship from the start. Kang, who states he isn't a parasite and will contribute based on the support he receives. The captain notes his strong will, praising his directness, but the Abyss operates on teamwork. As its captain, trusting Kungu is a difficult call. In a hideout, a guard shoves the hostage and asks why he is being taken to the back room. The other guard reveals the hostage's uncle is a big shot and they will raise the stakes soon. The first guard questions how, since the price is already massive, but the second guard reveals the Younghwa Guild is footing the bill. This news gets both of them excited, saying the coming threats will be much more severe. Reaching the hallway's end, a guard heaves open a heavy door. Once it is fully open, he boots the hostage inside, calling him an idiot. A sound spooks both guards, who jump, freaked out. He warns if the hostage wants to live, he had better not move. As he closes the door, he says Aisha, monster will be standing watch. Moments later, a huge man is posted at the door. Dong wonders who betrayed him and tried to avoid his uncle. Feeling overwhelmed, it is clear the Younghwa Guild snatched him up to pressure his uncle, placing the Abyss in a tough spot. Dejected, the young man questions his own weakness. He begins repeating that he only needs one person. Meanwhile, Kong-hoo drives as Yeren details the mission. The objective is to rescue Park, and the only payday is success. Once it's done, he'll send the details. Shin hangs up, promising to call back after the mission. In his mind, he sees the captain refusing the deal, but agreeing to the rescue. Kangoo bets Hunuk will reconsider the support offer once. This is over, fixing the Abyss's drama. In Gam's free zone, a young man activates a skill, finally ready, to test the power he swiped during the exam. That night at the base, 2 guards get ready to switch shifts. As one guard enters, Kang-hoo slips past, completely unseen. The guard warns the others to stay alert. Since the contractor is arriving soon, Kang-hoo guesses Park's handover is imminent. In the original novel, Jang Xuan was the focus, so he'd get a lecture from the captain for gossip. Even without the full kidnapping story, Teok had orders to snatch him discreetly. He was to be the one to find Dong. Right on cue, a vehicle arrives. The car door opens and a guard rushes over to welcome the contractor. He announces the leader is expecting him. From inside, Shin observes the scene. He notes the contractor's punctuality and knows he has to move fast, sprinting down the corridor, Heading to the underground level, he sees few guards while searching for the hostage. As he scopes out the area, he
figures the target is on the lowest floor, but a monster is lurking nearby. Kang-hoo nearly jumps out of his invisible skin. Elsewhere, the leader of the Black Skeleton Troop is surprised the contractor has arrived. He extends a hand to
shake, introducing himself as Shin Junho. The leader mentions the mission has had some high costs. Junho says he provided an assistant, so the job should be simple. But the leader replies that big jobs come with big price tags. As a guild member, Shin should get that. The contractor asks how much he's passé after, and the leader grins, glad they understand each other. He asks if it's possible to double the initial fee, but Junho thinks the guy's getting greedy. Still, if this works, most of the Abyss's funds would go into Jungwa's pocket. He firmly agrees, but first needs to confirm the hostage's identity. The leader quickly reassures him it's no problem at all. They can simply go check in person. Junho comments that the leader seems awfully relaxed about security. He boasts their commission is huge and no, one could possibly crash this party. The hostage is safe. Then he asks if Junho knows of Bijumie, Kang-hoo, on the Shomae. Lower floor evades a giant's attack. While dodging, he recalls Bijumie is a Russian hunter, engineered into a human weapon. He lost his sanity during training and is now a killing machine that only obeys its master. The monster senses the boy's invisible presence and prepares for another attack. Shin wonders if the Chaman creature can smell him since its senses are enhanced. But Bijumie charges, and he realizes the beast's sense of smell is off the charts. He narrowly dodges the last-second attack. He figures if this monster is here, the target is 100% behind the door. It's guarding. The giant moves back in front of the door and swings, but Kang-hoo dodges easily. In the chaos, he sees the Black Skeleton Squad starting their patrol. He debates fighting the monster or just dashing for the door. Bijumie strikes again, but misses as Kang-hoo uses a skill to zip toward the door. The monster charges at him in a blind rage. Shin uses this moment to have the beast demolish the door for him, and he slips inside. The giant is left completely stunned. A moment later, the leader and the contractor arrive on the floor, and the leader spots the chaos. He sees the destroyed door from a distance, and his bewildered monster, panicked, he realizes they have an intruder and tells Junho to wait right there while he checks things out. This is bad, but not a total loss. Kang-hoo, inside the room, sees two more giants guarding the hostage. Dong wonders who this guy is that just appeared. He starts to move closer and pulls out his phone. In a quick flashback, Yerin said she'd send Park's info, and that he has a special item. It's a barcode that confirms his identity. Back in the room, he points his phone at the hostage, using the skill. Dong confirms Kang-hoo was sent by his uncle. Just then, the first giant lunges to attack. The man dodges the blow, but the other two giants charge at him. Shin knows he's running low on mana and must use his skills wisely. A giant raises its axe and swings down, which he evades with a quick dodge skill. He thinks that having to deal with two giants is just plain annoying. Park pieces it together and sees the man is just dodging to reach him. Kang-hoo activates another skill, and the hostage cleverly casts a buff on him. With his new enhanced skill, he manages to reach Park while evading the attacks. Getting close, he gives the hostage a thumbs up. While activating another skill, Kang-hoo confirms he's ready. The furious giants rush in to attack, but the man grabs Park and wishes him well. Before the giants can connect, he uses a teleportation skill to get them out. The leader storms into the room, panicked and out of breath, demanding to know what happened. With the giants roaring and the room a wreck, he roars, demanding to know where the hostage vanished. Shin and the hostage are now far away, relieved. Their skill was a success. He notes it was a great plan while Park was with the Black Skeletons. Kangoo watches the boy, thinking he's a fantastic buffer who made things simple. As long as he's here, they can vanish, using the teleportation power. The hostage thanks him profusely for the save, saying he owes him his life. But Shin replies that thanks aren't needed yet, confusing him. I need you to do something, Shin says. At the base, Junho blinks. Staring at the leader, he states flatly, I don't see the hostage, leaving. The man sputtering. Before he can respond, Junho adds, no hostage, no payment. The leader panics, calling him a fool. Are you insane? Do you know how much we invested? Furious, he orders his giants to attack. But the contractor summons a guandao, a deadly bladed spear. He slices the giant's back, and it falls in one hit. The leader is stunned by the display of power. Have you lost your mind? Junho asks, pressing the blade to his throat. I should be asking you that. His weapon bloody. The contractor demands an answer. Bring the hostage back. Whatever it takes. The leader, realizing he's trapped, promises to do anything to find him. As he flees, Shin wonders how they were discovered. He hired a crew with no ties to the Younghwa Guild, and even met them in person to keep it quiet. He glances at his phone. Was it tapped, Yusk orders that if guards see anything, they report it instantly. His phone vibrates a message from Junho. It says he might be bugged, and to shut the phone off after reading. A problem with the plan has changed the time and place. Hunuk must be redirected. The man reading this message just laughs. He's running out of time. He smirks. In the Abyss hideout, the captain feels defeated, thinking he hired a stranger. And now you and Sangmi are gone. He prays it's not Park's father. He failed to protect him. Just then, his phone rings. Answering, he asks if it's Yusuk, who confirms it's him. On the call, the man says he located Dong Jae with the Black Skeleton Troop. The price too? Free? The boy was money, but the captain had to come alone. Hunuk sees a chance to save him. I'm on my way, he says. Tell me where. In a dark warehouse, a man approaches and says there was a small problem, but things worked out fine, putting the hostage on high alert. Park asks nervously if he was the one who orchestrated this. Stepping closer, the man replies, It's your fault for having me as an uncle. Why? The hostage asks. Yuso thanks a shadowy figure for the capture. As the man enters the light, he realizes it's the guy from before. Isn't Tayach coming? He asks. Sangmi appears on the stairs, saying it was just his bad luck. He had hoped it was all a misunderstanding. What's happening? He asks, and the boy reveals Tess is searching everywhere for Gimchan. He unties himself and zips to Shin's side, shocking everyone. Yusiak mentions the text he received. The boy simply nods, confirming his suspicions, showing his phone. He says they sent it, fearing a trap. He asked for the phone to be turned off. He says it was a good call, cornered. He shouts at Dongji, Don't suspect me, I've been looking for you this whole time. Park finds this odd. How many people knew I was Hunuk's nephew? When Kung Hu mentioned a possible traitor, the puzzle finally clicked. He suspected him instantly because they weren't strong enough to beat him in a single attack. With this reveal, Yusk starts to sweat. Shin realizes that if he had caught the boy, he would have missed his chance to trap Moon. Annoying as it was, this dramatic act was the only way. He says, thanks to this, he figured out what a fool the man was. With the victim and a recording, he knows. The captain won't ignore this. Isuk starts cursing him out. The man hands over a data chip, saying that's the info he requested. Shin asks what it is. He replies it's CCTV from Gwangju Station, but it's a little damaged. Grinning, Shin says he'll review it now. He begins to watch the footage of the fight between himself and Suhei. He notes one of them was from Eclipse. His gaze lands on the boy. There's something strangely familiar. Sangmi demands why he took Park. Wasn't being the Abyss's number 2 enough for him? Yusuk just scoffs. The Abyss, he claims, is a total waste. All that power and prime dungeons, thrown away on a pointless idea of taking on the Younghwa Guild. He sneers, asking who would back such a hopeless mission. From the outside, they just look like a criminal gang, pointing at Park. He insists the kid understood his logic. The boy considers it. But the villain monologue gets interrupted. Yoon tells them to cut the chatter because words are useless now. It's insane to listen to a traitor trying to sell them out to Youngha. With a flourish, Yusuk pulls a gun, declaring the party's over. In a flash, the crew draws their weapons, ready for a fight. But just as the traitor opens fire, a shadow blurs past. The captain swoops in, and an arm goes flying. The gun fires wildly at the ceiling, and boom! It explodes. The group is stunned by the shocking turn of events. Hunuk then drives his sword into the man. He finishes him with an ice-cold glare. With one fluid motion, he rips the sword from his chest, sending Yusuk crashing to the ground. The warehouse falls dead silent. As the captain cleans his blade, he glances at his fallen former comrade. Park, sighing in relief, calls for his uncle, who rushes over, glad he's unharmed. He asks the kid if he's ready to head back to HQ. The boy just shrugs, saying he has no other plans. Kang Hu thinks this made things much easier. While Sangmi is blown away by the captain's skill, Hunuk then asks Shin if he can tag along to properly thank him for saving Dongji. The boy sees a chance to talk with the captain and gives a thumbs up. Thrilled, the captain says he'll get the car. Sangmi goes with him, saying she'll scout the area while they wait. After they leave, Park lets out a sigh. He asks Hyun if he's a bad person. Hyun is taken aback, asking what he means. Dongji thinks on the traitor's words, wondering if his uncle's path is wrong. But he refuses to live like that, dragged down by doubt like Yusuk was. That's when Shin chimes in, saying he feels the same, leaving the boy shocked. He adds that he won't risk his own safety to be some hero. Park can live how he chooses. But from his view, there's no reason to reject the power his family offers him. In an office, Shawan's on a call. He asks if Dongji's missing and Yo is too. Junho, on the other line, claims he has nothing to report. Jang cuts in, saying they failed by picking someone weak and won't make that mistake again. They should just clean house. But Shin calmly replies, "We already handled it." After annihilating the Black Skeleton troop, their leader crawls through the bodies of his men, pleading for them not to come any closer. Junho kicks him over and raises his weapon. Without a shred of mercy, he thrusts the Guandao into the leader, piercing his chest and ending him instantly. Shin gives a cold order to burn all the bodies. They need to make
A powerful statement for the media. In the office, Shiwan says he wants to wipe Gimchun from the map, but there will be
other chances to hit the abyss. He'll focus on that, certain he'll find answers in an unlikely place. Staring intently at computer images, he wonders if the mastermind was Cha Sohee and decides to investigate her first. At a hideout, Dongji is lying on a bed and says he could use a break. Sangmi calls him a fantastic actor and asks when he planned everything. The boy gives all the credit to Sunku. Since he had Yusuk's number, he told him to text from a phone that could be traced. Now that he's back safely, he
wants to have a long talk with his uncle for once. The girl thinks that's a wonderful idea. She mentions he should
also get some sleep. Bidding farewell, she wishes him a good rest. Gangu and Hunuk now sit opposite each other. He bows, thanking him for saving his nephew. Shin says he only did what anyone should. Lee replies that he trusted him as his right hand for years, and without him, it would have been a catastrophe. He says it's quite embarrassing and asks to change his previous offer. The boy simply says, "Sure." But he adds that he needs to confirm something. He asks if Shin truly joined the abyss for his own benefit. Startled by the inquiry, the boy is confused. Hanuk says he felt something was off. When he helped them, it felt like he was doing it for their sake. Gangu claims he wanted the abyss to remain strong, as a rival to the Youngwa Guild. That was it. He says he wouldn't risk his own safety, preferring to keep his distance. The man nods, saying it makes sense. Smiling, he calls the answer solid and says he knows he can count on them if needed. He hands him a token, saying he can use it to request a meeting anytime. He accepts it with a word of thanks. Hunuk says it's no problem. He knows of Jonghwa Guild. Apparently, Shiwan and Guangyang have formed a secret team, cooking up something sketchy.
What they're planning is suspicious, so he warns him to stay clear. Shin boasts of his skill with the 13 stars.
The man offers him a place to stay for the night, which he now accepts. He just narrowly dodged a massive threat. Hanging over the abyss, now he'll slowly apply pressure on Shiwan. Dongji gripes at his uncle, saying he said this was just a simple check-in. He tells his nephew to lay low in Yongo, but the kid says a buffer needs powerful connections. Watching the battle, Sangmi notes how people never change. In the original novel,
Park was intrigued by Kang Hoo's abilities, but the guild blocked them from teaming up. The boy turns to Shin
and apologizes for his attitude. He suggests they speak casually now. After all, Park was a unique buffer, with many other hidden perks. Getting close to them is a smart move. So he asks for the boy's number, which he happily shares. Facing his uncle, he announces he's leaving. The girl suggests a meal, while the man extends a hand, inviting him back any time. Shaking it, she vows she'll wait for him, certain they will meet again. With that, Shin heads to his next stop. As he walks, his phone buzzes, and he picks up. It's Yarun. They've identified the corpse he asked about. Shiwan has apparently reviewed Suhei's file and recent activities. He wonders why he'd go to such lengths for an escaped prisoner. He demands her location, and the man says he's hunting her now. It seems they were wiped out by an investigator named Hyo Yang, who is on a special mission. For Suhei, he questions if she was cast aside for failing her mission. She tracked and fought the target, so she must have critical information. He demands a meeting and access to her accounts. He asks for any other intel. A rumor has surfaced the blue-eyed leader helped the target that day. Shocked, he asks if Yaron is close with him, because another hunter wants to recommend that person. Could they be one and the same? He wants to ask, but she won't talk to protect her client's safety. He sees no reason to cut ties. The blue-eyed man had a stellar reputation as a top supplier of hunters for the VIP market. The secretary informs Xing that President
Kang will see him after a deal. He can't believe the body's guardian is the one and only Kang Bokwa. She runs the VIP market, a business tycoon worth billions. In the novel, the market was designed to help. Characters find their way. And Bokwa was an often mentioned NPC. He never guessed things were this connected.
Just then, a woman appears, surprised to see him there. Yuri asks him what brings him to Bususan. Since her weapon broke, she's looking for a new one. Once business is done, she'll head to the market. They sit down to talk. The girl asks why he ignored her message, saying she was waiting. Shin is floored she actually expected a response. Yuri says she's relieved to see him and reveals a gift. It's a potent silasium, picking up a second plant. She offers him that as well, grown by her grandpa. The only local who cultivated silasium was her master. Kay, Shin is stunned to learn she's his granddaughter. She says she really wanted to show her gratitude. Being able to leave the zero mark and find her grandpa was all thanks to him. He says it was nothing, but she insists he taught her to trust people again. If not for him, she couldn't have trusted her own grandpa. Even with his help, she would have just run away. She mentions the man had a granddaughter her age, with the same name. It's like his deceased granddaughter came back, so she became his adopted one. In the original story, Yuri was completely alone, her life dedicated to revenge on the Manhwa Guild. But the younger Young, who fueled her anger, had family, making her question everything. Shin asks why she was at the market. She says she was visiting her grandma, but they were stopped. He begins to ask more, but she cuts in, saying her grandma owned the entire market. Another woman appears, thanking them for coming. She confirms it was Bokwa, who summoned him. Looking toward the coffin, she thanks him for returning the body. He had no family, so she's handling the arrangements. He was a treasured employee of hers. His one dream was to be a hunter. Then, the Manhwa Guild reached out, and he was ecstatic. She was sad he was leaving, but she congratulated him on joining the world's greatest guild. Our hero suspects the guild simply got rid of him to hide a dark secret. That must be why his identity was erased. She presents a sword, saying it belonged to him. Bokwa says it was her congratulatory gift. She then turns to her secretary, asking her to bring something. Presenting the gleaming blade, the woman asks if it's to his liking. With a smile, he thinks it'd be impossible to refuse. A unique weapon of this rank is worth at least 50 billion. He asks if it's truly his to keep. She says it's his reward for bringing back someone precious. It was a gift she'd prepared. For his return, certain Mijun would want him to use it. Bowing deeply, Shin accepts the incredible treasure. Yuri whispers that this must be painful for her. The woman reveals she shares her late granddaughter's name, Bokwa, and that her husband left, unable to bear the constant reminders. She says Mijun helped her hold on, but her husband must have suffered so much. Clasping the girl's hands, she can finally find peace. With a warm smile, she asks Yuri to visit again. The shy girl readily agrees. The two now head down the stairs toward the market. The girl says, this was all Guida Junwa's fault. A dangerous aura surrounds her as she vows they'll pay for their sins one day. Though her life had changed, her hatred for the guild only burned hotter. Shin suggests they part ways for now. The girl nods. He hopes Master K has info on mana hypersensitivity. He then asks to join her, much to her surprise. A grin spreads across her face. Really, she asks. Meanwhile, in a dark warehouse, Suhei ponders how much longer this wound will trouble her. Tightening a bandage, she curses Jin for this relentless pursuit. When Jin said the master abandoned her, she dismissed it as a lie, but his continued silence is suspicious. It can't be true she gave him her all. Just then, a flicker of movement. Sui snatches her blade and screams to stay back, hurling it at the shadow. How long will you hunt me? She demands. Jin calls her reckless. She'd planned a slow end, thinking kindness was an option. But since that was rejected, she has no choice. Her claws flash, lunging forward. Shin and Yuri finally reach her grandfather's home. She marvels at a place like this at ground zero. The boy mentions this is where he cultivated silasium. He knows Master K and Bokwa and Yuri are connected, but wonders how this will all unfold. From behind, a voice says he's heard much about Shin from his granddaughter. The boy tenses. Finally meeting the man himself, Master K just smiles, inviting them inside. Now, they relax on the sofa. He's finally met an elusive figure, thanks to the girl. He offers his gratitude for helping his wife and granddaughter. He recalls seeing the boy Shin met, noting he suffered an accident. The boy asks if Majin passed through here, and K says yes. His guild sought rare herbs, but since they weren't for sale, he was refused, recruited out of the blue. Shin suspects they used Majin, then abandoned him. He asks which herbs they were after, but Master K wonders why the boy sought him out first, noting he must possess great medicinal talent. He then extends his own arm, asking for an examination of his condition. As the boy begins, his eyes widen at an unexpected discovery. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the fight rages on. Sui unleashes her flames to create distance. When a massive explosion tears through the area, and Jin disappears. Sui doubts she's been defeated, but she fails to
Sense the presence right behind her. Spinning around, she narrowly dodges a slash of deadly claws.
Jin asks if she'll fight until her last breath. While attacking, she calls this shameful. Suhei, engulfed. In flames, retorts she'll fight until only ashes remain. Her power surges, triggering. Another blast right at Jin's position, throwing them both back. He freezes, his eyes wide with shock. Despite the burns, Jin is still smiling. Stepping from the fire, she remarks, "This is getting tough." Her wounds are weakening her firepower, and she doubts she can pierce Jin's defense. Jin asks how long she plans on stealing abilities. Just to run? "Give me your best shot," she taunts. The hunt is no fun if it's too easy. Sui is, on the ground, trying to recover her strength. Annoyed, she mutters that the woman is insane. Suddenly, she notices something. Master K explains to Shin he has struggled for a long time. Even after years of study, he's never seen a case like his. He admits frankly, there is no easy cure. The side effect of mana hypersensitivity is a limiter, preventing him from outshining the protagonist. The boy then asks to buy Silasium instead. The master agrees. He usually only sells it in dire situations. The boy is deeply grateful. Yuri then begins to serve them food. She only asked him to try a little, but this is a mountain of food. She waits anxiously as he takes a bite, Shin declares. It's delicious, and she lets out a huge sigh of relief. Master K says he has some useful information. He asks if they can contact a mana-restricted dungeon. He's shocked she's even here. She's hyped to join the party, but he shuts that idea down. The dungeon is an exclusive club run by Eclipse, with a crazy mana fee. Shin can hardly believe this is real, and in Eclipse's control, no less. But he won't let this chance go. Limited dungeons mean legendary rewards. But they also have raid party limits. Master K stands, saying he's leaving first. He needs to check his stock, his stash of mad Silasium. After he's gone, Shin turns to Yuri. He suspects the guild might be involved. In Minjin's death, her playful mood instantly vanishes. Shin adds that his grandpa knew the details. Yuri is stunned. He explains Minjin was looking for specific herbs, led straight into a fatal trap, if he can. Identify those herbs. He'll find their motive. He needs Yuri's help. She thinks back on the young man. Her face grows serious. He won't force her, he says, but her help is crucial. Then, a new voice cuts in. A man holds out a business card, asking for Suhai of Eclipse. With a smug grin, he offers an invitation. To join the Jungwa Guild, back at Master K's, he gives Shin some pills, warning of their intense effects. Shin takes his leave. He tells Yuri he'll see her soon, and she pleads for him to be careful. The master tells his granddaughter to go in while he checks the crops. She agrees, heading inside. He smiles, watching her yawn. Master K then asks his companion's thoughts on Sunku. He sees potential in the kid, even if he's still green. The other scoffs, saying he's too critical. As an assassin, his skills are peerless, earning him the title Master of 1,000 Deaths. A name, he insists, that he never wanted. He adds Shin is interesting, with his odd illness, and the nerve to use his granddaughter right under his nose. He jokes he'd have killed him on the spot. Kay reminds him that Shin was a great help to his wife. And to Yuri, he'll observe him for now, to see if he can be trusted with intel on the Young Wa Guild. The next day, Shin arrives at the club. The dance floor was electric, just like any other night spot. Ho Young approaches him. Aren't you the guy from Gwangju? Shin is completely blindsided seeing her here. Jin says she digs the club's vibe and offers him the inside scoop. But the main character is wary. With her constellations, she should be at least level 200. There's no way she was a real victim. Not of the Gwangju Guild. He was cautious because she seemed suspicious, but she could be a strong ally. He asks if the rumors of a special dungeon are true. It's not common knowledge, and she realizes he knows, so she confirms it. The entrance is in the underground lot, but it's not a walk in the park. There are guards and a barrier, so no random hunters can crash. He knows that barrier will be trouble. The girl then says she still owes him a favor. She demands his number again, calling the last one a fake. He gave her a bogus number. Phone in hand, she says it's time to collect. But as their hands touch, she asks for help getting to the parking lot. With a sly smile, she claims she can get him inside. Shin has no idea what she's plotting, but since he's this deep, he might as well play along for now. His Liberator Master constellation should be useful. She boasts of a trick to move around the club. Unseen, linking her arm in his, she teases. Aren't we best friends now? Seeing the coast was clear, he decides to go with it, but then he spots a guard chatting with someone as they pass by. Something feels off. She puts a hand on his shoulder, then wraps her arms around his neck, saying this was the perfect cover. Then she kisses him, leaving him completely frozen. He realizes he's trapped. He has to make the first move. As they descend the stairs, she gives the guard a cheerful little wave. The guard just smiles and waves back. Jin was craftier than he thought. She swings open the door for him, wishing him good luck, but he's left wondering her true motive. She sighs, looking utterly pleased.
A voice from behind praises her work. It's Kang Dong-yoon. He's pleased to finally meet Shin Gangu.
He sneers that Shin was so focused on the barrier. He missed a critical piece of information. No hunter has the required mana to enter yet. The lot only leads here or back up. Shin tries the door, but he's startled by a flash to his side. As a bolt of lightning strikes, the villain taunts him,
calling him a trapped rat. But Shin reacts fast, raising a barrier, stunned to see his attacker.
He still lacks the mana to enter the dungeon. Maybe he should just retreat. But the man asks. That amount was pathetic. Taking the pills, he scoffs. No way! Dong-yoon unleashes a devastating energy blast. Swallowing the pill, Kang knows he can't just give up, so he pours in every drop of mana he has. The gate overloads and the dungeon bursts open. The boy dives headfirst into the shimmering portal. He vanishes an instant before impact. Seeing this, Kang absolutely explodes with fury. On the other side, Shin sighs. That was close. Before him, shadowy figures begin to swarm. Disgusting monsters squelch towards him, enraged and shrieking. Ho Yang wonders what happened, then sees her master had arrived. What's our move, she asks, but he's only focused on mana potions. She asks how many to make anyway. With a dark aura, Dong Yen commands, brew all of them. The irritated monsters lunge at Shin. He unleashes his ice magic, freezing them solid. The ice witch power he gained, after beating Gubin, boosts all his frost abilities. An ice-infused weapon is the key here. It demolishes slimes when normal attacks fail. Shin targets the final one, declaring its end. The Slime King enormous and absolutely furious. It hurls a volley of smaller slimes. But our hero evades, every single one, charging in for the kill. His power and speed are overwhelming. He carves the king into pieces. Amid the remains, he grabs a shimmering red crystal. Grinning, he notes the dungeon's loot is top tier. He's gained a new skill, but with a cringy name. He jokes he'll use it, just not say its name out loud. He wanders on, spotting a field of glowing flora. He'd asked Master K if he needed anything. From inside this dungeon, the master gave him a shopping list of plants to find. It listed mandrakes, ancient ginseng, and spiritual roots, all incredibly rare herbs. Years ago, foreign hunters entered another dungeon. They got inside with no problem. One was a botanist who found rare plants inside. His theory,
the dungeon's unique mana let these species flourish. This place might have the same properties.
Master K asked him to find a Biollante if possible. Seeing these flowers, Shin thinks about that extra cash.
No way he's turning down a bonus mission. He decides to grab some, and just like that, Shin finds the Biollante.
So Master K's theory was 100% correct. The area is vast, so he needs to find the other herbs.
Beneath a tree, a pair of eyes watches him. Kang Hu suspects it's a monster guarding its treasure. It turns out to be a hard-shelled turtle. Wait, the herbs are growing on its back. He plucks one, waking the others.
Suddenly, he's surrounded by a turtle army, and every single one is a walking garden of rare herbs.
He draws his blade, grinning. Thanks for making this easy for me. Back at Master K's house, he'd told him his plan to enter the dungeon. He could find rare herbs to possibly cure him. But the master says no. Medicine in the world could heal him. He, with his special illness, could enter. K protests. You can't give up. We're brothers now. But the master tells him to focus on himself. He admits he didn't send Shin just for his sake. So the man asks, is this about the Biollante? That herb is something the Junhua Guild desperately wants. Meanwhile, Yuri was listening to their entire conversation. The guild's name makes her blood boil. Back in the dungeon, Kangu has finished harvesting the turtle herbs. He's got most of the list, but some are missing. He figures they'll show up later, as he explores deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, an attack lunges at him. He barely dodges it. The zone's boss appears, praising his reflex. And what do you know, the last herbs are growing on him. Annoyed, the boss calls him an invader. You came to my turf and eyed my property. You're not leaving here. Alive. Shin just smirks. This saves me time, and draws his weapon. At Master K's, the talk continues. Why go after a plant he already refused to sell? He insists he won't negotiate with that guild. It's not even certain the Biollante is there. But if Kangu finds it, he can see the guild's plan. The boss shouts, become fertilizer for my garden, and attacks with a whip of roots. Shin uses acceleration to evade. He instantly closes the distance to the monster. He prepares his knife to strike its head. Grinning, he taunts. Just hand them over. He stabs his blade deep into the monster's neck. The creature flinches in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Shin begins to climb its massive body. He snatches a plant and leaps away. The boss roars, how dare you! Enraged, it unleashes a barrage of roots. But Shin's reflexes are too fast, dodging just in time.
The chief boasts, "You can't even scratch my scales." But the time on his mad Salacium buff
Is about to run out, and the backlash will hit, forming a massive root drill. The boss declares, "I'll shred you." Shin thinks, "I better end this fast." Meanwhile, Master K explains if Kangu gets the herb, he can expose how the guild plans to use it. Others want the guild gone. So why is this a secret model? He admits they use people as disposable pawns, and his granddaughter hears it all. Xuan and Guangyun were the guild's shadowy mentors. She knew they were involved. Suddenly, a violent cough racks his entire body. He glances down at his hands.
covered in blood. Master K panics, but he brushes it off as a fever from their chat.
He claims the other kid's treatment left him drained. "Popping a pill," he says. "Even a prodigy couldn't breeze through this." And K nods, knowing the real score. The item wasn't the problem. It was surviving the Eclipse Guild's security. Outside, Dong Yan unleashes everything on the door. But the thing won't even budge. Him, the very last mana potion. They literally bought out every single shop nearby. She offers to get more, but he just hands back the vial, saying it's fine. Giving up on Shin Gangu? He scoffs. No way. He's just changing the plan. Inside, Shin's shadow up is relentless. The chief is absolutely losing his mind. He swaps with clones, dodging the root attacks. "What do you think you're doing? Trapping yourself in a carcass to fight me?" He vows to tear him to absolute shreds. He becomes a spinning wheel of death. If that connects, it is game over.
Ready for impact, Shin slams his dagger down, instantly drawing a circle.
A thunderous whirlwind erupts, lifting the beast, seizing the chance. He uses soul imprint. He's right by its head time for a clean decapitation. He drives his blade into a weak spot. The chief crashes down with Shin still on top. Slowly, it begins to dissipate. The reward was as juicy as he'd hoped, a 20% stamina buff. Shin also nabs 2 crystals and some rare herbs, worth raiding this insane dungeon for. The world around him begins to fade. The boss's defeat must have triggered the collapse. He can't wait to see how Dong-Yun is doing. But outside, a welcoming party awaits. The Eclipse sniper team? Kang's order is simple when the dungeon falls. He appears.
Stay sharp and open fire on sight. They all nod. Her master never fails his target.
The door erupts in a brilliant light. The young man emerges as the captain readies the command. As Shin steps out, laser sights converge on his chest. Dong-Hyun greets him with a smirk. The commander gives the order and bullets fly, but their target summons a fluffy shield. Like a magic marshmallow wall, the bullets just bounce off as the shield groans. Then all the ammo just clatters to the floor. He takes a moment to admire his new skill. One agent yells, "Is that a slime?" and tells the team to reload. But the creature has other ideas. The commander roars for everyone to fall back. His powered-up punch sends a shockwave forward. The little slime seems impressed. And poof, a teleportation spell activates. The opponent is left punching empty air. Only a trail of chaos remains. Now they get why he is such a big deal. So that is the mission. Hunt him down and turn him into a living weapon. Teleportation energy flares before the girl. She looks completely drained. She is all nerves. Now Shin feels the weight of his powers. She offers to help. He tells her he brought the herbs for her grandpa. They need to go, but they'll talk soon.
Back in the room, the plants are on the table. She confirms they're the correct ones.
Just then, someone appears. No need to explain. The old man already knew everything. Seeing her relative, the girl goes red. They apologize, but they were not in the wrong. The old man was holding back info. So, the main guy asks how did he do? The kid was flawless. His performance blew the old man's mind. Now he'll investigate the guild. This news gets the fugitive fired up. They say their goodbyes as the girl rushes to her grandpa. This whole mess. He thinks he didn't expect Yuri's capture and wonders how Master Geyser is. Kay even managed it. A shadow must have been cast on him as his eyes light up. Mona's monitoring kicks in, aimed at the ally. The strategist plays it cool when asked what's happening, before finally saying goodbye to his friend. She's all smiles, and tells him to text her back. But someone is watching the exchange from a mountaintop. This figure sees the black-haired man's immense potential and sharp senses. It will be fun to test and train him later. The man's thought is that figuring out the enemy's plan with Barante is the key to defeating Suan. He checks his phone, plotting his next move. It's the Justice Pandemonium, a mega dungeon for 100 people. In the original story, the white-haired rival gets a huge power-up from an event inside. But he grins, ready to stop that from happening. Dead set on taking that power from his rival. As the car cruises on, the slick strategist thanks his guest for dropping by. It's Sohee-cha, a former Eclipse agent. But this investigator isn't here for pleasantries and wants to get to the point. The cunning man says it wouldn't change anything, revealing he knows she's hunting someone. So his deal is simple. She spills everything about the creature in the recordings. He promises a fair trade for her information. But all the warrior thinks about is revenge. Hearing this makes the schemer ecstatic, so he ropes her into the Salvation Guild. Now, he wants to continue their chat about a common enemy. At first, she thought, the main character was weak, but his growth and power were a huge shock. Incredibly dangerous. For an assassin, his skills were more like a mage's. Her guess is he learned from books. But his abilities were on a monster level. Turns out even, this obsessed woman couldn't gather much info. When Siwon says he knows, he taps something on his phone. A notification appears on the other guy's phone. He quickly realizes a certain girl might be a useful pawn. And so, the first mission is given to Sohai, the guild's new executive. Her mission is to crush the competition in the next raid. So, she's checking out who will be there. Seeing the list of enemies, she's completely stunned. She then promises her new boss that she won't fail. A crowd has gathered at the Justice Pandemonium portal. Getting here without issue is a major win for our hero. This next quest is a huge dungeon where monsters team up with other hunters. In the original plot, Siwon finds something mysterious. Inside Gangu then tries a sneak attack but fails and barely escapes. His mission to seize that power source first, an old acquaintance is shocked to see the black-haired woman here. He says, "Thanks for last time, you were amazing." Now the adventurer is like, "Hey, you've got my back, right?" Of course, the smart one replies, "Yeah, I've got you." But his plan is to use her as a human weapon. A brilliant move. Finally, it's time to move out, with Shin's leading the pack. Suddenly, someone interrupts before they can enter the portal. Other players don't want them snagging all the dungeon rewards first. Later, everyone dives in. Some figure it's not too risky thanks to the Salvation Guild. So, a bunch of fools rush ahead to our hero. They are nothing but clowns. They trigger traps. And one girl realizes she's in deep trouble. She's the first one to be brutally wrecked. In this quest, everyone starts freaking out over the chaos they're in. Some get burned, pierced, crushed, or stung. You name it. Barely anyone makes it out of this mess. Two poor souls panic, thinking the guild is trying to abandon them. It makes sense, since the schemers hired scouts, making it a nightmare to dodge these traps. So, the black-haired man had offered to lead, but no one bothered to listen. The survivors enter a massive, creepy hall. A few scaredy cats are already losing it. In this new stage, this is the secret route to the power Swan is after. Just as the young man is about to explain, his ally declares, "We're going solo from now on." With the next team coming, she urges them to find a safe place. Their only choice is to run. And now, they're on their own. They start down the corridor, feeling the dangerous aura. Jin says, "I'm staying. You promised you would protect me." Out of nowhere, the sly woman puts a hand on his face. Then she hugs him and starts her sweet talk. But her monstrous hands prepare a sneak attack. Purple energy bursts from her grotesque limb. But before she can land a blow, the traitor gets stabbed. Shin impales her, having known her plan all along. The imposter is confused about how he figured it out, but her actions were a dead giveaway. Everything she did was incredibly suspicious in this situation. His suspicions were confirmed after leaving the unlimited mana dungeon. He even mocks her pathetic flirting skills. The injury and the failed plan leave the villain feeling desperate. Her last resort is a wild, sweeping attack. He dodges the red energy, slash like a professional. Suddenly, corrosive acid drips from the ground after the impact. A bit worrisome, but he figures it's simply a part of her power. Then, she charges at him like a wild beast. But with a snap of his fingers, the strategist has a sudden realization. Meanwhile, the hunter confidently rushes forward. Her scratch completely shatters his summoned shield. A shield? Ah, not a chance. She's stunned, having seen his fight with Soho. She knows his whole playbook, but he's got tricks. He whips out a fire enchantment, blocking the slash and leaving her shocked. Her precious nails are totally shattered. Now, his blade ensures her complete defeat. His new skills were a total surprise to her. Then, he even mocks her. Her pathetic strength without hesitation. His words trigger her speed, and she strikes back. But he dodges the attack, with absolute ease. Yet, something catches him off guard. The agent just dips mid-fight. Something moves behind him. Oh look, it's the wild one, charging in with a deadly attack, thanks to Monovision. Shin easily spots her. With this epic power, he lands a massive slash on her. She's forced back, the villain howling in pain. The skill difference leaves the beast totally terrified. His aura is menacing, and she knows it's over. She decides to make a run for it. Seeing this, the mage attempts his binding spell, but she escapes. He's annoyed, thinking about the big reward he just missed. But no matter, his true goal is finding the hidden power. This dungeon tests anyone who dares to enter. The black-haired guy recalls from the original story, only Siwon profits from this dungeon. From afar, he notices a faint glow on the wall. In the original, his rival was the only one worthy of this prize. That white energy had landed in his rival's hand, but now Shin grabs it first, using a secret route to claim the power. Something dark drips down, summoning shadows around him before a dome of bright energy blasts them away. 2 new skills are unlocked. One of them is completely overpowered. This skill can amplify the dark force's power. In the novel, his rival got a supreme skill just like this. But this power now belongs to our hero, who opens a portal, ready to flex. He steps through the purple gate, finding someone on a throne. It's the mini-boss, Judge Al Rose, summoning some incredible energy. A light beam shoots toward the intruder, who feels the intense pressure. It's a mental assault, and he needs to escape. Suddenly, a wounded person grabs his leg, asking why he was the only survivor. Others demand to know why.
They weren't saved. He remains strong, despite the nightmare. Worse, he can't use his new skill yet. His foe
gives him a truly disgusting look. The dead continue their assault, grabbing him endlessly until he realizes they're just memories from the novel. None of it is real, and Shin dashes away from the illusions. But the mob keeps chasing, blaming him for their fate. He draws his daggers, ready to fight. Still, he tells himself none of this is real. Suddenly, someone surprises him, asking why he's running from his responsibility. Seeing this well-dressed figure leaves him stunned. He remembers seeing him injured, and then recalls his funeral. This poor guy died twice. This young man really gets to him. After grabbing him, the apparition throws him hard, declaring that the one who caused their end is no different. The crowd gets another chance to grab him. All this chaos makes Shin feel trapped and terrified. Another vision. A man at a computer calls him a coward. Even after seeing people get hurt, he talks about justice. It turns out this new tormentor is his past self. The illusion mocks him for trying to write the truth, but his terrible story changed absolutely nothing. Nobody read it, and he just forced it on people. Memories of that time
come flooding back. Now, this illusion even regrets how things ended. His hand reaches for the terrified hero. It's
time to finally face the music. When asked if he'll keep running, he finally reacts. In his heart, all of this feels real, too. His goal is to rewrite this story and change the ending. He won't stop until it's done. With a single strike, the hunter makes blood spray everywhere. Now, the boss senses something is wrong. An attack on his own hand shattered the illusion. Even he didn't expect help from this constellation. Now, it's time to end this fight. Energy charges in the creature's eyes before firing a bright beam. The monster's attack pattern has changed, but it's still just a mind game. The hero spots something and keeps pressing forward. He quickly reads the
opponent's next move, but this attack hits his own leg. Whoa, this injury looks much worse, with blood
gushing out like a ketchup bottle exploded. The energy is going haywire, and he has no clue what is happening. His usual power-up, yeah, that's not working this time. What a bummer. Then boom, the monster is back. He tries all his skills, but nothing works at all. He's desperate to break out of this mind prison, where his powers are useless. It's driving him insane. He's furious, vowing to break free once. This is over. There's no other choice. Defeating this enemy is the priority, and more blood finally breaks the paradise illusion. There's Shin, covered in blood, kneeling on the floor. Even though he's injured and knows it has all been a wicked grin spreads. It's time to face the boss. He prepares a devastating strike for the wretched beast. With a sickening squelch, the blade finds its eye. Distress signals flood the network as listed hunters cry out. For reinforcements, Seiwon honors the fallen's sacrifice. Just then, guild members begin to swarm the area. Into the dungeon. Tracking wolves catch the scent. The trio moves swiftly, following the trail of blood. Elsewhere, a worried Soai scans a list of names. She prays they aren't eliminated by that approaching madwoman. To finish them personally. At last, the beast falls. Its dark energy rises to 73 out of 100. He is analyzing his power surge, eager to test a new skill. System alerts flash relentlessly as the boss monster fades completely from sight. He snatches a tattered contract from the floor. A skill prompt immediately tells him to complete the pact. Suddenly, Bloodthirst Glutton taunts the Dimension Bandit, but their exchange gets cut short. When the black-haired hero detects a powerful presence, he assures the orange interface his promise will be kept. Ancient scrolls unfurl before him. He signs his name, completing the text. At last, she is freed from her rival. Abruptly, a gate fractures from immense energy, then shatters. The one who broke through the portal is Siwon, leading his squad. They've reached the dungeon's final floor, but it's empty. Perhaps they made a mistake. But suddenly, The hounds begin to panic. They bark wildly at an unseen threat as a shadowy figure emerges.
From the mist, it seems this was the right path, for the raid boss Argus has ambushed the Gildas.
Mana unfurls as he joins forces with Guanyang. The others must provide support. He feels a surge of excitement.
He soars forward, blazing energy in his hand. A colossal flame is then summoned by the well-dressed agent, when suddenly,
his partner sees their teammate is gone. The traitor hides, realizing she barely escaped. Luckily, she was prepared. As she landed, she pulls out a compact mirror to inspect her face. Seeing it, she mutters, "I will never forgive my enemy." She recalls her master must fight, and plans to reveal everything that happened. But for now, she uses her phone to escape. But footsteps echo in the tunnel. A wave of relief washes over her. She calls out her presence, but a chilling voice leaves her terrified. It's So, radiating a maniacal aura. Seeing her opponent, she is terrified but prepares to fight. The psychopath readies her flame magic for an assault. Meanwhile, the guild wages total war against the raid boss. Its immense power blasts out in every direction. One of the leaders summons his shadows to retaliate. He moves like a blur, slashing with crimson and dark energy. The monster roars as the attack tears through its arm. Siwan seizes the chance, launching a flame sphere at the wound. But the beast is far from finished. He turns to his second-in-command, questioning where their ally is. His new teammate has gone. The traitor escaped. There's no use pursuing her. Their priority now is to defeat Argus. The well-dressed agent vows to atone for her absence. His ultimate skill begins to charge, with immense dark magic. Everyone is on guard, bracing for the coming impact. They're all watching, in awe. That's an insane concentration of shadows. One man worries about the backlash, but the commander is unfazed. Their leader is unique. He can control the dark power perfectly. From a distance, someone observes the drama unfold. They tap a blue screen, summoning a contract. A message reveals you can exchange your constellation with a target at the cost of your power. Glutton wonders what the black-haired man is planning. Just fulfilling a promise. He's releasing her from a dimensional prison, but not for free. He accepted a loss to acquire, an item to negate the wicked constellation. Orange notifications are mocking the entire affair. Now Shin's ready to elevate his astral connection. Bloodthirst attempts to bargain, but Shin scoffs. No deal. I got better loot.
From the boss, he then swaps constellations with Siwan, voiding his pact with Glutton. Out of nowhere, the group
leader feels a disturbing change. They both realize their powers have been exchanged. Shinan delights in the new perks he just gained. Meanwhile, his rival is stunned by the chaos. This makes the slick agent lose his grip on the dark. Forced, his subordinates panic, sensing something is wrong. As his power crumbles, the massive beast closes in. The warriors are shocked by this turn of events. Energy spheres launch toward the Titan. His eyes turn.
Pitch black. A huge explosion rocks the beast. Flames now erupt toward the usurper. The rascal narrowly dodges.
The deadly assault. Elsewhere. So is focused, determined to land a blow. Her foe glances back, almost hit by a blast. Plus, her mana for defensive spells is dangerously low. Her opponent lets her flee, wanting to toy with her. The hunt has. Things were heating up. She fled the cavern, scorched but alive. Her only mission warned her master. But a dreadful aura began to close in. Her blood ran cold at the sight behind her. The inferno had returned, ready to strike. Her rival lunged, without mercy, to end it all. One swift blow pierced her chest, the maniac. The victor mocked her prey, promising another would follow. Then hellfire consumed her, burning her body fiercely. She collapsed, a charred husk, utterly defeated. Her killer simply dusted off ashen hands, thinking, not a pretty sight, a pretty sight. Meanwhile, the main character, flooded with notifications, pondered a villain's tale, a hero's turn. Seiwan's power was built on sacrifice, not effort. He finally understood that getting everything for free meant the loss would be devastating. He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed. Then, his sidekick appeared, asking what had happened. He confessed he'd lost an ability. It seems Glutton had switched his constellation, and Glutton wasn't pleased either. They discussed Soho's escape from the fray, but it was time for the reward. They had to deal with the legs first. A single win was crucial. The bandit joked the reward could have been his if he'd slain the monster, but he had no need for it. Siwan was hit with another stunner. A new notification popped up. He'd only gained one level. The constellations were impressed with Shin, who simply vanished. The internet was exploding over the dungeon massacre. The Salvation Guild's leader was giving an interview. The fakes feigned outrage over the tragedy, lying that the boss self-destructed, wiping everyone out. They claimed they tried to save them all, but failed. Guan praised his boss, now hailed as a hero. Once more, The public tragically bought the scam, but our main character saw through their entire setup. The scum continued their lies about the fallen. From a distance, a woman watched the deceitful speech. Another man joined her side. Then, a mind-blowing reveal. Standing there were guildmasters, Casey and Chong Wu, the true saviors of humanity. The Salvation Guild had allied with the International Guild Alliance. Their plan to raid every dungeon on Earth and defeat the villains. The world was ecstatic, but not Shin. He knew Siwon was only looking out for himself. At the same time, another person was watching the press conference. A knock sounded at the door, and he permitted them to enter. A figure walked in, saying, "It is fortunate one group managed to succeed. Also, this mysterious person brought everything. Nothing was forgotten, even with a little bribery." Inside the suitcase lay a completely scorched corpse, but they only cared about the pendant. They couldn't just dispose of the body. "Send it to a crematorium. It's already burnt," was the plan. They connected, a cable from a device in the case, and a video played. The man wanted to see for himself what happened. The footage showed the main character's face. The entire epic fight had been recorded and sent to him. Then, one shot caught the man's full attention. He saw dark energy devouring the dungeon and Siwon's face. Lit up with pure excitement, the recording ended. The young man realized the official interview was a total fabrication. This was a massive opportunity for him, a jackpot. They decided to blackmail Siwon with these recordings. If he didn't cooperate, the whole world would learn the truth. The threat came from Kang. But the man wasn't concerned. The person on the other end of the line, however, was in a full-blown panic about the call. The Eclipse Agency was made to mine mana stones in Korea. He pleaded for more time to handle the situation, but the white-haired man said, "No, it's clear your boss can manage this easily. Therefore, the plan is to dissolve the company and cut all ties with the agency." When the call ended, the shady man was still tense. His constellation was disturbed, and he mulled it over. He suspected Sohai had recorded him, losing his power. She must have been a spy from the very beginning. They were after his ability all along. His subordinate entered, inquiring about his condition. He held a box containing several potion vials. The potions, made from a rare herb, were meant to suppress the dark energy. The sight of them only angered him. He had demanded more potions, but the herb was difficult to procure. Plus, things got complicated when Master K vanished, forcing them to accelerate things with that kid. His right-hand man's plan was for his boss to conceal his power for now, but showing weakness could be his end. But none of that mattered. The world revolved around him, and he would overcome any side effects. He gave an order announced that he will join the joint dungeon raid with Shinu.
As for Eclipse, they were to hunt the traitor who filmed his mistake. When the man in black suggested eliminating Kang,
The top dog simply says, "No, that's not needed." We cut to a woman discussing the Salvation Guild's moves.
she reveals the security agency is now helping neglected areas. Their first target is Eclipse's third in command.
In the briefing, she asks the main character to lead, but he's suspicious. Why call him and the Sayok team? It seems the biggest guilds already failed, especially when their enemy hid inside.
The detention field. That place became a fortress, and the Black Lion Guild was crushed trying to get in.
Now, the Blue Eyes Guild is in charge. The recruits will act as their special forces backup. The strategist presses Shin for an answer, and he decides it's time to finally crush his rival. It's far better to handle this enemy first, then investigate the AY's situation later. He could sneak in and assassinate the target, but a teammate rips off his mask and shoots down the idea. To him, a stealth infiltration is impossible. But here's the twist: one of their own is a master escape artist. After his legendary escape, their defenses went into absolute overdrive. Total panic mode.
Crossing those hills is suicide now, thanks to all the traps and the nightmarish terrain. On top of that, a dedicated squad of soldiers constantly protects their leader.
He's their ultimate hope against Eclipse. They can't let him leave. Not after he risked everything to escape. "Are you scared?" he taunts. Because if they back down now, they'll never get another shot. Returning to that hellhole is his only way to conquer his past and get revenge on the one who broke him. He's all in, whether he goes solo or not. Only the truly brave should dare to follow him. Seong then reveals a secret way to sneak past their defenses. Her partner calls it far too risky, but she fires back. "We can't just wait for Sayok. The revenge seeker will go solo if she has to."
That leaves the others with no choice but to follow. The secret path was discovered long ago, thanks to a spy they have planted deep within enemy territory, but getting in is only half the battle.
Their defenses are too strong. They'll need a tank, a powerful mage, and a warrior to even stand a chance. Lee, a mage, agrees to join, but her duty is to command the crew on the outside. So Shin makes a call. His friend's phone buzzes. "Yo, Donggaj," he says. "I need your help." This guy is the only one who can make this mission a success. The recruits are bringing backup for the chaos.
Even though the plan is insane, his friend just says, "I've got this," and promises to send reinforcements. Shin thanks his contact for the connection. A kid is ecstatic to get the call, but his uncle objects. Now, Sang-mi has been given a mission. She's pumped to finally hear the details.
It's about bio-anti-research, but the assassin couldn't care less. He just wants to speak with a stunned Yuri. Someone is nervously tapping a table. It's Kang, and he's being completely ignored by his contact. He's furious his boss is doing nothing. If they don't act now, Eclipse is completely finished. But his boss just sneers. Then let it crash and burn. This betrayal makes Kang's blood boil. He warns his student to choose his allies wisely. But we made a deal with Say-Won, the recruit pleads. No, the mysterious man says. I have my own plans for Eclipse and the detention field. He reveals both were created by the Salvation Guild's leader. Then he says he won't lift a finger for them. He doesn't care about his own beef with the white-haired pretty boy. At first, Kang tries to play it cool. If I survive, he vows, I'm coming for you. Casey, the Fortuna Guild's master, just wishes him luck. In a fit of rage, Kang smashes his phone. He swears he'll get revenge on those who are trying to erase him. The Pandemonium Dungeon broadcast is going live. He's determined to tear the king from his throne.
Yuri looks incredibly stressed after her phone call. Another member is worried about Shin's plan of attack.
His older brother tells him, just focus on leveling up. An old man asks his granddaughter, so what's your move? Her anxiety is palpable. She's here because Shin once saved her. If she hadn't encountered our hero, she never would have met the old master. That's why she's determined to assist him. These words deeply move the old man, who pledges his full support. Then he decides to unveil something legendary. They arrive at a hidden warehouse, and what's inside absolutely mind-blowing stuff. Since she's aiding the one who united her family, she can take any herb she needs. His phone vibrates. The assassin knows his backup is close. Just then, his ally mentions the Abyss and Master K, Korea's greatest apothecary. Seok now realizes he might have surrendered unknowingly, having lost so many comrades to Kang. But with the aid of the person before, him, they can finally crush the enemy. With their team assembled, the leader starts outlining the plan. The man's confident smirk shows he's incredibly intrigued. The internet is screaming that the video is fake. Of course, these comments make the blackmailer furious. To make things worse, all his posts have vanished. He realizes that guy's influence is immense. Still, his fury smolders. He refuses to back down. He's going all in now. One of his soldiers rushes into the office in a panic with terrible news about the Blue Eye. We see the allies already launching their invasion of the enemy's turf. The leader channels energy into her hand, promising a spectacle. The invasion's goal is to divert the adversary's focus. All soldiers are in position, awaiting their orders. Each one listens to the supreme leader's speech, firing them up to face the enemy. He then orders his unit to eliminate every single invader, energized by the command. They charge into the fray. Along the way, one joker quips about earning a promotion. Meanwhile, another clown is eager to fight the enemy captain. We spot the spy in action, sneaking towards some crates. By pushing them, he signals the coast is clear. The cameras are down. We see the team getting ready, as one poor guy barely fits through. The opening, the protagonist wears a massive grin, feeling supremely confident. He knows this place well from his
past. Right now, the commander of the defending forces patrols the halls, plotting their demise. He then moves to enter
a restricted area that requires a passcode. From a distance, someone watches him input the code. It's so seething with rage at his cowardice. Now we see the special squad, poised to strike. Chaos erupts, and many have already fallen as the ATs. War begins. Two soldiers clash blades until one is caught off guard and viciously eliminated from behind. They claim the Blue Eye isn't so tough, aiming to defeat the commander. A tiny creature rests on one of their shoulders. It's a small green fae, looking surprisingly friendly. Suddenly, targeting reticles appear on the soldiers. Then, a beam of energy shoots out, weaving past all obstacles. It's aimed directly for one man's head. Now, everyone is hit by a storm of violent projectiles. Naturally, there's no escape, and every enemy is struck down. One manages to get up, stunned by such a powerful attack. As its user appears, crystals begin to orbit her hand.
Pulsing with energy, it's Lee, declaring she has plenty of mana for this. The unfortunate soldier is then obliterated. We see the protagonist observing the mayhem from afar. This brings a smile to his face as he suits up for the infiltration. The
rest of the team is ready to deploy. Several prisoners on site are neutralized, and a few agents disguise themselves as inmates. The entire scene leaves the onlookers completely terrified. Some sadistic guards trample the bodies without any remorse. The survivors are then ordered to clean up the bloody mess. Though Yuri wants to intervene, she's held back. This brutality is apparently routine. As furious as her companion is, they can't act. If they do, they'll have to fight all the high-ranking officials here. They must remember they can only win by taking out the boss. It's obvious one of the undercover agents is extremely tense. The one staring him down is the assassin. His suspicion growing. Earlier, they discussed this man's loyalty. Despite being a snake, he'll do anything for the ads. Right price. Shin then spots the other target lurking around the block. Outside, a brilliant light shines from the
Top of the tower? It's the snipers, locked on target, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Now, someone approaches the
infiltrator for some unknown reason. The man is stopped by a fortress security guard who demands to know where the imposter was, since the plan was to lock the prisoners in their cells and gather at the gate. His excuse was rounding up the stragglers. This answer clearly irritates the guard. One of the infiltrators begins to sweat profusely while listening to the exchange. At that moment, the guard decides to harass one of the prisoners.
purely for amusement. Our main character is completely shocked by this, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, the goon prepares to strike the helpless prisoner, but despite his fear, the would-be victim is unexpectedly lucky.
He ducks a brutal swing from his jailer. Just then, Sangi dives in before things go south. She starts screaming about the boy being just a kid, but the coward decides to target her, too. That's when another inmate intervenes. He tells them to focus on the real crisis. He clocks her ID 2024. Then the psycho doesn't hesitate to threaten her. He keeps calling her pathetic trash. The trouble is, another thug rolls up. On her, he snatches her into the air, recalling her number. So he demands an explanation on the spot. After all, she's wearing the uniform of the guy he eliminated yesterday. As another man starts to talk, someone targets him. A bullet hits his head, and the girl strikes back at her captor. Now that chaos has been unleashed, it's showtime for the shooters. In that moment, the guards brace for a fight, just like the girls who instantly unleash their powers. They easily decimate their weaker opponents. Since everything's gone, completely haywire, Shin is grumbling. Enemies are closing in to take them down. We see Soho coming, down the stairs, covered in blood. Even she's surprised they found this spot. Her nose detects the stench of drugs and blood. She wonders what Kang was plotting here. Now the maniac can't wait to see his rival's face when he learns he lost the space. But the psycho appears right in front of her, ready to attack. She barely raises her guard in time, avoiding a direct hit, but the sheer force sends her flying. He always knew his foe was tailing him. The clever woman tries to get up, but her injuries are too severe. She wonders why he abandoned her. After all, she gave him her entire life. But he coldly admits he only kept her for her usefulness and decided to discard her when she was no longer needed. He slams her brutally to the ground. Then, his foot crushes her, prosthetic arm into pieces. To make it worse, the villain tortures her, asking if her hunter came all this way, just for this. He never expected the Avenger to be here, her hand glowing. A fire explosion then engulfs the villain, who screams in pure agony. His entire body is charred black as he hits the ground, knocked out cold from the huge blast. She knows this secret base is important, so the
Powerful woman decides to burn everything, including her foe's body. As she moves, she stumbles upon a horrifying scene: bodies in capsules. The shocking sight leaves her completely stunned.
She can only ask what he was doing here, but it's too late. The brute rises to attack.
Outside, the defenders are firing wildly, but it's a losing battle. The invaders are just too strong as Shin charges ahead. His ally uses reinforcement to launch him. He really digs this.
Speed boost, as it helps him take out all the enemies in a single flash. His attacks are utterly lethal, carving through his foes. They try to mount a counterattack until the keys.
Dark-haired warrior opens a portal, vanishing only to reappear right behind.
Them. All right, buckle up, this gets wild. The assassin is on a roll, doing his thing again and again. He's grinning like he hit the jackpot. Turns out Yuri is perfectly in sync with his every move. And the shooters are jumping in to provide backup without hesitation. Countless extras are wiped out like NPCs. The warrior swings her.
Epic weapon, crushing foes everywhere. The squad regroups after the cleanup. One of the last ones.
Standing whines about the attackers. They're panicking at how easily they were defeated. But guards keep popping up like whack-a-mole. His buddy jokes about the deja vu, but his pal replies, "No, this is going to be legendary." With a snap, the fools get hit from out of nowhere. Both are amazed, realizing the hero is a mage and an assassin. Then the Marines arrive to join the party, but things aren't looking good. Over there, Eclipse is getting pushed back, and more enemy reinforcements appear. Top it off, Kang is nowhere to be found. So Shin says, "Time for my mana radar." He quickly tells his
friends to get back. Suddenly, the ground cracks as if to reveal a secret. A dragon-shaped flame erupts.
Like a fiery surprise, a massive scorched crater opens before them. She's relieved, and the guy boasts, "Good thing I'm skilled, or we'd be toast." But oh no, Seok's arm got scorched. Yuri rushes to his injured friend. He realizes the explosion was a clash of Soho's dragon flames and the enemy's storm fist. This secret base wasn't on any map, making him wonder if his mind was playing tricks. The raven-haired leader
commands his team to hold the line and back up the mercenaries. Their goal: take down the enemy commander.
One of them complains, but it's their only option as they're being cornered. Kang is far too powerful for Shin to face while protecting the wounded, so he trusts his allies to handle the army and rescue the prisoners. When an injured man tries to, Yuri reads the assassin's intent. She shoves a salvation pill into his hand. It's a last resort from her grandpa's lab. As she calls him Gangu, the leader's ears perk up. That was his old alias to evade capture. Hearing it, she blushes for the man on the run. The decision is made. They're ready to move. The woman hopes to hear his real story later. He takes the medicine from his supporter. Then, he plunges into the dark abyss. Down below, the heat feels like an oven. In the distance, human figures glow faintly. The hero draws his knife, poised for battle. And the first to appear is Soho, charging madly. She lunges, grabbing his arm desperately, but she's too weak to stand and starts to slip. Seeing her state, he assumes she's dying. He realizes the eclipse had worn her down too. With the psycho fading, Shin can't take her power. But no matter. The fighter has another target. His eyes gleam, locking onto his true prey. This opponent has class 500 martial arts and 4 constellations for different combat styles. He smirks, tired of fighting blue-eyed weaklings. But the sight before him is a total shock. Kang explains the body in the capsule is a bizumier. After Judgment Day, he learned power is everything. Only those who evolve and gain strength can survive. Those who stagnate are simply left behind. A desperate man bangs on the capsule glass. The world's losers are now mere lab rats. For him, the first step was ditching his humanity. They're recycling so-called human trash into tools. All right, prepare yourself. It's about to get wild. Shin sees the villain has 0 magic defense. He hits the old man with dim vision, blinding him. He then uses Shadow Walk for a swift knockout, trying to end it before the weapons awaken. But plot twist, the old fox has tricks of his own. Bam! He sends Shin flying with a single punch, launching him like a hero in a comic book. Luckily, Shin's shield materializes just in time. But the veteran has seen this 1,000 times. Not today, kid. He's behind Shin in a flash. He aims to catch him completely off guard. Shin barely evades the blow, then uses concealment. Where did he go? The villain wonders aloud. But he quickly senses Shin is still lurking. He snatches the blade from Shin's hand mid-swing. If Shin truly fled, he'd have vanished by now.
Kang grabs Shin's face as he scrambles for his armor. With monstrous strength, Kang smashes him.
Straight into the ground. No mercy. The villain smirks. Okay, respect. You've grown. But now Kang has that mad scientist look. He wants to use Shin's body for his experiments. Just then, Shin shouts, "Surprise!" and summons his adorable little slime companion. But the villain just punches the cute slime away. This creates the perfect opening for Shin's attack. His blade erupts in epic flames. He aims for the villain's neck, ready to end this. The assassin has been defeated. At least the fight is over before the monsters awaken. But wait, it's not over yet. Out of nowhere, a massive energy beam crashes down. The blast is strong enough to shatter the capsules. The Eclipse guards are dropping like flies. Seok thinks, "We've got him cornered." The prisoners are freed. The archer glows with pride. But he worries about the brawl underground. Shin is beaten, pinned against the wall. Silent. And his enemy is still standing strong. Shin can only wonder what Kang did to himself. Kang laughs. "I threw away my humanity. I became a Bazumi, but one that can regenerate." Shin refuses to join the dark side. "Fine," Kang sneers. "I'll just make more room." And with that, artificial beings burst from their tubes. Shin's heart sinks. He now faces an entire army.
Kang has them all under his control. 2 of them head straight for the shooter.
These machines are destruction on 2 legs, with super skills and total loyalty to Kang. They were built to test Suon's strength, but since they're unfinished, they're a bit glitchy.
Shin panics, needing to get to Dongj. His punches miss the ridiculously fast assassin.
He realizes dim vision and concealment are useless. Kang's upgrades have made his tricks obsolete. Choose between fighting or saving his friends. He decides to end the villain for good. With a swift move, he seizes the villain and teleports him closer, catching him completely off guard. Shin moves like a shadow, striking the villain with blinding speed. But his blade meets something solid, and Shin freezes. What is this? Then his arm is caught in an iron grip. Another punch sends Shin flying like a broken doll. The blow was so powerful he drops his knife, and it's all over. He falls to his knees, utterly broken from the damage. The man who was just slashed stands like it was nothing. Then his wounds begin to glow with a menacing red light, a clear sign of danger. Boom. Bloodburst magic makes every single wound detonate. Insane. Our hero, who also looks like he went through a wood chipper, was the cause. He wonders if Kang's sanity broke when he transformed. Even after exploding, Kang calmly explains it was a Russian experiment to create super hunters. His body is a wreck, but he's boasting. I used this technology to create something better. After countless experiments, he's basically immortal now, regeneration and all. The dark-haired hero thinks, so this is the power I could achieve. The madman's plan is to
Form an elite squad and make our hero his prize creation. But first, he has a trick up his sleeve, and he's
smirking. Out of nowhere, he swaps places with his fallen knife, leaving his enemy stunned. The fighter is back, weapon in hand, telling him to watch his surroundings. Suddenly, one of the fake monsters ambushes an ally. The poor guy is fading fast, unable to hold on. The mage leaps in to support Sangmi instantly. Her power receives a massive boost from her ally, and bam! The swordswoman cleaves the monster in two. She's relieved. And now the blue-eyed mercenaries are freeing the prisoners. Everyone retreats, needing to buy time for the evacuation. Another monster appears to crash the party. Just as they're about to be flanked, a thundershock saves them. Yuri is completely
calm. She knows their leader is returning soon. He promised to win, and he's still giving his all, while they're
speaking. The creature gets back on its feet. It's about to lunge, but a single bullet stops it cold. No problem, Ban says.
Focus, everyone. We have a battle to win. She's on a roll. She and her partner knew the risks when they took this
job. More shots are fired at the advancing beast. The young girl is crying, wanting nothing more than to end this nightmare. A spell strikes one of the creatures square in the chest. Turns out it was Lee, providing cover for the sniper. The question is, can the team last all night? More creatures begin their charge. One of Shin's attacks is completely shattered. Kang smirks. Hey, I recognize that move. He even praises the dark-haired man's skill, but calls him too naive. Our hero is so exhausted he can barely stand. His enemy's healing is unnatural. There must be a secret. Using mana tracking, he detects something strange in Kang's body. A mana stone is fused with his heart, powering him. So that's why his blade stopped when it touched his chest. He stands before the villain, ready for the real fight. Then from nowhere, he takes a heavy blow. He's forced to his knees, barely holding on. It isn't long before he's out.
Cold, all due to the side effects of that accursed pill. As if that wasn't enough. The villain kicks his sword away. Kang prepares for the final blow, certain the game is over. His evil smirk says he's ready to end this. But you know what?
He doesn't need mana when he's got none left. Using his last ounce of strength, he rises. His fists are more than enough to win. The dark aura startles the maniac, who charges forward. He's ready to crush his greatest rival. Dark energy erupts around the villain, and the Black Moon Wren activates. A vortex of magic swirls around them. Everything is torn to shreds by this ultimate attack. Kang finally hits the floor, unconscious. As the dark force recharges, loads of new abilities have been unlocked by this victory. The constellations start speaking to Shin about his triumph. Even the Seeker of Darkness, which was recently stolen, gives its approval. He remembers when his arch-nemesis used this power. The Dimensional Bandits are stunned how he pulled off a forbidden technique with one attack. It seems his maximum dark force is still relatively weak, so he used every last drop. And if he hadn't found the Mana Stone, he would be dead. As they speak, the hero suddenly begins to fall like a puppet with its strings cut, but he barely manages to stay conscious. That was close. He's confused about who revealed the secret of the Berserker. Now he must return to help his squad. But he's totally wrecked. Then, a surprise heal starts stitching him back together. And this sly fox thinks he has one last trick left to play. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster is on an absolute rampage. Her furious slash tears right into the monster's hide. Problem is, her blade barely leaves a mark, like hitting solid steel. That's when the support mage steps in.
For another power-up. Her aura explodes and Sangmi seizes victory. Her ultimate slash fells multiple foes at once,
And just like that, she's swarmed by thugs. But a spell erupts, blasting the punks away. Yuri is lightning fast with the portal, whisking her to safety. With little choice, the team rallies for one last charge. They're all drained from exhausting their mana. At this rate, the monsters will overwhelm them. One of them gets absolutely launched by a devastating blow. The impact seems to take her out of the fight. Next, Yuri confronts the big boss directly. A fist is flying her way. No time to dodge. She prepares a final spell, a desperate last stand. When someone is
Thrown right in the monster's path. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief. It's Kang's body taking the full impact. This totally throws
Bizumier off, who just struck his own master. The poor demon is completely stunned. Just then, our hero leaps back into the chaos.
Frey, his dark energy depleted. With his dagger, he unleashes a fatal dark moon rend, cleaving the beast in two.
At last, the monster collapses, utterly defeated. He lets out a huge sigh of relief after the victory. It was all a clever ruse to stun it with its master's body. Everyone is thrilled to see the assassin return, and he credits his team for their crucial support. The mission is a success, but he's on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a hand grabs his shoulder firmly. It's Lee, telling him to take it easy after the bedlam. Then, Yuri rushes in, pulling him into a huge embrace with her best friend. She's ecstatic that he's alive and well. It's time for the whole team to get out of there. Following the victory, the Black Lion is absorbed. The Blue-Eyed Band decides to form a real alliance, helping all Eclipse victims. Word spreads about the agency's atrocities, as they uncover tons of loot and treasures during the investigation. Later, Dongjin and Sangmi return to their original guild. His uncle praises his recent growth, and this entire ordeal has only made him stronger. Now, the two friends are catching up again. He reveals his research on the Bioranti. It seems the herb's primary effect negates Dark Power's side effects. Basically, Shin deduces Guanyang gave it to C1. Losing the Seeker of Darkness forced him to drink this potion from his lackey. But that was the assassin's scheme all along to weaken his foes. They part ways after reviewing the data, and the shy girl gets flustered while inviting him on a raid. He then tells her to give his regards to Master K and Tui. See them discussing Sayok and his heroic nature. She, her fiancé, and a friend journeyed the world, fighting injustice. Tears fall onto a picture of her old team. Even though she was prepared for the risk, the pain remains. It turns out our hero left the archer outside to stop Kang, just as the story foretold. Despite some changes, tragedy
still strikes. He expresses his sorrow over Ban's loss. Now, they delve into her investigation, which uncovered something
suspicious following H. Owen's trail. It could be tied to the Eclipse power struggle. But they only have one concrete fact. Even
after investigating the detention field, the Salvation Guild was already pursuing the dead. So they confirmed the villain.
Guild and the agency were in conflict. Before, the organization aimed to crush the Guild's rivals and secure forgotten areas. Though she disliked their methods, Lee's crew knew Kang had to be stopped. Now, our
hero plans to contact a friend to continue his investigation. We cut to the villain and his subordinate, holding a Disum pendant depicting legendary battles with Argus. Turns out, the underling acquired it himself, looking quite proud. But his
biggest problem is his current star sign, which is completely useless. So useless, his subordinate insists. Sir, we have to find the Seeker of Darkness. When the white-haired man suggests looking overseas, his companion is shocked. Wait, really? Suddenly, the office doors burst open. It's his new team of powerful allies. Meet the gorgeous Elizabeth from the United Kingdom and Vincent Meyer, hailing from the Netherlands. The executives give a warm welcome to these, too. They approached the veteran just after his press conference. Elizabeth is all about saving the world, like some angelic figure. Vincent, however, prefers stirring up chaos in Europe. The sadist jokes, boasting about his new abilities. And when it comes to body counts, nobody beats the blonde's record. This wild woman claims she doesn't kill. She simply cleanses the world of useless insects. Getting excited, she slams her fist on the table, ignoring her reputation. She's desperate for the well-dressed man to reveal their mission. Publicly, they're clearing dungeons globally. But the real
goal is recruiting top-tier hunters. The woman quickly guesses they're forming a secret world domination society.
But he's like, not at all. We're just purifying it. Her excitement goes absolutely through the roof. He learned one thing during the key pandemonium of justice. A hard lesson. People will always try to steal his accomplishments. Everyone here possesses incredible skills, enough to establish a new world order. When the woman sighs, he reveals the plan to connect with hunters worldwide so they can expand and create a global guild. Then the fanatic vows to make their vision a reality. Vincent is simply eager to honing his craft.
Meanwhile, The psycho asks about recruitment numbers for the squad. The goal is simple. 30 elite members. With the meeting done, the whole operation is a go. He'll use this pair to
Finally, master constellation packs, unlocking the world's truths. The swordsman has doubts, but the commanders?
still believe in them. Now it's time to review the footage. Screens flicker to life as they lock their eyes.
On the display, they find Shin almost instantly. Then, our hero is seen discussing the eclipse and Sewon. This intel comes from Do-hoon, a hunter with all the inside info. The redhead's report matches Ban's perfectly. Turns out the bearded man was investigating secretly, and Jung-tae had partners in crime. Tu and Junho were also scheming with Dan-si guild. He's furious they were supposed to be protectors. But the black-haired man scoffs. Justice is not the answer here. He explains to his confused friend that the media is bought. No one would believe. The proof. Releasing the truth would only make him the villain. The harsh reality hits him hard. Then, our main character declares, "We need this player, or the whole plan fails." The assassin tells his contact to lay low and wait for the signal. But these villains need to be stopped now. He discovers that powerful forces across the globe are making contact. He learned this while welcoming some important guests. A single glance, sideways, sent a chill down his spine. He didn't recognize Vincent, but he knew Elizabeth. Her presence was a
Total shock, proving the enemy is gathering strength. Shin then realizes they're among the 30 stars. So,
these schemers are moving faster than expected. They exchange thanks for the hard work. The redhead vows he'll do anything to destroy the Salvation Group. His only condition: keep Do-hoon alive, as he's vital for the future. They check the detention field footage, uncovering the main character's moves. They also find his identity and learn he survived the pandemonium of justice. The maniacs have finally found their fated rival. This was the man Yaren
spoke of before. This lets the sadists shatter his alliance with Blue Eye. Then his right-hand man finds
more intel on the matter. So, before this chaos, he was getting close to a certain girl. But then, boom, the eclipse snatched him away. The craziest part, she served the head mage of the Blue Eye Guild. Talk about a plot twist. The master plan is devious. Use the girl to extract every last secret. He also intends to use her as a bargaining chip to force the mage's hand. Picture it. The black-haired man is on his phone, depping.
from his car, all business. He's giving urgent orders on the next immediate move. Oh, and don't forget,
In this grand tale, the next big shot after Elizabeth and Vincent is decided, this new Mark is a total beast. A barbarian warrior? But to track this guy, our heroes must go to Japan. The adventure continues. Our video ends. Here, if you enjoyed it, hit that like button. See you next time. Farewell.